Chapter 145. The moment the crimson saber appeared, one of the 5 beasts was killed. The 5 beasts were so shocked that their expressions changed drastically. Impossible. Gao Luxing, who was on a distant mountain peak, was shocked. In terms of pure strength, how could Gu Hai defeat the 5 beasts? Although the 5 beasts were beasts, they were still in the Yuanying state. Even if they had just arrived in the Yuanying state, they were still in the Yuanying state. That saber? Gao Luxing's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was impossible for Gu Hai's strength and speed to increase by so much. There was only one possibility, the saber. That crimson saber? With the crimson saber in hand, Gu Hai's entire body turned blood red. Be careful of that saber, the leopard beast whose stomach had been cut open shouted. Roar. The group of beast kings looked at Gu Hai coldly. Who sent you? Gu Hai asked coldly as he held the crimson saber. You are Gu Hai? I heard you have a century lifespan immortality peach. We are here for your immortality peach. One of the wolf beasts said coldly. I know even if you don't say it. Are you Li Haoran of the Shinji battalion? Gu Hai sneered. Oh. The beast's expression sank. Gao Luxing, who was on a distant mountain peak, also had a grim expression. Shengguan Hen, take your men and save the surrounding civilians. Qin Tianshan, cooperate. Gu Hai called out. Understood. Shengguan Hen and Qin Tianshan answered. Ha. Save them? You still want to save the civilians at a time like this? Roar. The 2 wolf beasts suddenly roared and charged at Qin Tianshan. They instantly arrived before Qin Tianshan. Gu Hai swung his saber at them. One of the wolf beasts slashed with its claws, aiming at the energy saber. Gu Hai swung his crimson saber. At this moment, the other wolf beast charged at Qin Tianshan. If Gu Hai let his guard down, he would be torn apart. Heavenly saber. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. Suddenly, surging fog surged out in all directions. It was the crimson saber sending surging energy to Gu Hai. Gu Hai could drive the heavenly saber death match now. Suddenly, as the blood saber slashed out, the heavenly sabers slashed at the wolf demon on the side. Rumble. After all, there was a limit to the strength of the heavenly saber. The heavenly saber was not very strong. However, it could only inflict pain on the wolf spirit, leaving shallow saber wounds on its body. For a moment, Gu Hai was like a sphere surrounded by blade chi as he collided with the 2 wolves. Come and help. A wolf demon shouted. Roar. The group of demon monarchs pounced over. Roar. Opening his mouth, the leopard demon spat out a ball of flames towards Gu Hai. All of a sudden, Gu Hai became the target of a siege, trapped in the center of the group of demons. The crimson saber in Xiao Chen's hand was already moving at its fastest speed. However, it was extremely difficult to fight against 5 people. Boom. Suddenly, a wolf claw broke through Skyblade's area and charged toward Gu Hai. Rip. Gu Hai's clothes immediately tore apart, leaving a red mark on his chest. If not for Gu Hai's tough skin and the crimson saber's energy, his stomach would have been ripped open. Gu Hai's expression changed. Then he suddenly swung his saber at the bear demon. Xiao Chen put his full power into this saber strike. With this, the bear demon's back was wide open. Roar. The wolf demon's claw broke through Skyblade's area again and grabbed Gu Hai's back. Boom. The crimson saber chopped down, and the bear demon crashed into the Gu residence's ritual array. Oh no. The bear demon suddenly shouted. However, Gu Hai had already knocked the bear demon into the ritual array with his full power. Strength to pick up mountains, unparalleled might. A loud roar suddenly came from the ritual array. Boom. The bear demon's miserable cry came from the ritual array. Rumble. The ritual array struggled for a while. However, it seemed like the bear demon could not get out. Outside, Gu Hai sent the bear demon flying with his saber strike. However, the wolf demon clawed at his back. The wolf demon gave off a metallic sound. Boom. The wolf demon knocked Gu Hai into the air. The clothes on his back tore apart. However, his skin remained intact. How can this be? Why was there a layer of armor on your back earlier? Did I see wrongly? The wolf demon exclaimed. Earlier, Gu Hai had driven the life ender saber to grow new bones on his back, forming armor to protect his back. That was how he managed to block the wolf demon's claw. However, this claw made Gu Hai's chi and blood surge. Again? Gu Hai stepped forward and charged again. Roar. Roar. The 2 wolves and 2 leopards suddenly roared and pounced. Gu Hai had experience from earlier. Without the bear demon, he felt much less pressure. The Heavenly Saber death match revolved around Xiao Qin as the Crimson Saber repeatedly clashed with the 4 animal demons. The battle turned chaotic. After fighting for a while, Xiao Qin suddenly found himself in an excellent position. Again. Break. Gu Hai roared. He opened up again and swung his saber at one of the wolf demons with all his might. Roar. The other 3 wolf demons roared and charged at Gu Hai with all their might, braving the damage from the Heavenly Saber death match to attack him. Boom. Another wolf demon crashed into the Gu residence's ritual array. No. That wolf demon shrieked miserably as it met Xiangyu's halberd again in the ritual array. As the 3 wolf demons charged at Gu Hai at the same time, they knocked him into the air. His upper body was already torn, and a layer of bone armor appeared on his body. However, the bone armor vanished in an instant. Gu Hai's skin was fine. Blarg. The strong force inflicted internal injuries on Gu Hai, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Was it just a mouthful of blood? The 3 wolf demons looked at Gu Hai in horror. My eyes did not deceive me. Is that really armor? It was there earlier but it's gone now? The wolf demon exclaimed. Again? Gu Hai charged at the 3 wolf demons while holding his saber. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The 3 wolf demons quickly retreated. Even now, the 3 wolf demons still had not discovered that Gu Hai could not fly. However, everything happened too strangely. Again. Earlier, Xiao Qin had already knocked 2 wolf demons into the 28 line pair world ritual array. Now his advantage was diminishing. You want to leave? Gu Hai immediately charged at the severely injured leopard demon. That leopard demon was the most severely injured and ran the slowest. Roar, the leopard demon roared. However, it did not have a treasure. Gu Hai swung his saber and immediately injured the leopard demon's back again, causing blood to spurt out. Roar, the leopard demon cried out. Go. Gu Hai charged over with a ferocious expression. Boom. The leopard demon crashed into the Gu residence's ritual array again. No. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my might unrivaled. Cries of alarm came from the ritual array. Only the wolf and leopard demon remained. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned around, wanting to leave. You only want to leave now? It's too late. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Ritual array rise. Suddenly, another shout came from the distance. It was Shangguan Hen's shout. Boom. Suddenly, white fog rose from the ground, enveloping the remaining 2 wolf demons. What? The 2 wolf demons' expressions changed. However, it was too late. An azure dragon crescent blade slashed over. Gu Hai's figure flickered, and he vanished into the fog. Boom. Another halberd slashed down. Boom. Boom. The 2 wolf demons immediately lost their hind legs and they fell to the ground. They looked at Xiangyu's cloud beast in horror. Gu Hai stood on the cloud beast's head and looked at the 2 wolf demons coldly. You are not smart, yet you tried to assassinate me? Earlier, when I sent Shangguan Hen to protect the citizens, I just wanted him to organize the people to lay the ritual array. You want to fight me? Don't you want to see what others do? Gu Hai snorted coldly. Gu Hai, what do you want? Gu Hai, don't kill me. I can listen to you. I can listen to you. The 2 wolf demons cried out in horror. Gu Hai shook his head and said, There's no need. You are from the Yuanying state. I don't have the time to guard against you all attacking me. Whoosh. Suddenly, white fog wrapped around the 2 wolf demons. What are you doing? The 2 wolf demons asked, feeling confused. The fog made it so that Shangguan Hen and his subordinates could not see what Gu Hai was doing. Boom. While Xiangyu stepped on the wolf demon, Gu Hai reached out and pulled out the life ender saber. Ching. The saber stabbed into the wolf demon's body. Arg. 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 Don't eat me. Arg. The wolf demon screamed in horror. The moment the wolf demon screamed, the leopard demon screamed in horror as well. Skeleton? Don't eat me. Save me. Gao Lushing. Save me. Gao Lushing. Arg. The leopard demon and wolf demon screamed extremely shrilly, chilling Shangguan Hen and the others. However, Gu Hai started controlling the ritual array, enveloping the 2 wolf demons with the white fog. Everyone could only feel helpless. What did Milord do to the 2 wolf demons? It was not just Shangguan Hen's ritual array. Soon, the screams of the leopard demon, wolf demon, and bear demon came from Guqin's ritual array in the Gu residence. Arga. The 5 wolf demons' heart-wrenching screams chilled everyone's hearts. However, the commoners cheered, Kill them, old Master Gu, kill them. My father died a miserable death. Lord Gu, kill these wolf demons and take revenge for my father. Sob. 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 My son, why did you get eaten by the wolf demons? Lord Gu will take revenge for you. Pained cries rang out in the small town. On a distant mountain peak, Gao Luxing felt a chill in his heart when he heard the screams of the 5 wolf demons in the ritual array. What exactly happened? The screams lasted for a while before stopping. Under Gu Hai's orders, Shangguan Hen and the others slowly dispelled the ritual array. There were still some cultivators around the small town. The citizens, the Gu residence's evil men, and the Shinji battalion's disciples watched the ritual array in the distance dispel, wanting to see what happened. When the fog scattered, the wolf demon corpses slowly appeared. No, the corpses were gone. Only a pile of bones remained. Did a demon eat their bodies? Gao Liuxing's expression changed. The scene of the first Song sect reappeared. That was the Yuanying state. Even after being eaten, only a pile of bones remained. Good kill. Many thanks, Lord Gu. Many thanks, Lord Gu, for taking revenge for my mother. The citizens cheered amid their grief. The cultivators watching from the small town felt a chill in their hearts. That was the Yuanying state. What kind of monster was this Gu Hai? Qin Tianshan and his subordinates gulped, feeling shocked. Deal with these bones. Gu Hai's voice came from the Gu residence's ritual array. Yes. Shangguan Hen answered. At this moment, Gu Hai had already returned to the soaring pagoda. Then he put away the crimson saber and returned the life ender saber to his stomach. Gu Hai changed his clothes, showing an unsightly expression. The life ender saber had consumed 5 Yuanying state cultivators and returned a strong energy to Xiao Chen. It felt like it pushed his cultivation to the limits again, like he was about to break through. However, he was stuck here, feeling very uncomfortable. Providence? I need to do it quickly. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression amid his discomfort. Adoptive father, you were too incredible earlier. Gu Qin, who was not far away, still felt excited. Get Shangguan Hen to do his best to search the Gu residence's surroundings for the Shinji battalion's disciples. Find their tracks. Send people to cooperate fully. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin answered. Chapter 146. 2 months later, Gu residence in Gu Hai's study, Gu Hai sat before his desk. Gu Qin, Shanghai Hen, Qin Tianshan, and some of the Gu residence's managers stood in front of him. Adoptive father, the Jin Nation and the Lu Nation have already taken complete control. There are still some small rebellions in the country from time to time, but they are no longer a big deal. It is normal for there to be pain during the transition period, Gu Qin said with a smile. That's right. Master, the managers sent good news. The Kai Nation, the Lu Nation, the Jin Nation, and the Qin Nation have all surrendered to my Gu residence. Now they belong to the Gu residence. Only the Zhao Nation remains. However, with Manager Zhao's arrangements, the Zhao Nation is in chaos. Grand Marshal Gao sent troops to the Zhao Nation, and many of the Zhao Nation's cities surrendered. I believe that we will be able to take down the Zhao Nation soon. The Peony sect is behind the Zhao Nation. Did the Peony sect send any disciples? Gu Hai asked after taking a sip of tea. There is no news yet. Gu Qin shook his head. The Peony sect? With countless cultivators heading to the Peony sect, the Peony sect disciples should be overwhelmed. How can they have time to care about the Zhao Nation? Gu Qin smiled. Gu Hai nodded. Since that is the case, send a message to Gao Xinji and Manager Zhao. Tell them to take down the Zhao Nation as soon as possible. Gao Xinji has a group of innate realm cultivators under her command. Don't delay them for too long. Yes. Gu Qin answered. Gu Hai, I heard that a large number of cultivators are joining my Gu residence again? Gu Hai looked at Qin Tianshan. Yes, my lord. 2 months ago, my lord fought 5 Yuanying state fiend kings, shocking countless cultivators in the surroundings. Now, more than 1,000 cultivators, who are usually very difficult to recruit, are willing to join my Gu residence. Qin Tianshan said with satisfaction. If you recruit too many people, it will be easy for problems to arise. Make sure to settle them properly and make a selection. Gu Hai said. Yes. Qin Tianshan answered. Shangguan Hen, how's the search going? Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen furrowed his brows and shook his head. Sir, I did my best to search everywhere and found some traces left by the Shinji battalion's disciples. However, they are very cunning. You still haven't found him? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes. Continue searching, don't stop. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Shangguan Hen replied. Gu Hai suddenly frowned, his face flushed red as if he was somewhat uncomfortable. "Father, what's wrong?" Guqin asked in surprise. "I'm fine." Gu Hai shook his head. It was because the Life Ender saber had devoured the 5-day one budding realm experts previously. As a result, the energy had accumulated in his body and he was unable to break through again. "Is the drought of the 5 nations very serious this time?" Gu Hai looked at an old manager. "Yes, sir." "Yes, master. This year we've received news from various places. It's very serious. There's a drought, thousands of li of fertile farmland, and not a single grain can be harvested. There's also a plague of locusts. In many places, what little food there is has been eaten up by locusts. When the locusts pass through, mountains of corpses are everywhere. The common people have no food to live on, so they have to eat tree bark to survive. There's even a tragic case of bartering. It's been several months and many people have died in various places." Gu Hai frowned as he tapped his fingers on the table in deep thought. Doing good is accumulating merit. Accumulating merit? Accumulating providence? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Master, should my Gu residence make a move? Food is in short supply everywhere. Although my Gu residence has stockpiled food, it cannot save the entire world," that old manager said. "Make a move. Do your best to provide disaster relief," Gu Hai said seriously. "However, master, this subordinate has done some calculations. This natural disaster is too severe. Even if we take over the 5 nations, open up all the national treasuries, and even use all the stockpiled food of my Gu residence, we can only last 2 months to save the world. After that, there will be no more food," the old manager said worriedly. "I already said that we will do our best to provide disaster relief. Send out my Gu residence's orders. Do not raise the price of grain in the various shops," Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes," the old manager said bitterly. "I need beneficence, countless beneficence. As for the grain in 2 months, I will think of a way," Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes," the old manager answered. Jin Nation. The citizens of many places did not care about the Jin Nation's destruction. This was because many of them could no longer survive. Their entire families were about to starve to death. How could they have the energy to care about the country's matters? Some of the trees outside the cities had lost all their bark. They had eaten everything they could, but many people still starved to death. There was no food to eat. Skinny corpses littered some dark corners outside the cities. In a family in a small village, a woman hugged a little boy and cried. An old couple sat beside her, tears streaming down their faces. A middle-aged man also showed a pained expression. "I already made an agreement with the neighboring village's old Wang. We will give Xiaobao to his family and he will give his child to us," the middle-aged man said in pain. No, I don't want to. We can't give Xiaobao to his family. We can't give him. Sup. I won't give him even if I die," the woman cried as she hugged the little boy. "Mother, I'm hungry." The little boy in her embrace cried. The middle-aged man suddenly knelt down. "Xiaobao, father has let you down. However, if we don't give Xiaobao to the old Wang family, our entire family will starve to death. Father, mother, this child cannot be unfilial." Sup. No, I won't eat the old Wang family's child. I don't want to give Xiaobao to the old Wang family. I don't want to. The woman cried bitterly. At this moment, the old man of the old couple hit the kneeling middle-aged man with a wooden stick. "Evil creature, evil son, how could you do such a thing? Your mother and I are already old. How could you bear to give Xiaobao to the old Wang family to eat? I'll beat you to death." The old man hit the middle-aged man painfully. The old woman also stopped the old man and said, "Don't hit him. Our son is also worried sick." The old Li family next door also swapped their son with someone else. "We are the ones who implicated them. The old man hit the middle-aged man and showed a bitter expression. He looked at the old woman and said with a bitter smile, "Wife, we can't give Xiaobao to the old Wang family. Our son and grandson are hungry. Let them eat us." The old woman looked at the old man and showed a sad smile. She nodded. "No, Dad, Mom, don't. I know I was wrong, don't take it too hard." The middle-aged man suddenly cried and hugged the old man's leg. The Li family next door swapped their son for food. After they finished eating, they were hungry again. The whole family cried and hung themselves. "My son, eat us. Don't give Xiaobao to others. He is the root of our family," the old man said while crying. No, the middle-aged man wailed. The woman who was carrying the child also revealed a look of despair. "Father, mother, your daughter-in-law is unfilial. Give Xiaobao to the Wang family. Oh. Mom, I'm hungry. The little boy cried. The entire family fell into a deathly silence. A great sense of despair enveloped the entire family. It was as if the whole family had nothing left to live for. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of a gong was heard from outside the house. Mr. Gugu will open the barn and provide free porridge. Those who don't have enough at home can bring a bowl and line up at the farm. Mr. Gu, open the barn and provide free porridge. Those who don't have enough to eat can bring a bowl and line up at the farm. The gong man outside repeated the announcement loudly. The despairing family in the house suddenly raised their heads together. Unfilial son, what are they saying? Mr. Gu, open the barn and provide free porridge? Free porridge? Mr. Gu, is that the richest man in the 6 nations? Old man, son, daughter-in-law, grandson, we are saved. Open the barn and provide free porridge? Free porridge? Oh, Xiaobao, my Xiaobao. Oh. The woman hugged the child and hugged her head in pain. The family quickly walked out of the house with pots and bowls. This was not the only disaster. Most families had experienced this disaster. The villagers kept gathering at the farm. At this moment, countless refugees had gathered at the huge farm. All of them were dragging their families and holding pots and bowls. They were sallow and emaciated. Above the farm, 10 large pots were set up, and they were continuously cooking porridge. After the porridge was cooked, it was immediately poured into a large bucket and carried to the side to scoop porridge for the refugees. After the big pots were emptied, the porridge was immediately cooked again. The countless refugees lined up in 10 lines and walked to the porridge bucket. Previously, the family of 5 had lined up for a very long time. Finally, they arrived before a porridge bucket and trembled as they handed over a large bowl. Thank you. Thank you. The old man cried emotionally. Don't thank me. You have to thank my master. My master, Guhai, Mr. Good. The person scooping the porridge said with a smile. Yes, yes. Many thanks, Master Gu. Many thanks, Master Gu. The old man's eyes brimmed with tears. The family scooped the porridge and showed sincere gratitude on their faces. Among them, the boy grabbed the large bowl and drank with all his might, unwilling to let go. Soon the boy finished the porridge. Xiaobao is saved. Oh. The woman at the side cried. All right, bring the bowl over. I'll scoop another bowl for the boy. The person holding the large spoon said with a smile. Many thanks. Many thanks. The woman cried gratefully. I already said that this is my master's instructions. My master Guhai is Mr. Gu. If you want to thank someone, thank him. We are just running errands. That person said with a smile. Many thanks, Master Gu. After the family received the porridge, they could not bear to eat it. They slowly moved to the side, and the people behind them continued to receive gifts. When they reached a quiet place, the family treasured the porridge and drank it. Their weak complexions improved slightly. Many thanks, Mr. Gu. My son, daughter-in-law, husband, and Xiaobao, we will kowtow to Mr. Gu. Many thanks to Mr. Gu for saving our lives. We will kowtow to Mr. Gu. The old man said solemnly. All right. The family pulled Xiaobao to his knees in a daze. Then he knelt in the northeast direction, kowtowing in the direction of the Gu residence from a great distance away. When the many disaster victims who survived their temporary crisis saw this family kneel, they also knelt, thanking Mr. Gu from a great distance away. This scene happened in the Qin Nation, Kai Nation, Lu Nation, and Jin Nation. Opening the granaries and providing relief to the disaster victims was a great favor, a great deed, and a great deed. Immediately, sincere gratitude turned into beneficence. The will of heaven seemed to guide these beneficents in the direction of the Gu residence. Many strands of beneficence gathered into providence and charged at Gu Hai. Gu residence, soaring pagoda. Gu Hai sat at the top of the pagoda looking at some information on various places. Suddenly, it was like a strong wind appeared out of nowhere and rushed into his body. That familiar feeling. Beneficence. Beneficence gathered from all over the world, gathering into providence and charging at Gu Hai. Gu Hai felt like all the pores in his body opened, and a comfortable feeling filled his body. Providence? Indeed, doing good deeds accumulates beneficence. Doing good deeds accumulates beneficence. Doing good deeds has rewards. Ah, this feeling is about to break through. Gu Hai let out a long breath. Chapter 147. During the drought, the people suffered greatly. The Gu residents opened up the granary to distribute food, a great act of kindness. This attracted the sincere gratitude of countless disaster victims. Many thoughts of gratitude gathered into a river and flowed towards the Gu residents. Gu residence, soaring pagoda. As Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation, everyone and everything were blocked outside the pagoda. Gu Qin, Shengguanhen and Qin Tianshan stood guard outside the soaring pagoda, protecting Gu Hai. Rumble. The sound of metal clanging came from the soaring pagoda. That sounds like bones clanging? What cultivation did Milord break through? Qin Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Shengguanhen frowned slightly and shook his head. Clearly he did not know either. Gu Hai sat cross-legged in the soaring pagoda. His bones gave off clanging sounds. Back when he was in the Dragon Pagoda sect, the Life Ender Saber absorbed the boundless energy of the Dragon Vein in the 29 worlds, which gave Gu Hai a large amount of energy to strengthen his bones. However, in the later stages he reached a bottleneck. Due to the accumulation of energy, there was no qualitative change. Now, with the surging beneficence gathering a large amount of providence, Shaoqin broke through this bottleneck, and his bones underwent a transformation. Rumble. A loud sound reverberated in Gu Hai's body. After 6 hours, Gu Hai's body trembled. Boom. A loud sound rang out. Only then did Gu Hai's bones stop clanging. Instead they gave off cracking sounds. After another 2 hours they slowly calmed down. Gu Hai opened his eyes. At this moment he was already covered in sweat as he stretched out his right palm. Ching. Under the control of his will, a bone slowly pierced out of his palm. After the transformation, the bone remained silvery white. However, this bone now gave off a metallic luster, looking as dense as silver. However, it was much tougher than silver. It was a silvery white metallic bone. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a sword. Ching. The silvery white bone easily pierced through the sword. It was incredibly sharp. Is this considered a breakthrough in my external cultivation? Gu Hai sighed. Whoosh. Under the control of his will, the bone slowly shrank back into his body. The skin that had been pierced recovered in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Gu Hai closed his eyes again and sensed his dantian. Other than the breakthrough in his external cultivation, the Jinqi in his dantian also seemed to have reached a limit and was on the verge of a breakthrough. That comfortable feeling was still present in his body, and it was still in the process of filling up his body. Slowly, it formed a golden halo around Gu Hai's body. He closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his dantian. His dantian was filled to the brim with Jinqi. The dragon-shaped Jinqi swirled in the vortex, gathering Jinqi. However, the 9 fist-sized Jinqi vortexes seemed to repel each other. He was unable to take another step forward. Ong. The dragon-shaped Jinqi roared as it pushed the true dragon innate skill to its limits. The power of the cyclone could only be this strong. Hu. Suddenly, strands of golden energy flowed into his dantian. The golden energy was none other than the virtuous virtue from all over the world. The golden providence slowly flowed into the 9 fist-sized balls of quintessential essence. Buzz. The 9 true essences slowly fused together, slowly fusing into one within the aura. Boom. The fusion of the 9 true essences immediately gave off a loud sound. A strong force rushed out of Xiao Chen's dantian. Boom. A loud sound came from Gu Hai's body, and a current suddenly surged out. A watermelon-sized ball of purple quintessential essence slowly spun in his dantian. The vortex spun above it as though it wanted to gather all the quintessential essence in his body into it. However, it seemed to have reached its limit, and the quintessential essence could not increase by a single bit. The quintessential essence flowed through his meridians, looking like it had reached a critical point. Buzz. Gu Hai opened his eyes and looked at his clenched hands. Then he took a deep breath and said, 10th layer innate realm, consummation of the innate realm. I can break through to the golden core realm now? Gu Hai's providence was still increasing. He was very satisfied with his current state. Providence? Back when I was in the acquired realm, if I had established my country earlier and obtained the help of the providence, perhaps I would not have needed to spend so much effort to reach the innate realm. Gu Hai said thoughtfully. Then Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, even so back then the various countries were controlled by the various large sections. With my strength back then, it was impossible to establish a country. After taking a deep breath, Gu Hai slowly stood up. There was an indescribable feeling of comfort in his body. Slowly, Gu Hai walked to the window of the soaring pagoda. Foster father, you broke through? Gu Qin asked joyfully. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. After obtaining the providence, Gu Hai confirmed that establishing a country was the right thing to do. Another 10 days passed. During this time, the providence continued to gather. Gu Hai's body seemed to have a trace of golden light, making him look like a god. Gu Hai frowned again at this moment. It was originally an extremely comfortable matter. Although the presence of fate energy was very comfortable, it was also dissipating. As time passed, the fate energy that was temporarily useless would slowly dissipate. This would cause a great waste. I have to figure out how to accumulate and store providence. Otherwise, a large amount of providence will be wasted. When it is needed, it will not be enough. Gu Hai thought. After sitting in the study for a while, Shangguan Hen asked for an audience. Sir, we found the Shinji Battalion's disciples. But Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Hai with a wry smile. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. They seemed to have encountered a great battle. The ground was covered in blood. We also found the corpse of a Shinji Battalion's disciple. Shangguan Hen said with a wry smile. As he spoke, two villains brought in a stretcher. On it lay the corpse of a Shinji Battalion's disciple in armor. Gu Hai examined it slightly. Killed with a single blow. Pierced through the heart? Shangguan Hen nodded. Yes. He was sent flying and fell into a hidden bush. That's why his corpse was left behind. I guess some other Shinji Battalion's disciples also died, but their corpses are all gone. And there are no footprints of anyone leaving. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Godfather, Godfather. Gu Qin ran into the room from outside in a hurry. Gu Hai looked at him in confusion. Godfather, there is a person outside. He brought in 1,000 heads. He said that he killed 1,000 Shinji Battalion's disciples, led by Gao Lusheng. He said that he wanted to give them to you. Gu Qin frowned. After all, it was too strange. Was he here to deliver the heads? Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen exchanged glances. First young master, who is it? Shangguan Hen asked in shock. I'm not sure. It's a white-haired old man with sparse hair. He was rather polite to us. He brought 1,000 heads in 10 large boxes. I don't know how they were transported here. Gu Qin said with a frown. Let's go and take a look. Gu Hai said with a frown. Shangguan Hen and Gu Qin followed closely behind. Soon, Gu Hai arrived outside the Gu residence's ritual array. Master. My lord. The surrounding Gu residence members bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Everyone surrounded a corner of the plaza. 10 huge wooden chests were placed on the square. The chests were wide open, and each of them contained 100 bloody skulls. Suddenly, Gu Hai saw a familiar face. One of the heads was the one that accompanied Li Haoran in the past. Is this Gao Lusheng? An old man in loose robes stood before the 10 boxes. He was balding, with white hair at his temples and a ruddy complexion. This old man is Yao Jingtian. Greetings, Mr. Good. The white-haired old man said with a faint smile. Oh, greetings, Mr. Yao. May I ask what is the meaning of these 10 boxes of heads? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. These 1,000 people are the disciples of the Shinji Battalion. They lobbied experts from all over to assassinate Mr. Good. Unfortunately, they ran into this old man, so this old man dealt with them all to give Mr. Good a greeting gift. Yao Jingtian said with a faint smile. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Good, there is no need to be suspicious. While they wanted to deal with Mr. Good, they also had a grudge with this old man. I just used this opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yao Jingtian smiled. Gu Hai was slightly surprised. This person was rather honest. He did not completely push this as a gift but as a convenience. Mr. Yao, this humble one has never met Mr. Yao before. May I ask if Mr. Yao is? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Mr. Good should know me. Yao Jingtian smiled. Oh. In the past, this humble one brought 3,000 subordinates to the great Feng Mafia family. Many people should have heard of me. However, I met the Shinji Battalion commander, Li Haoran, and fought with him. At that time, I had no choice but to retreat to the sea. Unfortunately, my 3,000 subordinates were killed by the Shinji Battalion. That is how my grudge with the Shinji Battalion came about. Yao Jingtian smiled. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly constricted. You are that sea beast Baxia? Back when Gu Hai was imprisoned in the great Feng Mafia family, sea beast Baxia brought 3,000 sea beasts ashore and triggered the weather to snatch the dragon vein? That is this old man. Yao Jingtian smiled faintly. The Shinji Battalion's disciples ate 3,000 of my subordinates. Naturally, I ate 1,000 of the Shinji Battalion's disciples as well, leaving only the heads for Mr. Good. I hope you can forgive me. I came here to ask for a favor. I hope I did not disturb Mr. Good, Yao Jingtian said with a smile. Gu Hai's expression changed. Then he nodded and said, Mr. Yao came from afar. This way please. Many thanks, Mr. Good. Yao Jingtian nodded. Yao Jingtian followed Gu Hai into the ritual array enveloping the Gu residence, leaving his subordinates stunned. The sea beast Baxia? Did I hear wrong? It's him? An evil man exclaimed. Milord is getting increasingly incredible. Even the sea beast Baxia is here to ask for a favor? Yao Jingtian? I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. So it is Baxia? The evil men felt both shocked and proud. Milord's face was their face. To think that the mighty sea beast Baxia of the Thousand Islands Sea was so polite to Milord? Gu Hai led Yao Jingtian to a large hall. Gu Qin, Shangguan Hen and Chen Tianshan accompanied him. Mr. Yao, please. Gu Hai gestured for Yao Jingtian to sit. Many thanks. Yao Jingtian said politely. Gu Qin stepped forward and poured tea for the two. Mr. Yao, you are not here for the dragon vein, right? Gu Hai asked, feeling bewildered. Yao Jingtian shook his head and said, this old man has already seen through it. That dragon vein is not something I can get my hands on. Old man Guanxi set up a trap. Touching it will result in death. Hence, Mr. Good, there is no need to worry. I'm not here for that. This time, I do have a favor to ask of Mr. Good. Chapter 148. Mr. Yao, you are not here for the dragon vein, right? Gu Hai asked, feeling suspicious. Yao Jingtian shook his head and said, this old man has already seen through it. That dragon vein is not something I can get my hands on. Old man Guanxi set up a trap. Touching it will result in death. Hence, Mr. Good, there is no need to worry. I'm not here for that. This time, I do have something to ask of Mr. Good. Gu Hai said, feeling suspicious. Speaking of which, Mr. Good, do you still remember when I turned into my true form and led 3,000 ocean fiends onto 9-5 Island? Yao Jingtian smiled. That's right. After that, I often wondered why Mr. Yao caused such a huge commotion when you could take human form. 3,000 ocean fiends opened a path for you, and you turned into your true form. Everywhere you stepped, thunderclouds spread for 500 kilometers. Exposing yourself like that is... Gu Hai frowned slightly. Too ostentatious. Yao Jingtian smiled. Gu Hai did not answer, but that was the gist in his eyes. It is not that this humble one wants to do this, but that I have no choice. Yao Jingtian smiled bitterly. 8 odd years ago, when I was just born, my father was an animal spirit king in the Eastern Sea, ruling a sea region. Although he was not as strong as the Tong Tian, he reigned supreme in the sea region for 500,000 kilometers around. My family lived very comfortably in the underwater palace. Unexpectedly that year, a sky chess pavilion disciple barged in and got eaten by my father. Originally, I thought that no one knew about it. However, in the end it attracted a huge calamity. Yao Jingtian smiled bitterly. A huge calamity? The great Feng Mafia family's Baxia tortoise shell? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, that is my father's tortoise shell. If you do not want others to know about it, you should not have done it in the first place. My father could not escape. Then old man Guanxi refined the tortoise shell into a spiritual item to seal the dragon vein. Not long ago I turned into my true form. My true form resonated with the heavens, allowing me to sense my father's aura. That was how I tracked him to the great Feng Mafia family and obtained what my father left behind. Yao Jingtian explained solemnly. You came to find me because of this? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yao Jingtian nodded and smiled bitterly. The Khanate realm has a lifespan of 200 years. The Golden Core realm had a lifespan of 400 years. The Yuanying state had a lifespan of 800 years. However, the Yuanying state was a great dividing line. One could cultivate to a maximum of 1,000 years. This old man is 846 years old this year. Because I have passed the third period of the Yuanying state, I am over 800 years old. However, the 1,000-year limit is approaching. I have no choice but to find my father's giant shell. Oh, is that giant shell useful to you? Yes, it can help me break through again. Before we die, we can condense our life's blood and sweat into our giant shell, leaving it for our descendants. Our descendants can rely on the accumulation of our fathers and ancestors to reach greater heights. Yao Jingtian didn't hide anything. Gu Hai looked at Yao Jingtian in confusion. Yao Jingtian suddenly stood up, his body swaying slightly. Ka. A small tortoiseshell slowly appeared on his back. A go board was placed on the tortoiseshell. Mr. Good, you see it, right? The 29-line pair World Go game is a shackle. Although I obtained my father's giant shell and merged with it, this go board is still on it. It is like a seal shackle that shackles me. I have been thinking of ways to undo it all this time, but I have been unable to undo it. Some of my subordinates have placed Go pieces for me, but the power of the Go board is too strong. More than a dozen of them have already died. I only learned that Mr. Good possesses such Go skills when the news from the dragon pinning sect spread. Mr. Yao, there is no need for this. Mr. Good immediately stopped Yao Jingtian. Mr. Good, just tell me what you need. I will do my best to help, Yao Jingtian said Mr. Good solemnly. There is no need, Mr. Yao. It is just a small matter. Show me the Go board. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yao Jingtian felt slightly surprised. However, he immediately turned his back to Gu Hai and showed the Go board to Gu Hai. The 29-line pair world Go game? Huh. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. What's wrong? Mr. Good? Yao Jingtian asked worriedly. It is also the 29-line pair world Go game, but it is different from the dragon pinning sects? Gu Hai asked with raised eyebrows. It's different? Yao Jingtian said worriedly. There is no need to worry, Mr. Yao. Although it is different, it seems to be easier than the dragon pinning sects. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Yao Jingtian showed a complicated expression. Gu Hai looked at the Go board for about 1 incense stick's worth of time. Clack. Then he picked up a black Go stone beside the Go board and placed it on the board. Clack. The white Go stones automatically moved. Clack. Smack. 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 The black and white Go stones moved back and forth. The more Gu Hai played, the more engrossed he became. The changes in the Go board also affected Yao Jingtian. Yao Jingtian suddenly felt pain in his back. However, he endured the pain and did not say a word. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. Smack. Smack. Gu Hai played for about 1 hour. Boom. Suddenly, the Go board exploded and shattered, turning into a thick fog that spread out. However, the fog quickly returned to Yao Jingtian's body. Buzz. Yao Jingtian's body immediately gave off a blue light, and the surroundings trembled. However, Gu Hai immediately sat down and closed his eyes in deep thought. Gu Qin and the others waited patiently on the side, not saying a word. After a while, Yao Jingtian's body trembled, and a powerful aura erupted from his body like a gale. The gale blew the surrounding tables and chairs into disarray. Mr. Yao. Gu Qin grimaced. Yao Jingtian suddenly came to his senses and waved his hand. The gale immediately stopped. Eldest young master, there's no need to worry. When the Go board was undone, a surge of energy rushed to my heart, helping me make a breakthrough. I couldn't stop it for a moment and caused some damage. I'm truly sorry. Yao Jingtian immediately apologized with a smile. Alright, it's fine anyway. Mr. Yao, has the influence of the Go board been completely removed? Gu Qin frowned. It has been completely removed. Moreover, old man Guanxi seems to have predicted today. When the Go board was undone, he gave me a very nourishing energy. Truly, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Everything seems to be within old man Guanxi's calculations. Yao Jingtian bitterly smiled. Oh. Gu Qin revealed some shock. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai closed his eyes in deep thought. Although he had solved the Go board, he was still thinking about the earlier Go board. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. It is actually a chain game? Gu Hai exclaimed with some shock. What chain game? Yao Jingtian asked, feeling confused. The 29-line pair world Go puzzle should not be 1 game but 3. It should be a chain game that progresses step by step. Your Go board is the simplest and can only be considered an elementary piece. The dragon pinning sex is an intermediate piece. There should be an advanced piece. Gu Hai exclaimed. Elementary piece, intermediate piece, and advanced piece? How big is the difference? Yao Jingtian exclaimed. The dragon pinning sex intermediate piece is 10 times more complicated than your elementary piece. Gu Hai said solemnly. 10 times? Then wouldn't the advanced piece be? I don't know. It should be at least 10 times more difficult than the intermediate piece. Even I don't know if I can solve it. Gu Hai said bitterly. Yao Jingtian smiled bitterly. Why did old man Guanxi leave behind such a difficult Go board? The dragon tail is the elementary piece, and the dragon body is the intermediate piece. In that case, the peony sex dragon head should be the advanced piece, right? Perhaps. Gu Hai nodded. However, Yao Jingtian's expression suddenly turned solemn. Solemnly, he bowed to Gu Hai and said, Mr. Good, many thanks for this. Mr. Yao, there is no need to be so polite. It was just a small matter. Gu Hai smiled. To Mr. Good it was a small matter. However, to this humble one, it was a life-saving grace. If Mr. Good has any errands in the future, just call on this humble one. I will send my subordinates here to await your orders. Yao Jingtian said solemnly. Mr. Yao is too polite. Gu Hai smiled noncommittally. I see an indistinct golden light around Mr. Good. That should be providence, right? Furthermore, I heard that Mr. Good is currently collecting this mundane region. Is Mr. Good preparing to establish a nation? Yao Jingtian asked, feeling curious. He does have such plans. Gu Hai did not hide it. After all, almost everyone outside could guess it. Establishing a nation is good. Establishing a nation can store providence. That way the collected providence will not dissipate in vain. Yao Jingtian smiled. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. However, if Mr. Good can collect 9 Five Islands dragon vein, that would be great. The dragon vein can suppress a nation's providence. Solemnly, Yao Jingtian said. Mr. Yao, please take a seat. Can you tell me more about it? Gu Hai's interest was immediately piqued. If Mr. Good doesn't mind, then this humble one will speak out of turn. Does Mr. Good know about the divine continent? Yao Jingtian sat down and smiled. I have heard of it many times. Gu Hai nodded. The divine continent is the main location of this world. Although my Thousand Islands Sea looks huge compared to the entire divine continent, it is a barren land. Solemnly, Yao Jingtian said. A barren land? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. That's right. Take the dragon vein as an example. In my Thousand Islands Sea, not a single one has appeared in the past 800 years. However, in the divine continent, which is blessed by nature, a new dragon vein appears every 10 years, Yao Jingtian said. Solemnly, Gu Hai nodded. Oh. Perhaps the duration is even shorter. The dragon vein is needed by those who establish a nation. This is because the dragon vein can suppress the nation's providence. Hence, the emperor of every dynasty must have a dragon vein to nurture in their territory to suppress the nation's providence. Yao Jingtian explained. Nurture a dragon? Nurture a dragon vein? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. That's right. Sects use spiritual treasures to suppress providence, while nations use imperial seals to suppress providence. The imperial seal is the head of the dragon vein. Didn't Long Wanqing have a dragon luring jade? Yao Jingtian explained. That's right. I've seen that dragon luring jade before. Gu Hai nodded. The dragon luring jade is the material used to make the imperial seal. Mr. Good can use the dragon luring jade to collect the dragon vein and refine it into the imperial seal. He can then send a strand of his consciousness into the dragon vein to refine it completely. After that, he can return the dragon vein to your nation and let it hide under the ground. Using providence and earth chi to nurture the dragon vein will become stronger and stronger. It can help you suppress more and more providence. When the providence is connected, it will become the providence of your nation. Yao Jingtian explained. Refine the dragon vein and nurture it in my territory? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This is just the beginning. A dynasty is just a lesser nation. As the nation's power grows, the dragon vein will continue to evolve. The nation will also become stronger and stronger. Slowly it will become a lesser nation. Slowly, it will become an imperial dynasty China, and then a celestial dynasty. Currently, there are only 3 celestial dynasties in the world. Yao Jingtian explained. A dynasty is just the beginning? A lesser nation? Then what would our former mortal kingdoms be considered? These are the former Qin nation, Song nation, Kai nation, and so on? Gu Hai said in surprise. These can't be considered providence dynasties. They are just small nations. How can they be compared to a dynasty? Do they have their own dragon veins? No. Even if they collect providence, it will be no more than 100 yuan. However, the providence of a dynasty is at least 10,000 yuan. Only with 10,000 yuan providence can one be called providence. The dragon vein suppresses the providence, and the nation's providence will become more prosperous. Yao Jingtian explained. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. A dynasty's providence? A dynasty would have at least 10,000 yuan providence? After a dynasty is established, not only can providence be used by the emperor, but it can also be given to the ministers. It can also help the ministers cultivate faster. When providence reaches the nation, all the ministers and ministers will benefit. The spirit chi of heaven and earth will gather, and the speed of cultivation will increase exponentially. Yao Jingtian explained. Gu Qin and Chen Tianshan's eyes were filled with shock. Only Shang Guanhen's expression did not change. He sat at the side as if he had already known. A dynasty founder needs to nurture their own dragon vein? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 149. Yao Jingtian's description seemed to have opened a new door for Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned as he listened. By the way, Mr. Good, speaking of which, I also have a book on establishing a nation. I obtained it by accident when I went to the Divine Continent. Yao Jingtian said with a change of expression. Oh. Gu Hai said, feeling confused. Yao Jingtian flipped his hand and took out a silk scroll. The words Heavenly Dynasty Outline were written on the scroll. This Heavenly Dynasty Outline should not be a secret. If Mr. Good goes to the Divine Continent, you should be able to obtain it as well. Yao Jingtian handed it over. Gu Hai received it and gently opened it. Countless words were densely written on the silk. However, at this moment they sounded like heavenly scriptures. When Gu Hai looked at them, he suddenly felt intoxicated. Mr. Good, I'll give this Heavenly Dynasty Outline to you. I hope it will be useful to you. Yao Jingtian said with a smile. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn as he put away the Heavenly Dynasty Outline. Then he bowed slightly to Yao Jingtian. Many thanks, Mr. Yao. This Heavenly Dynasty Outline saved me from taking countless detours. It's good that it's useful to you. This humble one just made a breakthrough and needs to find a place to stabilize it. I will take my leave first. Soon I will send sea demons to guard this place. If anything happens, they can inform me at any time. Yao Jingtian said solemnly. All right, I'll send you off, Mr. Yao. Gu Hai said with a smile. The group slowly sent Yao Jingtian out of the Gu residence. Goodbye, Mr. Good. Yao Jingtian bowed slightly and stepped into the air, flying to the horizon in the blink of an eye. As Gu Hai watched Yao Jingtian leave, he felt extremely happy. Adoptive father, this Mr. Yao is really interesting. How should we deal with these 1,000 heads? Gu Qin asked with a smile. Mr. Yao? He came at the right time. Gu Hai sighed. As for these heads, bury them. Gu Hai said with a shake of his head. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. After giving some instructions, Gu Hai returned to the soaring pagoda and carefully studied the outline of the Celestial Dynasty. The Celestial Dynasty outline was not a cultivation method but an article on how to establish a Fate dynasty. Although there were many things that were not recorded in establishing a Fate dynasty, this general framework was enough for Gu Hai. As for what happened in the future, he would slowly figure it out. The Emperor, the 9 and 5 Supremes, all under the heavens is the Emperor's land, all the people on the shores of the earth are the Emperor's subjects? Gu Hai was deep in thought as he read the Celestial Empire. At this moment, Gu Hai's understanding of Li Guo became clearer. After establishing the country, helping the refugees was a good deed. Stabilizing the world and ensuring the happiness of the people is the accumulation of virtue. Defending against foreign enemies and annihilating enemy invaders is a good deed. Opening up new territories and seizing the destiny of other countries were accumulating good karma. As long as the country was established, there would be ways to continuously increase one's providence. People first, territory first. As one's providence increased day by day, it connected to one's luck, and the country's luck flourished. No wonder those sects want to keep the ordinary people in captivity. Unfortunately, the sects on 9-5 Island are too mediocre. They only create disasters when they need beneficence. Then, they help the ordinary people resolve their problems to obtain beneficence and providence. Sometimes, the immortals that people pray to are not the ones that resolve their disasters like they think they are, Gu Hai said after some thought. As Gu Hai studied the outline of the Celestial Dynasty, he directed his subordinates to take over the 4 nations. Another month later. Adoptive father, although my Gu residence has accumulated many talents, we still do not have enough to govern this vast territory. Gu Qin said with a bitter smile. Prepare to set up an imperial examination and recruit useful talents. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. By the way, adoptive father, the various shopkeepers sent word that if we continue to help the refugees, we might not have enough food. We can only last for 1 month at most. Gu Qin said worriedly. Food. Isn't the white cloud flying ship with you? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Yes. Bring a large amount of gold and head to the mundane regions of 9-5 Island to buy food there. Since we are going to do it well. Gu Hai said seriously. Oh yes. Gu Qin said solemnly. Leave this matter to me. Just leave this matter to Shangguan Hen. Also, send people to follow Shangguan Hen to the other 5 mundane regions to seek out the various sovereigns and negotiate for them to surrender, Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Gu Qin answered. How's the construction of the palace going? Gu Hai asked again. We already hired craftsmen and are working day and night. However, adoptive father, isn't this palace that you are going to build too big? Is it going to cover the entire Hulao Pass? Gu Qin asked with a somewhat complicated expression. Hulao Pass was a vast territory. That was 1/4 of the former Qin nation's territory. They were not building a super-imperial city but an imperial palace. Was this the so-called Gu residence? This is too big. Big? The Heavenly Dynasty's essentials mentioned that the imperial city of China was as big as 9-5 Island. This is just a small piece of land. Is it big? Gu Hai smiled. Yes. Gu Qin nodded, feeling confused. The world is as big as one's heart. Our accumulations are indeed very shallow. However, we can slowly accumulate. I firmly believe that we will reach that height one day. Furthermore, we need to reach that height. Otherwise, we will never be able to take revenge for your adoptive mother. That enemy is also from a large faction. Gu Hai said through clenched teeth. Yes. Gu Qin nodded with a solemn expression. Go and get Shangguan Hen to come see me. I have some things to tell him, Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin answered and left. After calling for Shangguan Hen, Gu Hai quickly made arrangements. There was a drought here and there was a shortage of food. Gu Hai needed to quickly find a large amount of food. This was not just to gain the gratitude of the disaster victims, but also to obtain beneficence and providence. More importantly, it was to stabilize the hearts of the people. Under such a natural disaster, Gu Hai did his best to save the world. This could be considered winning the hearts of the people. Although he destroyed many nations, the people's hearts were on his side. Naturally, they would not listen to those with ulterior motives and rebel against Gu Hai's regime. Another month later, in Gu Hai's study, Gu Qin, the old shopkeepers, and Gu Qin stood on either side of Gu Hai's desk. Congratulations, master. Gao Xianji's army broke into the Zhao nation's imperial capital. The Zhao nation is completely destroyed. An old shopkeeper said excitedly. Gao Xianji has a group of innate experts, and the Peony sect did not interfere in the Zhao nation's matters. It would be strange if they could not take down the Zhao nation by now, Gu Hai said indifferently. Oh yes. The old shopkeeper nodded, suppressing his excitement. The Zhao nation is also suffering from a drought. Gu Qin, inform shopkeeper Zhao to immediately arrange for relief for the disaster victims and help them survive this disaster year. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Gu Qin answered. The people have already suffered greatly from the war and natural disasters. Tell Gao Xianji to reorganize military discipline. If anyone dares to take advantage of the chaos to harass the people, punish them severely. Gu Hai said. Yes. Tell Shangguan Hen to quickly send food to the Zhao nation to prevent food shortages. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Tell Dao Ba to protect the newly appointed officials with all his might. Do not let anything happen during this time of chaos. I do not want the assassination incident in the Jin nation's border city to happen again. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Gu Hai issued one order after another. Qin Tianshan called out from outside the study. My lord. Come in. Gu Hai said doubtfully. Wasn't Qin Tianshan currently recruiting cultivators? Why did he come here? Qin Tianshan immediately entered the study. When he saw Gu Hai, he said with a solemnly expression, My lord, the hall master is here. Hall master? Long Wanqing? Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. Yes, and the hall master's mood seems to be. Qin Tianshan had a strange expression. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn. All right, the meeting ends here. You may go back to your work. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. All the shopkeepers responded and quickly retreated from the study. Gu Qin also retreated. Only Gu Hai and Qin Tianshan remained. What happened to the hall master? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The hall master seems to be in a sorry state. I can't say for sure. My lord, go and take a look for yourself. Qin Tianshan said bitterly. Where is Venerable Lun Yan? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Venerable Lun Yan is not here. Only the hall master is here. She seems to have suffered greatly, Qin Tianshan explained. Lead the way. Qin Tianshan quickly led Gu Hai out of the study and into a large hall in the distance. At this moment, Long Wanqing's 3 servants stood respectfully at the entrance of the large hall. Back when they were recuperating in the Gu residence, they had lent Gu Qin the white cloud flying ship. After recuperating for a few months, they had recovered significantly. When they saw Gu Hai arrive, they said respectfully, Division Master Gu, the hall master is inside. Gu Hai nodded and stepped into the large hall. Qin Tianshan and the 3 servants waited outside the hall. When Gu Hai entered the large hall, he immediately saw Long Wanqing. However, at this moment Long Wanqing appeared in a sorry state. Her hair was disheveled and she looked travel-worn. There was some soot on her face and her clothes were somewhat tattered. However, she did not seem to care about her image at all. She held a teacup with an anxious expression on her face. When Gu Hai entered the large hall, Long Wanqing suddenly looked up. The instant Long Wanqing saw Gu Hai, her eyes reddened. "Gu Hai, I finally found you." Long Wanqing cried as she threw herself at Xiao Qin. She grabbed Gu Hai's sleeve as if she feared that Gu Hai would run away. "Hallmaster, what's wrong? Where is Venerable Lun Yan?" Gu Hai asked in shock. Long Wanqing's crying expression looked exceptionally pitiful. She did not let go of Gu Hai's arm as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw. "Gu Hai, quickly save the Venerable. Please save them. Sop, sop, sop. They're all going to die. They have all turned into stone. They have all turned into stone." Long Wanqing said as she cried. "What? Turned into stone?" Gu Hai revealed some doubt. "They are not stone. They have turned into ghost stones. They have turned into ghost stones. I nearly turned into stone as well. In the end, the Venerable saved me and pushed me out. He told me to look for you, saying that only you can save him. Sop, sop. Venerable Lun Yan raised me since I was young. He is like my father, always accompanying me and protecting me. Now he is going to die and become a ghost stone. Please save the Venerable." Long Wanqing said incoherently as she cried. "Turned into ghost stones?" Gu Hai revealed a confused expression. "Can a person turn into ghost stones?" Chapter 150. After explaining the various matters of the Gu residence to the various managers, Gu Hai left with Long Wanqing. Gu Hai led Gu Qin, Shanghai Hen, the evil men, and some of the Gu residence's managers to the flying ship, heading for the Peony sect. Long Wanqing had freshened up and changed her clothes. She looked much fresher and cleaner, but her eyes were still filled with anxiety. The 3 servants stood respectfully at the side. "Hallmaster, we will stop at the Peony sect later. Shangguan Hen and my men might need to use your flying ship to transport grain to other places," Gu Hai explained. "It's fine. It's fine as long as you can go. You can use the flying ship however you want," Long Wanqing said straightforwardly. Gu Hai nodded. Right now, the 5 nations had submitted to the Gu residence. There were too many things to do, so no one could leave. Originally, Gu Qin wanted to stay behind to manage the situation. However, Gu Qin repeatedly asked, so Gu Hai agreed to let him follow. After all, although the Gu residence was just one residence, Gu Hai valued talents. The Gu residence's managers were very detailed, so there were many things that they did not have to worry about. Everything just had to go according to plan. "Hallmaster, can you describe the situation at the Peony sect in more detail?" Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. "That day we went to the Peony sect together and discovered that the sect was in a state of desolation. There were still a dozen or so scattered disciples left, and they were at a loss for what to do. We went to capture a few and question them. We found out that something strange had happened at Peony Peak. A giant peony flower had condensed. A group of Peony sect disciples, led by the sect master of the Peony sect, stepped into it one after another and never came out. Dragon roars came from the huge peony flower. We all thought that it was the dragon vein. After thinking for a while, Li Haoran sent people in to test it out. When they found no danger, they went in. Then we saw Old Man Guanxi." Long Wanqing said bitterly. "Old Man Guanxi?" Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. It should be a puppet he left behind. Old Man Guanxi laid out the life chess pieces and the death chess pieces. In these 2 chess pieces, if one did not enter life, then they would enter death. Life chess and Old Man Guanxi's puppet. Death chess, I don't know either. Long Wanqing's eyes flashed with regret. Life and death chess? Gu Hai was puzzled. In the beginning we entered the life chess area and played against Old Man Guanxi. But once we lost a piece, we were immediately crushed into pieces by the inexplicable chess formation. No one dared to go down. At that time we wanted to retreat, but once we entered that giant peony we couldn't. It was either the life chess or the death chess. Just as we retreated, we were pushed into the abyss of the death chess by a force. In the blink of an eye, everyone became Go. At that time I was also about to become Go, but Master saved me in the end. He used all his strength to encircle me with the dragon-fixing hoop and pushed me out of the abyss. I was the only one to escape. Long Wanqing said miserably. "The dragon-fixing hoop?" Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Long Wanqing immediately took out a golden hoop. This was the treasure of Song Pingxing, which Venerable Lun Yen obtained before Song Pingxing died. Venerable Lun Yen said that this dragon-fixing hoop was a treasure that old man Guanqi refined. Hence, that might be the reason why I managed to escape. Long Wanqing smiled bitterly. You saw them turn into ghost stones? Guhai asked, feeling puzzled. Yes, they all turned into ghost stones. Some turned into white ghost stones and some turned into black ghost stones. I saw it. Do you think they are still alive? Long Wanqing said in a panic. Don't worry too much. Back then, didn't my 3,000 subordinates turn into stone statues as well? Aren't they fine now? Guhai consoled. Long Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. Since that is the case, why did you wait several months before coming to my residence? Guhai asked, feeling puzzled. It had already been several months since the battle at the dragon pinning sect. Someone pursued me after that. However, I managed to escape in the end. Long Wanqing said bitterly. Someone pursued you? Guhai said in surprise. Someone actually dared to pursue Long Wanqing? Right, it was an old blind man. Right, there was also a one-eyed man. Long Wanqing recalled. Blind man? One-eyed? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Guqin immediately got someone to search quickly. Soon he found 2 portraits and handed them to Guhai. Right. It's them. Long Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes suddenly widening in shock. Li Wei? Wei Yang? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Li Wei? The former Don of the great Feng Mafia family? Didn't he turn into the living dead? Long Wanqing recalled with a change in expression. Indeed. This Wei Yang is Li Wei and Montez's master. Wei Yang should have awakened Li Wei. They pursued you? Guhai frowned slightly. They seemed to want to ask me about the situation in the gigantic peony tree. Long Wanqing recalled. Wei Yang? They are really cautious. They know that the dragon vein is here but do not dare to enter? Guhai frowned. In that case, Wei Yang should have been waiting here long ago. However, one can only enter and not exit the gigantic peony tree. They were worried. When they saw that Hall Master could come out, they wanted to know the situation. Guqin said after thinking for a while. Maybe. Long Wanqing nodded. The flying ship flew very quickly. Soon they arrived at the peony sect. Buzz. The flying ship stopped at the summit of a mountain peak. Guhai, Guqin, the 10 evil men, and Long Wanqing and her servant jumped off the flying ship. Whoosh. Shangguan Hen steered the flying ship and quickly left. That gigantic peony tree bloomed? A few months ago it was just a bud. Long Wanqing said in shock. However, she saw that a mountain peak in the distance seemed to have been cut in half. A gigantic peony tree with a diameter of 3,000 meters spread out above it. Clouds and mist lingered above the peony tree. The area around the flower stamen was even thicker with white mist. Vaguely, one could see 2 gigantic go-boards, 1 black go-board and 1 white go-board. A hazy, white-haired old man seemed to be sitting in front of the white go-board. However, the black go-board seemed to be a black hole that could not be seen clearly. There were 8 large golden words at the edge of the peony tree. Life go, death go. Leave it to fate. Life go? Death go? Guhai frowned slightly. On the white go-board, across from the white-haired old man, there was a gigantic golden word for life. Even through the mist, it shone brightly. On the black go-board, there was a gigantic golden word for death. Many cultivators had already occupied the peaks around the peony tree sect. However, when the cultivators looked at the gigantic peony tree in the distance, no one dared to approach. Immediately, countless cultivators showed conflicted expressions. A dragon roar came from under the peony tree. The sound of the dragon vein? Guqin's eyes lit up. Long Wanqing looked worriedly at the gigantic peony tree in the distance. However, Guhai frowned slightly. That was because, with the appearance of these people, the gazes of countless cultivators in the surroundings turned toward them. That is the demon Guhai. Someone immediately recognized Guhai from far away. That is the elite hall master Long Wanqing? The only person to escape from the peony tree? Someone exclaimed in shock. Guhai. Guhai is here? He can solve the 29-line pair world Go puzzle? Guhai solved it in the dragon pinning sect. Can he solve it? The expressions of countless cultivators slowly changed. Guhai turned his head and looked around. However, he sensed hostile intent. Many cultivators seemed eager to make a move. Roar. Evil beast. You are seeking death. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the death go board in the peony tree. That is Montez's voice? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Montez entered the Go puzzle as well? Long Wanqing said in shock. Montez returned my Yu Yao. Another voice came from the Death Go board. That is Li Wei? Gu Hai said with a frown. Li Wei and Wei Yang both entered? Gu Qin revealed some curiosity. Roar. Montez, you will not have a good ending. Wei Yang, when did I offend you? Roar. Another roar rang out. That is the flood dragon Fu Shui? Gu Hai frowned as he stared at the Death Go board in the distance. Hearing the roar, Gu Hai felt that the situation was turning increasingly complicated. Why is there no venerable voice? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Hall Master, there is no need to worry. Although we do not know what happened in there, it at least proves that entering the Death Go board does not mean death. Given Venerable Lun Yan's abilities, he should have no problem protecting himself, right? Gu Hai consoled. That's right. The Venerable will definitely be fine. Long Wanqing's anxiety eased somewhat. However, she still felt incredibly worried. Adoptive father, something is wrong. The surrounding cultivators are looking at us with increasingly hostile gazes. Some seem to be heading for us, Gu Qin said worriedly with raised eyebrows. Gu Hai looked around. Indeed, as the discussions increased, some cultivators drew their sabers and swords. As they walked towards him, they guarded their surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 50,000 cultivators gathered here. They know that I know how to play Go and want to hold me hostage to open a path for them? Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. Gu Hai, shall we go in? Long Wanqing looked pleadingly at Gu Hai. That's fine. Let's go then. I want to see the advanced version of the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. Gu Hai said with determination flashing in his eyes. Thank you. Long Wanqing said sincerely. Hall Master, there is no need for that. Gu Hai smiled. However, what if we run into danger? Should Gu Qin stay outside in case something happens to us? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. There is no need. Hall Master, it is safest for me to follow adoptive father. Look at the gazes of the surrounding people. They will capture me to threaten adoptive father. Gu Qin said with a smile. All right. Long Wanqing nodded. The group of 16 people headed for the gigantic peony tree on the main peak. Along the way they passed by many cultivators. The cultivators showed complicated expressions. They wanted to go forward but felt somewhat worried. Finally, when they were halfway there, 30 cultivators could not hold back and suddenly jumped out. These people blocked the path of Gu Hai's group. Mr. Good, are you going to enter this peony tree world? How about we accompany Mr. We can protect Mr. The group walked over. Although they spoke politely, they all held their weapons and showed cold expressions. Chapter 151. Long Wanqing glared at the 30 people blocking her way. Just as she was about to rage, Gu Hai suddenly stopped her. It was not that Long Wanqing could not deal with them but that this was not the right time to fight. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the surroundings were watching. These 30 people would not be the only ones to jump out. More people would jump out as well. Everyone, we want to enter by ourselves. Can you make way for us? Gu Hai asked indifferently. Gu Hai's tone was very calm but also very cold. He took a step forward and stared coldly at the 30 people. The people on the other side frowned slightly. After all, they had heard of Gu Hai's ferocious reputation during this time. Mr. Good, we are 92 Islands 10,000 C-sect disciples. That cultivator said coldly. However, Gu Hai interrupted that cultivator halfway. Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he said, I don't care who you are. I will say this one more time. We want to enter by ourselves. If anyone tries to stop us again, they will end up like all the disciples of 95 Islands 4 sects. As Gu Hai spoke, he stared at the other party's eyes with a cold light. Then he took another step forward. All the disciples of 95 Islands 4 sects, more than 20,000 disciples, ended up the same? Did Gu Hai kill all of them? When that cultivator saw Gu Hai's murderous gaze and recalled the fate of the 4 sects, he felt a chill in his heart. Gu Hai's gaze turned cold as he stared at the cultivator at the very front. Then he stepped forward. Only now did that cultivator feel that he had acted too abruptly earlier. This was not a soft egg that he could casually bully. This was a murderous demon. Xiao Qian had killed nearly all the disciples of 95 Islands sections. How could he foolishly charge forward? Step by step, Gu Hai inched closer to that cultivator. As he stared into that cultivator's eyes, he looked like a wild beast choosing its prey. Being stared at by Gu Hai, he couldn't move his eyes away. Every step of Gu Hai's seemed to be stepping on his heart. Cold sweat appeared on that practitioner's forehead. His previous confidence seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He even forgot what he was here for. He watched as Gu Hai walked over step by step. It was as if Gu Hai's body was getting bigger and bigger. Who? When Gu Hai walked to his side, the cultivator's heart finally couldn't resist anymore. He stepped back and opened a path. After the first person stepped aside, the others followed suit. Gu Hai led Long Wanqing and the others as they passed through the center of the 30 practitioners. The 30 practitioners, however, were sweating profusely, but they did not mention stopping the group. It was as if they were lining up in two groups, respectfully welcoming and sending off Gu Hai and his group. After Gu Hai and his group left, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other blankly. Just now they had been under a lot of pressure. Everything looked very calm, but it was also very strange. At least in the eyes of the surrounding practitioners, this scene was too strange. Gu Hai didn't do anything to them at all. This group of people seemed to be scared silly. Around them, some practitioners seemed to be waiting for these 30 people to take the lead so that they could swarm over. However, these 30 people suddenly became soft. What should the restless practitioners do? For a moment, Gu Hai's aura alone seemed to have suppressed the entire crowd. He walked step by step towards the giant peony flower. No one dared to go forward and stop him. Long Wanqing looked at this scene blankly. Her heart was filled with confusion. Gu Hai, they were so aggressive just now. Why are they suddenly afraid? They were aggressive because many people around them were restless. They felt that they were part of the crowd. They were only the first. They had more people, so they were confident, so they weren't afraid of us. I stared into their eyes, the coldness piercing straight into their hearts. I gave them a feeling of, I am only targeting you, in their hearts. It made them feel isolated. Loneliness is one of the emotions that people are most afraid of. They were suddenly afraid, so they naturally moved aside. Gu Hai explained in a low voice. Loneliness? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in surprise. The several tens of thousands of practitioners here are not a single entity. They are all on guard against each other. I only magnified this emotion. That's why that group of people just now felt lonely, Gu Hai explained. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Was this using the weakness of human nature for his own use? The group continued to walk towards the peony flower. After a period of peace, another group of 50 people finally charged up and intercepted Gu Hai. However, just like before, Gu Hai's group once again smoothly passed through the group of 50 people. Many practitioners who saw this revealed a confused expression. What's going on? This again? They already charged up. Why are they suddenly retreating? Are they fools? Why are they dodging again? The surrounding cultivators revealed confused expressions. The first time these people still wanted to target Gu Hai. However, the second time they found it strange. When Gu Hai calmly passed through 100 cultivators who seemed to have been hit by the body immobilization art for the third time, the tens of thousands of practitioners suddenly turned silent. No one dared to charge forward anymore. No more cultivators charged forward. They only looked at the backs of Gu Hai's group, showing confused and conflicted expressions. At this moment, Gu Hai's group arrived before the peony flower. The peony flower's surface seemed to have boundless clouds, making the insides hazy. Everyone paused for a moment. Gu Hai took a deep breath and stepped onto a peony flower petal. After Gu Hai took the first step, Long Wanqing, Gu Qin and the others followed suit. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were no longer in the mood to think. They could only watch patiently. 9-5 Island, at the former Clear River sect. After the Clear River sect was destroyed, Gu Hai stationed people here. After a few months, the Clear River sect regained some popularity. Large numbers of ordinary soldiers were stationed here, and they started to excavate spirit stone mines. At the peak where Long Wanqing once resided, the Gu residence's shopkeeper kept accounting. Large numbers of spirit stones were mined every day. The peak bustled with activity. Buzz. Suddenly, the space above the peak rippled. Huh. The surrounding people's expressions changed. Suddenly, a figure wearing black and white robes stepped out of the rippling space. Half of the robes was black and the other half was white. The figure slowly walked out and landed in a small plaza on the peak. An old shopkeeper's eyes lit up. He immediately put down his brush and walked over. The old shopkeeper bowed slightly to the person who suddenly appeared and said, "I am the Gu residence's shopkeeper. Greetings, senior unborn man." The unborn man said after stepping out of the void. One person spoke, but there were two voices, one young and tender, one old. Senior unborn man, my master, Gu Hai, told me to wait here and inform you that Venerable Lun Yen has returned. Hall Master Long Wanqing is fine now. They went to the peony sect together. My master is in the Gu residence. He wishes to congratulate Senior at any time, the old shopkeeper said. The unborn man said indifferently, All right. This is news from 8 days ago. My master sends new news every 10 days. It has been like this since 8 days ago, the old shopkeeper said respectfully. The unborn man stared at the old shopkeeper for a while before finally nodding. Where is the peony sect? The unborn man asked indifferently. All right. My master gave me a map of 9-5 Island. Senior, please wait for a moment. The old shopkeeper said respectfully. Soon the old shopkeeper found a map and was about to step forward to hand it to the unborn man. Don't come over. The unborn man waved his hand. Whoosh. It was like a strong wind blew, knocking the old shopkeeper to the ground. The map fell to the ground as well. Senior, this humble one did not mean to offend you, the old shopkeeper said in confusion as he fell to the ground. You did not offend me. However, there is a spirit by my side. Your aura is harmful to her, the unborn man said indifferently. Ah. The old shopkeeper appeared confused. There is only the unborn man before me and there is a spirit? The unborn man extended his hand, and the map on the ground landed in his hand. The unborn man extended his hand and tossed a small porcelain bottle to the old shopkeeper. This medicinal pill is for you, the unborn man said indifferently. Clack. The old shopkeeper caught the medicinal pill. However, he saw the unborn man take a look at the map. Then he stomped his foot. Buzz. The unborn man suddenly disappeared as if he had never been here. The old shopkeeper looked at the medicinal pill in his hand and then at where the unborn man disappeared. He immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Many thanks to Senior for bestowing me with this immortal pill. At the peony sect, tens of thousands of cultivators watched from the periphery as Gu Hai entered the peony flower realm. Another group of people entered. The people in front either died at the life stones or died at the death stones. I wonder what happened to them? Gu Hai's Go skills are extraordinary. Perhaps it will be different. However, did you see that? That is Old Man Guanxi's puppet, Old Man Guanxi. No matter how strong Gu Hai's Go skills are, can he be stronger than Old Man Guanxi? Dragon Vein? Only in the Thousand Islands Sea would there not be many experts fighting over it. After all, the Thousand Islands Sea is too barren in the eyes of the people of the Divine Continent. How could they expect a dragon vein here? Although there are many dragon veins in the Divine Continent, the experts there are also horrifying. Fighting over the dragon vein? Their cultivation is at least in the Yuanying state. How can it be like here? Any innate realm cultivator can fight over it? Gu Hai is an innate realm cultivator. Can he obtain the dragon vein? I think he is just seeking death. The tens of thousands of cultivators immediately discussed this matter. Some admired Gu Hai, some envied him, and some watched from the sidelines. However, most of them wanted this dragon vein and were waiting for an opportunity outside. What if this happened? Countless cultivators waited patiently. Gu Hai's group walked to the stamen of the peony flower realm. Once you enter, you can't get out. Long Wanqing looked worriedly at Gu Hai. It's fine. Didn't you get out before? Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing bit her lip and took out a golden bangle the size of a bracelet. She handed it to Gu Hai and said, Gu Hai, I implicated you. This is the dragon-fixing bangle. Can help you escape. Here, take the dragon-fixing bangle. If you can't solve the Go puzzle, you can escape by yourself. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing in surprise. If you give me the dragon-fixing bangle, what will happen to you? I asked for it. If I can't get out, then so be it. I implicated you all, Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai stared at Long Wanqing for a while. Then he smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. I have never lost in Go before. You have to take it. Long Wanqing insisted on handing it to Gu Hai. Xiaoqun stared at Long Wanqing for a while. Although Long Wanqing might be muddle-headed at times, she was still a person with emotions. Alright, I'll take it first. However, don't worry. Since I dared to come in, I can definitely bring you all out. Confidence flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Alright. Long Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the large Go board. It was a white life Go board. A white-haired, white-clad old man sat across from the Go board. Gu Hai recognized him with one glance. Back in the innate puzzle world, Old Man Guanxi's programmed puppet entered Gu Hai's forehead. The old man looked exactly like the one before him. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come play. The white-haired old man across from him said with a faint smile. Huh? He knows adoptive father? Guqin exclaimed in shock as he frowned. Long Wanqing shook her head and said with a strange expression, No, he says that to everyone. The Venerable said that this programmed puppet might have been waiting for someone to arrive. I don't know who it is. However, he says that to everyone. Chapter 152. The Life Go board was made of white jade. Its latitude and longitude were outlined by golden threads, 29 vertical and horizontal lines. Black and white Go stones were already placed on it. Gu Hai immediately guessed that this was the advanced version of the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. With just one look, Gu Hai sensed the complexity of this Go board, more than 10 times that of the dragon pinning sex. Hey, why are there 3 types of Go stones at the death board? Guqin suddenly showed a puzzled expression. Gu Hai turned his head to look. However, the death board looked extremely strange. It looked like a square abyss with many Go stones floating above it. Each Go stone was connected to a golden thread that led to the abyss. Nearly 100,000 Go stones floated at the entrance of the square abyss. 1/3 were white Go stones, 1/3 were black Go stones, and 1/3 were transparent Go stones that looked like glass Go stones floating above the square abyss. Clack, clack, clack. Suddenly some Go stones shattered. It's those Go stones. They all became Go stones. Long Wanqing said worriedly. Became Go stones? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Adoptive father, is this a Go board? Why are there no latitude and longitude lines? Furthermore, there are 100,000 Go stones? Guqin asked, feeling confused. The interior of this square Go board might be the 29-line pair world. Old man Guanxi modified it to use people as Go stones. Everyone is a Go stone. There should be 100,000 people in there, struggling in the Go board's world. Gu Hai said with a frown. Just at this moment, Montez's furious roar came from the black Go board. Beast. My great Feng Mafia family has internal conflicts. However, it is not a place for a beast like you to act so impudently. Fu Shui, this inheritance is not for you to meddle with. Wei Yang snorted coldly. Boom. Montez, Wei Yang, aren't you two master and disciple at odds with each other? You bastards. Why are you targeting me? The flood dragon Fu Shui roared from the black Go stone abyss. Still alive? Are they still alive in the abyss? Long Wanqing clenched her fists and asked nervously. Gu Hai frowned. After all, he couldn't guess what was going on at first glance. Division Leader Gu, Grandmaster Lun Yan is inside. I'm also very worried. I will enter the game of death and show it to Mr. Good. I hope it will be useful to Mr. Good. A Long Wanqing servant said solemnly. Gu Hai showed a hint of surprise. The servant seemed to turn away from the peony flower. Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared, and the servant was sucked into the square abyss without any resistance. When it flew over, its body suddenly distorted and turned into a black chess piece. The chess piece floated above the square abyss. Then, a thin golden line came out of the black chess piece and rushed into the abyss. Did he really become a chess piece? Guqin was surprised. No. Gu Hai shook his head. He did not become a chess piece. Instead, he entered the Go puzzle world. That chess piece should be a Go stone clone that this world created for him. It floated at the entrance to the deep abyss. Whatever the main body encountered in the Go puzzle world, the entrance to the Go puzzle world would show its location and status. For example, the 3 Go stones over there shattered. That means that the main body died in the Go puzzle world, Gu Hai said seriously. Could it be that he did not become a chess piece? Long Wanqing asked in shock. Gu Hai nodded and said, Back then, when the Go puzzle world created a Go stone clone for you and Grandmaster Lun Yan used the dragon fixing hoop to push you out. You saw Grandmaster Lun Yan become a chess piece, so then what is going on? Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before saying, Old man Guanxi should have made preparations for his inheritance. Old man Guanxi's inheritance? Isn't it the dragon vein? Long Wanqing asked in shock. Wei Yang mentioned the word inheritance earlier? Guqin felt slightly stunned as well. Gu Hai nodded and said, It is the inheritance that old man Guanxi left behind. The dragon vein is only a part of old man Guanxi's inheritance. As for the details, I do not know. Old Man Guanxi wanted someone to inherit his inheritance. What Old Man Guanxi wanted the most was someone with extraordinary Go skills like him. If one could solve the life chess piece, one could inherit his inheritance. The life chess piece? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows and shook her head. No one has ever solved the life chess piece. Anyone who lost died to the Go puzzle strangulation force. Previously, a large number of Shinji battalion disciples died to the strangulation force of the life chess piece. It is so complicated that even Grandmaster Lun Yen does not dare to play it. That is because one does not have enough Go skills. One cannot directly obtain Old Man Guanxi's inheritance. Perhaps Old Man Guanxi also thought of this and might not be able to solve it. Hence he set up a death chess piece. Perhaps the death chess piece does not require too much Go skills, Gu Hai analyzed. The death chess piece? Added later? Gu Qin said with a frown. Perhaps. Anyone who enters Peony Flower will give up on the life chess piece and be pushed into the world of the death chess piece. Inside they will fight for the inheritance based on their own ability. I do not know what happens inside, but it is not good news. However, it might not be a good thing. Gu Hai said with a frown. What do you mean? In the life chess piece one will definitely die if one loses. What do you think will happen if one cannot win the death chess piece? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Then only death? Gu Qin said, slightly stunned. However, there is only one inheritance. In that case only one person can win. The rest are all losers. Worry flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Aside from the only winner, the rest will die in the internal struggle? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Gu Hai nodded and said, that is my guess. Doesn't that mean that as long as one enters this gigantic peony flower, only one person can obtain the inheritance while the rest will die? All the 100,000 cultivators inside will die? Long Wanqing showed a worried expression. Is this why the 50,000 cultivators in the periphery do not dare to enter? They might have been waiting here for a long time already. They only enter but not leave. At first it did not matter. However, as time passed they became afraid, so they did not dare to enter? Gu Qin said with a sullen expression. Everyone's expression changed. In front of them was a white fog. The pure white peony was no longer beautiful in their hearts. Instead, it looked even more sinister than the Azura Hell. Is this a man-eating peony flower? Gu Hai nodded. Adoptive father, can you solve the life puzzle? Gu Qin asked from the Go board. Let's give it a try. Gu Hai nodded. Everyone looked at Gu Hai with anticipation. However, they saw Gu Hai slowly sit down on one end of the Go board, facing Old Man Guanxi's puppet across from him. The Go board has been restarted. Please make your move. The white-haired old man across from him said with a faint smile. Gu Hai nodded. Then he lowered his head and carefully looked at the Go board. Gu Hai did not make his move. Instead, he continued to deduce in his heart. The Great Feng Mafia family's elementary chapter, the Dragon Pinning sect's intermediate chapter, and the Peony sect's advanced chapter. Although the three chapters are different, there is a progressive process. If I had not read the elementary and intermediate chapters, I would not be able to enter this Go board easily. How complicated. Gu Hai frowned heavily. This was the first time Gu Hai found a Go board complicated. Gu Hai slowly sank his consciousness into it and looked at the Go board. Long Wanqing, Gu Qin, and the others waited patiently. Although they felt very anxious, they did not dare to disturb Gu Hai. Gu Hai sat there for an entire day. Outside, the 50,000 cultivators paid close attention to the Peony sect. They also looked forward to Gu Hai's arrival. Although the fog shrouded the place, they could still make out the general picture. Gu Hai has been sitting there for an entire day. Why has he not made his move yet? Indeed. Could it be that he does not dare to make his move and is purposely stalling for time? That's not right. 10 days ago, someone imitated Gu Hai and purposely stalled for time. In the end, that Go board killed that person in less than 4 hours. Why can Gu Hai stall for time? This is not fair. Countless cultivators showed unconvinced expressions. Even so, no one dared to step forward. Countless people had already died in the Life Go board. As for the Death Go board, 100,000 cultivators had entered, but not a single one had come out alive. That Peony sect was a land of death. It was over once one stepped into it. Although everyone wanted to obtain the Dragon Vein, one needed to be alive to obtain it. Wasn't it too dangerous for Old Man Guanxi to give something to Gu Hai? This Go board was indeed complicated. However, due to its complexity, there were also many comprehensions. Here, Gu Hai suddenly gained many new comprehensions. It was like he instantly comprehended many things in his mind. The black ghost stone continued to hover in the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows like it was ruling the world. The white crystal shard was beside it, and the 100,000 Go puzzles below had already merged after a long round of 4x4. However, as Gu Hai suddenly comprehended many things, he suddenly comprehended many things. All of a sudden, the chessboard below began to merge together at an extremely strange speed. Boom, boom, boom. The Go boards quickly merged. Soon, the 80,000 Go puzzles turned into 20,000 4x4 Go puzzles. The remaining 20,000 seemed extremely complicated in the first place and could not be merged immediately. It seems like they can be condensed, Gu Hai said after some thought. Then one of the 4x4 Go puzzles suddenly shrank, removing some useless Go pieces and some vertical and horizontal lines. Slowly, it turned back into a 19x19 Go board. However, at this moment this Go board was different from the previous 4. However, it seemed to contain the shadows of the previous 4 Go boards. It was like all the essence of the previous 4 Go boards had been condensed into this one. OM. 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 Condense, condense, condense. The 20,000 large Go boards quickly condensed. After another day they turned back into small Go boards. These were all 19x19 Go boards. Including the Go puzzles that could not be merged, there were 40,000 small Go puzzles. Each and every one of them was extremely complicated. The more thoughts and laws a Go board contains, the more one can form a ritual array? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. While looking at the 29-line pair world Go puzzle, Xiaoqun looked at the 40,000 Go puzzles in his forehead space. Gu Hai had a feeling that the Go puzzles were all connected. If he could condense these 40,000 Go puzzles, perhaps he could use them to lay a ritual array? Perhaps this was how Old Man Guanxi's 28-line pair world Go puzzles and 29-line pair world Go puzzles came about? Merging, condensing, removing the impurities, extracting the essence and making the laws denser, making the perfect even more perfect? Was this the Go Great Tao? Boom. Of the 40,000 complicated Go puzzles in Xiaoqun's forehead space, 4 of them merged, forming a 4x4 Go board again. My guess was right. Merging and condensing Go puzzles is the foundation for constructing a ritual array, the beginning of creating a world? Gu Hai's eyes grew increasingly bright. Merging all 40,000 complicated Go puzzles was not something that could be done immediately. Xiaoqun could only slowly deduce them. Gu Hai slowly immersed his consciousness into the 29-line pair world Go puzzles. Gu Hai sank in and out. Suddenly he felt his consciousness enter the Go puzzle. Xiaoqun felt like he was standing on a vast land, the world white. He was all alone. Suddenly a woman appeared not far away. Xian. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. He knew that this was an illusion. However, he saw a golden thread coming out of his body, connecting him to Chen Xian. The golden thread seemed to have the word love circling it. Then, 4 children suddenly appeared not far away. Guqin, Guhan, Gadong and Gumming? Gu Hai looked at the 4 children in confusion. The golden thread connected him to the 4 children again. The golden thread seemed to have the word kinship circling it. Suddenly, an azure-colored fog appeared not far away. A group of people stood in the fog, their faces obscured. The leader was an azure-robed man. He gave off a soul-stirring aura. Just looking at him would make one's heart jump. The golden thread connected Gu Hai to this group of people. The golden thread circled the word hatred. More people appeared out of nowhere on the vast land. Every person had a golden thread connected to Gu Hai. Every thin thread recorded the relationship between Gu Hai and this person. Gu Hai stood on this vast land. He seemed to be deep in thought as if he had understood something. After a long time, Gu Hai suddenly looked at the sky. He let out a long breath and said, I understand now. The world is a chessboard and all living things are chess pieces. The gratitude and grudges between people are like invisible lines of longitude and latitude. The lines of longitude and latitude on the chessboard are connected to the chess pieces, causing the chess pieces to struggle in the chessboard and unable to escape. All living things are chess pieces. The world is heartless and uses all living things as chess pieces. Wang. Gu Hai seemed to have understood something in an instant. His body emitted a golden halo. He slowly withdrew his consciousness from the chessboard. He raised his head and looked at the old man Guanxi's puppet opposite him. Why hasn't foster father made his move? Guqin said worriedly. Yeah, it's been 3 days. Is Gu Hai still thinking? Long Wanqing was also very worried. Countless cultivators in the outside world were also looking at Gu Hai blankly at this moment. He had been sitting there for 3 days. Was he playing chess? Congratulations. You are the only person to solve this chessboard so far. The old man Guanxi's puppet suddenly said. The old man Guanxi's puppet's voice was not loud. However, it strangely reached everyone's ears. Wow! The 50,000 cultivators watching immediately burst into an uproar. How can this be? Gu Hai did not make a single move. How did he solve it? This is cheating. This is not fair. Can he solve the chessboard by sitting there for 3 days? I can do it too. Long Wanqing and Gu Qin looked at the old man Guanxi's puppet in confusion. He solved it just like that? He did not move at all. You already solved the Go puzzle. Please make your move. Prepare to receive my inheritance. The old man Guanxi said again. Chapter 153. You already solved the Go puzzle. Please make your move. Prepare to receive my inheritance. The old man Guanxi said again. Gu Hai, you solved the Go puzzle? If you accept the inheritance, will the life and death pieces end? Will the venerable and the others be saved? Long Wanqing suddenly said in pleasant surprise. That's right. Adoptive father, no matter what it is, just take it first, Guanxi said joyfully. Only Gu Hai frowned slightly as he sat before the Go puzzle. He still remembered the helplessness of the 9th young master back then. He felt so helpless that after becoming the 9th young master, he went around searching for a substitute. Others might not know what the inheritance was, but Gu Hai knew a little. 8th young master? Accept the inheritance and become the 8th young master? Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Gu Hai, quickly accept the inheritance. At that time the dragon vein will be yours as well. I'll give you my dragon luring jade. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Dragon vein? This was one of the reasons why Gu Hai did not hesitate to come this time. Originally, Shaoqian did not care much about dragon veins. However, after reading the Heavenly Dynasty outline that Yao Jingtian gave him, he discovered that dragon veins were incredibly important. Now there was a chance to obtain a dragon vein before him. How could he give it up? If he gave it up this time, would there be another chance in the future? Gu Hai remained silent for a long time. The countless surrounding cultivators looked at Gu Hai in confusion. They did not know what Gu Hai was conflicted about. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai seemed to make up his mind. He slowly took out a ghost stone and placed it on the sky. Buzz. As Gu Hai placed his ghost stone, the peony flower suddenly gave off a large amount of golden light. Then the peony flower slowly turned transparent. Aside from the life and death pieces, everything else turned transparent. It was like stepping on a huge transparent flower. The golden light came from a huge dragon head under the peony flower. Roar! The peony flower suppressed a huge golden dragon head. Just its head alone seemed to be 300,000 zhang long. Its face was ferocious as it roared. However, with the peony flower suppressing it, its head could not move at all. At this moment, it was incomparably anxious and furious. Between the peony flower and the dragon head, there seemed to be an 8-colored peony flower the size of a fist. The 8-colored peony slowly rotated, looking dreamy and illusory. The 8-colored light gave off a soul-stirring feeling. Vaguely, there seemed to be small, densely packed words within the light. Is that the dragon vein of the earth? What is that fist-sized peony? There seems to be a lot of words floating inside. The inheritance that Montez and the others mentioned before, could it be the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi? Is the 8-colored peony flower the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi? Boom! The 50,000 Xiuzha outside were immediately excited. If the great earth dragon vein allowed everyone to be rational, then the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi would not be rational. Wasn't that the most powerful inheritance in the world? Oh! Suddenly, hundreds of people swarmed toward the giant transparent peony flower. Mine! Bastard, don't fight with me! Mine, mine! Hundreds of people rushed up the giant peony flower. Shio! Whoosh! Whoosh! The peony flower produced a powerful suction force that suddenly sucked the hundreds of people into the death puzzle. In the blink of an eye, they turned into chess pieces and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Nearly 1,000 people jumped from the front to the back, and all of them were sucked into the death chess piece. Finally, the people outside calmed down a lot and looked at the scene in front of them blankly. Why is this happening? It's not fair. Why is it that Gu Hai and the others can go to the life chess piece, but we will be sucked into the death chess piece if we go up? Could it be that because Gu Hai solved the life chess, no one is allowed to enter the life chess area? Countless cultivators stared blankly at the giant transparent peony flower, at the dragon vein and Old Man Guanxi's inheritance suppressing it. Everyone felt their blood rush to their heads. However, the feeling of being able to see but not obtain was extremely depressing. Long Wanqing stared at her feet with wide eyes. The ground below her had already turned transparent. The dragon vein had appeared. However, there was something even more ridiculous than the dragon vein. Old man Guanxi's inheritance? This. Long Wanqing said in shock. However, Gu Hai only took one look and frowned. I have doubts. Why are there 3 kinds of chess pieces in the death chess piece? Black chess pieces, white chess pieces, and a type of transparent chess pieces? I wonder if old man Guanxi left an answer? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Long Wanqing, Gu Qin, and the others showed confused expressions at Gu Hai's question. Why was he asking about the death chess piece at this time? The white-haired old man suddenly smiled faintly and said, the main body left an answer. It seems that the main body guessed the question of the solver. The main body's answer is, Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things, and 3 is the source of all things. The 3 kinds of chess pieces represent 3 forms. 3 forms? Gu Hai frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai's expression changed. 3 is the source of all things? 3 is all-encompassing? I once heard that the Buddhists had such an explanation. There are 3 generations of Buddhas. The past, the present, and the future. Is this the same for this chess piece? If the black chess piece is placed first, then the black chess piece represents the past, the chess piece that has been placed in the past. The white chess piece that has not been placed represents the future. The chess piece that will be placed in the future, then what represents the present? When the black chess piece is placed and the white chess piece has not been placed, that is the present. At the present, the chess piece has not been placed, but it is inferred in one's mind where to place it. The chess pieces inferred in one's mind are illusory chess pieces, not real chess pieces. Therefore, on the death chess piece, the transparent chess pieces are not real chess pieces, but illusory chess pieces inferred in one's mind? The white-haired old man looked at Gu Hai and smiled. I don't know. The main body did not give me an answer. That's all I know. 3 is all-encompassing. You have to figure it out yourself. Please continue placing your chess piece and accept the main body's inheritance. Gu Hai looked at the white-haired old man with a complicated expression. Looking at the chessboard, the white-haired old man had already placed a white chess piece. Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai placed another chess piece. Clap. Rumble. The gigantic transparent peony flower suddenly trembled, and then cracks appeared on it. Below it, the 8-colored fist peony flower trembled as if it wanted to surge at Gu Hai. It seemed like as long as Gu Hai placed another chess piece, the 8-colored peony flower would break through the gigantic transparent peony flower and charge at Gu Hai. Please place your chess piece, the white-haired old man continued after placing down a white chess piece. However, Gu Hai frowned slightly and asked, what is this inheritance? What use is it to me? The main body left behind his last words. Actually, when you were solving the puzzle earlier, you already obtained the greatest inheritance. The white-haired old man said. Gu Hai was slightly confused. Didn't you comprehend the 29-line pair world Go puzzle? You comprehended the impermanence of the heavenly Tao. The world is heartless and uses all living beings as chess pieces. In the main body's inheritance, the heavenly Tao inheritance is the foundation. Everything else is inconsequential. That 8-colored peony flower contains only the inheritance of a magical technique. No matter how strong a magical technique is, it can never compare to the heavenly Tao. You already obtained the heavenly Tao. The magical technique of the 8-colored peony flower is just the icing on the cake. The inheritance of the dragon vein below is ranked last, just the icing on the cake. The peony flower is the king of flowers, the inheritance of a king. It is the Tao that the main body deduced to establish a dynasty. It will help you establish a country and walk a different path from the main bodies. The white-haired old man sternly said. The Tao of establishing a dynasty? Old man Guanxi deduced it? Why didn't old man Guanxi establish a dynasty himself? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Because establishing a dynasty is not the main body's forte. It cannot be first. However, the Go Tao can be first in the world. Thus, old man Guanxi gave up on establishing a dynasty and used the Go Tao to compete with the heavens. The white-haired old man explained. Isn't establishing a dynasty old man Guanxi's forte? Then this inheritance of his might not be the best? Gu Hai sternly asked. However, it is still better than most of the dynasties and emperors' legacies. The white-haired old man explained. If no one can solve this puzzle, then the greatest inheritance, the heavenly path inheritance, will be lost? Others will at most obtain the sorcery technique inheritance and the dragon bloodline inheritance? Gu Hai asked. The heavenly path inheritance can only be obtained by those with great comprehension of the Go Dao. Otherwise it cannot be inherited. The white-haired old man nodded. What do I have to pay to obtain the inheritance? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Relax your entire body and don't resist. Let the 8-colored peony read your memories and leave a mark of the main body in your body. From then on, you will be the disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion will listen to your orders. Your orders are the orders of the main body. The white-haired old man explained. Read my memories and leave a mark of old man Guanxi in the depths of my soul? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yes, because this is the only way to receive the sorcery technique inheritance, the white-haired old man explained. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly as he held a Go stone in his hand. Originally he was about to place it on the Go board. However, he slowly pulled it back. Leave a mark of old man Guanxi in the depths of his soul? From then on, he would work hard to get rid of his identity as the 8th young master just like the 9th young master? Gu Hai didn't want to do that. Moreover, he didn't want his memories to be read by others, even if they were already dead. Gu Hai, make your move. Old man Guanxi is already dead. Many people in the divine continent would go crazy for this sorcery technique inheritance. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai shook his head slowly. The benefits are great but the risks are even greater. You don't understand how terrifying old man Guanxi's mark is. Long Wanqing frowned slightly. Gu Qin's expression changed. He took a deep breath and said, Godfather, why don't you let me accept the sorcery technique inheritance? Gu Hai frowned slightly and looked at Gu Qin. Godfather, the memory of mother's death is still fresh in my mind. I'm useless and can't do anything. I want to avenge mother. You're working hard and I don't want to be a burden to you. I want to share your burden. There's an opportunity right in front of me and I can't just give it up. I'm willing to accept this risk. Gu Qin said firmly. The risk is too great. You can't take it. Gu Hai shook his head. When Godfather and Mother picked me up from the snow, I was almost frozen to death. I was lucky enough to survive. Moreover, there's such a huge sorcery technique inheritance. So what if the risk is great? At most I'll die. I don't care. Gu Qin said firmly. No. Gu Hai shook his head. He didn't want Gu Qin to take the risk. Chapter 154. Gu Hai, why? Old man Guanxi is already dead. What are you worried about? The heavens sent down heavenly punishment, and old man Guanxi died in body and soul. Long Wanqing said, feeling confused. Gu Hai shook his head and said, I don't know either. However, I have a feeling that old man Guanxi did not leave behind the innate puzzle world, the Sky Chess Pavilion's flame seed, and 9-5 Islands Go puzzle on a whim. I feel a kind of danger that makes my hair stand on end. Feeling? Just a feeling? How could a feeling be inaccurate? Long Wanqing said, feeling confused. Gu Hai shook his head, not explaining further. However, adoptive father, if we do not collect this technique inheritance, Venerable Lun Yen will not be able to leave the death puzzle, right? Gu Qin said worriedly. Indeed. What about the Venerable and the others? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Gu Hai looked at the nearby death puzzle and shook his head. However, who can guarantee that they will be able to leave the death puzzle if I place another Go stone? Huh. Everyone felt slightly stunned. Since it's the death chest, then there's only death. In the end, there's only one winner who can live and obtain the inheritance. If we place another piece, then there will be no winner in the death chess game, only the loser. Perhaps the death chess game will disappear, but what about the people inside? They might escape. What's the other possibility? Gu Hai said seriously. Perhaps they will all die? Gu Qin felt slightly stunned. Long Wanqing's anxious expression suddenly froze. What should we do? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Buzz. Suddenly there was a change in the chessboard of death. On the south side of the chessboard of death, a golden chess piece suddenly appeared. Countless threads came out of the golden Go stone, connecting to the 30,000-odd black Go stones floating above the death puzzle. That is? A golden Go stone? Adoptive father, I heard that you all obtained a golden Go stone in the innate puzzle world. A golden Go stone can condense one's own cloud beast? Is this one as well? Gu Qin asked in surprise. Who? Suddenly, an illusory palm appeared where the golden Go stone was and grabbed the golden Go stone. The moment the illusory palm grabbed the golden chess piece, Its surroundings became more condensed. It was Montez. Montez held the golden chess piece in one hand and Feng Ling in the other. He looked extremely excited. I got it. Ah, Fu Shui, after so much fighting, I got it first. Montez's shadow suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. The power of the formation follow my command. Rise. Montez shouted as he held the golden ghost stone. Boom. The golden chess piece was a source. Countless golden threads connected all the black chess pieces. Rumble. All of a sudden, more than 30,000 black chess pieces jumped up and surged toward the transparent chess piece. Walla-la-la-la. After a series of collisions, the transparent ghost stone got knocked to the side. That is an illusory image? Why is Montez's image in the Go puzzle world outside the Go puzzle? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. That is because Montez already jumped out of the Go puzzle. He is no longer a ghost stone. Gu Hai said with raised eyebrows. Not a ghost stone? Then what is it? He is a Go player. Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. A Go player? Could it be that golden ghost stone? Long Wanqing said in shock. That's right. He obtained that golden ghost stone and controlled all the black chess pieces. All the clones of the black chess pieces are Montez's ghost stones. Perhaps when we first arrived 3 days ago we heard their voices. Montez and the others were near the golden ghost stone from the start. Perhaps they were fighting for the golden ghost stone. Montez got it? Gu Hai said seriously. How can that be? Venerable Battalion Commander Li is a genius. How could Montez get it first? Long Wanqing said in shock. Because Montez has the key that leads to the shortest path in this ritual array. Gu Hai said gravely. Wind chime. Long Wanqing's expression changed as she stared at the numb wind chime. Wind chime had a peony tattoo on her head. A Go player? Doesn't that mean that Montez won and everyone else will die? Gu Qin said with a change in expression. Not necessarily. There is more than one Go player in a game of Go. Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes and shook his head. Indeed, another golden ghost stone suddenly appeared on the north side of the Go board. Countless thin golden lines emerged from the golden ghost stone and connected to all the white chess pieces. Clack. A hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the golden ghost stone. Slowly, 2 illusory images appeared, Wei Yang and Li Wei. Li Wei looked at Wind Chime in a daze. Wei Yang grabbed the golden ghost stone and squeezed it. Go. Rumble. 30,000-odd white ghost stones suddenly gathered on the north side and charged at the transparent ghost stone. Boom. A loud sound rang out as a large number of white and transparent ghost stones shattered. Bastard, do you think that it is useful to demonize these people? What is not yours will never be yours. Humph. Wei Yang shouted. Wei Yang also jumped out of the Go game. He is also a Go player. He controls the white ghost stones? Gu Qin's expression changed. Is it because of Li Wei? Li Wei also has a peony tattoo on his head? Long Wanqing's expression sank slightly. Buzz. Suddenly, another golden ghost stone appeared on the side of the Go board. A third? Why is there a third? Gu Qin exclaimed in shock. However, the third golden ghost stone produced golden lines that connected all the transparent ghost stones. Then a hand grabbed the third golden ghost stone and suddenly materialized into a figure. This figure was the flood dragon Fu Shui. Fu Shui held the golden ghost stone with one hand and grabbed a white-clad woman by the neck with the other, showing a ferocious expression. The white-clothed woman's hair was actually a snake's head. She let out a ferocious cry. That white-clad woman is the Peony sect master Rose? Long Wanqing said in shock. Fu Shui demonized her. She also has a peony tattoo on her head. She is also a key? Gu Qin revealed a shocked expression. Big brother, save me. Rose, who was grabbed by the neck, screamed while trembling. As for Rose, she waved her arm in Montez's direction, showing a pleading expression. Big brother? Long Wanqing said in shock. Fu Shui, you actually obtained one as well. You obtained a golden ghost stone through Rose. Wei Yang said with an unsightly expression. Come on then. Ah. Montez, I am your little sister. Come again if you are capable. Fu Shui said with a ferocious expression. Little sister? You demonized her, right? Why are you still pretending? Are you trying to win my sympathy? I have long since lost my sympathy. Montez said coldly. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Wei Yang. Old fellow, this is all your fault. Humph. Evil creature, you brought this upon yourself. Wei Yang retorted as he looked at Montez. I brought this upon myself? Humph. We still do not know who brought this upon themselves. However, there is no need to let this beast take advantage of our fight. For some reason, the ground suddenly turned transparent. You saw it, right? The dragon vein in that 8-colored peony. Montez said coldly. That's fine. Li Wei is my disciple. I will transfer my energy to you. Let's eliminate this beast first. Wei Yang said coldly. Yes, master. Li Wei answered. Wei Yang extended his hand and waved it at Li Wei. Then Li Wei extended his hand and threw a palm strike at Fu Shui. Suddenly, a transparent ball of light appeared beside Fu Shui, encasing Fu Shui and rose. Boom. The palm strike landed on the ball of light, and the ball of light trembled. All life's energy, follow my command. Wei Yang shouted. Rumble. Suddenly, all the white ghost stones trembled slightly. It was like strands of energy flowed through the golden threads into the golden ghost stone in Wei Yang's hand. Wei Yang immediately transferred his energy to Li Wei, and the force of Li Wei's palm strike soared significantly. Whoosh. Suddenly, many figures appeared on the north side of the death puzzle. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 odd figures appeared. All of them extended their arms reluctantly, transferring their energy to Wei Yang and Li Wei. These 30,000 odd people were just ghost stones at the mercy of Wei Yang. At this moment, all of them showed pained expressions as their energy was forcibly extracted. Some of the weaker people even shriveled up. Clack. That shriveled person shriveled up and died after having all his energy drained. The white ghost stone that corresponded to that shriveled person suddenly exploded. Ah! Long Wanqing screamed. Their energy was forcibly extracted until they died? Is it so tragic to be a ghost stone? Is that Venerable Lun Yen? Gu Qin exclaimed in shock as he pointed at one of the 30,000 odd figures. Where? Long Wanqing immediately cried out. The Venerable is still alive? That's great. At the same time, Montez threw a palm strike on the other side. He controlled all the black ghost stones, extracting a boundless amount of energy to charge at Fu Shui's ball of light. Boom. At the same time, 30,000 odd figures appeared behind Montez, all of them painfully having their energy extracted. That is, Li Haoran? Gu Qin suddenly found Li Haoran among the 30,000 odd figures. Roar! Fu Shui roared. He used the golden ghost stone in his hand to drive the energy of all the transparent ghost stones. This blocked the energy from the white ghost stones and the black ghost stones. Boom. The transparent ghost stones on the go board seemed to instantly clash with the white ghost stones and the black ghost stones. Suddenly, 30,000 odd figures appeared behind Fu Shui. These 30,000 odd figures all had snake-headed heads. They are all spirit-assimilated cultivators? Gu Qin's expression changed. How did Fu Shui do it? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Roar! 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 The 30,000 odd spirit-assimilated cultivators showed ferocious and pained expressions as they sent energy to Fu Shui. Primogenitor, I can't take it anymore. Let me go. One of the spirit-assimilated cultivators shriveled up after having his energy drained. Bang! The transparent ghost stone that the spirit-assimilated cultivator was connected to suddenly exploded. That spirit-assimilated cultivator died. Crack, 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 crack. Under the strong force, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the transparent ball of light around Fu Shui. You made the right choice by spirit-assimilating Rose, as she is the key to jumping out of the go board. Otherwise, even if you spirit-assimilated everyone, so what? Unfortunately, this golden ghost stone that you found is useless. Although you used this ghost stone to spirit-assimilate everyone connected to it, stimulating their potential and giving you more power, so what? They are just strange transparent ghost stones. On the go board, only the black ghost stones and the white ghost stones are orthodox. Montez said coldly. A transparent ghost stone can only defend and not attack. It is indeed useless. Wei Yang said coldly. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and the transparent ball of light around Fu Shui suddenly shattered. The two palm strikes that Montez and Li Wei combined the strength of 60,000 odd cultivators landed on Fu Shui's body. Even though Fu Shui had a vast defense, he could not attack and could only passively get beaten up. Bastards. Blarg. Fu Shui went flying back, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Just at this moment, Wei Yang suddenly attacked. He extended his hand and pointed. A beam of sword chi shot out, heading for Fu Shui's palm. Boom. The golden ghost stone in Fu Shui's palm suddenly shattered. What? No, no. Fu Shui suddenly exclaimed. After shattering your golden ghost stone, you are crippled. You are eliminated, Wei Yang said coldly. Indeed, when the golden ghost stone shattered, the countless golden threads connecting the transparent ghost stone instantly broke and vanished. Fu Shui's figure also slowly vanished. The person who controlled the golden ghost stone was the player. Without the golden ghost stone, Fu Shui fell back into the go board and became a ghost stone. No, no. Fu Shui slowly disappeared. As he disappeared, he grabbed at Rose. It looked like he would grab Rose. Ching. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Montez's hand. With one strike, he chopped off Rose's head. What? Fu Shui's figure vanished before his shock. Rose is the key. Are you still thinking of using this key to snatch the golden ghost stone in our hands? Now you are completely eliminated, Montez said coldly. Rose's snake-haired head flew into the air and slowly disappeared, leaving behind a look of disbelief in her eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. The transparent chess pieces on the chessboard were like a plate of loose sand. Go. Montez and Wei Yang each sent out a large number of black ghost stones and white ghost stones at them. Immediately, a large number of transparent ghost stones shattered. Then 10,000 black ghost stones and 10,000 white ghost stones surrounded them, pushing them to a corner of the go board. With Fu Shui out of the game, only Meng Tai and Wei Yang were left. Nearly at the same time, Wei Yang and Montez sent out palm strikes. Boom. The two palms clashed, and the remaining 20,000-odd ghost stones were immediately drawn out. Surging energy surged out. It looked like 20,000-odd cultivators stood behind Wei Yang and Montez, pressing their palms against the two's backs and forcibly drawing out their energy for the two to enter a stalemate. The black ghost stones and white ghost stones faced each other. Montez, you are really ruthless. Rose? You killed her so cleanly. That is your younger sister. All right, you even killed Yu Yao cleanly. Yu Yao is also your younger sister. Ah. Wei Yang said ferociously. What? Li Wei's expression changed. Yu Yao is Montez's younger sister? Montez looked at Wei Yang coldly. He did not get angered by Wei Yang's words. Instead, he said coldly, "My good master, isn't this all thanks to you? When I killed Yu Yao, I did not know that she was my younger sister. As for this Rose? She was already spirit assimilated. So what if I killed her? Your scheme resulted in my cold-bloodedness. Unfilial son, you deceived your master, destroyed your ancestors and killed your younger sister. Yet you still have the face to criticize me? I already betrothed Feng Ling to Li Wei. Now you have nothing left," Wei Yang said with a cold expression. What? Feng Ling, who was beside Montez, suddenly showed a change in her numb expression. However, Li Wei looked excitedly at Feng Ling across from him. As Montez fought with Wei Yang, he twisted his head and said coldly, "My good master, do you think that your words are of any use now? Feng Ling is mine. Even if I used her, she is still mine. You said that I killed my younger sister? Aside from what you did, weren't you the one who did it as well? You schemed against your own daughter. At this moment, you want to sell your daughter again just to get Li Wei to listen to you? Good, good. When I adopted you back then, I should not have let you go. I should have strangled you to death back then," Wei Yang said coldly. Strangling me to death? You can't bear to do that. You single-handedly caused the four of us to end up in our current situation. Do you think that I do not know? Aren't you doing this for the inheritance here? Back then, you stole the young me from the Peony sect, stole Li Wei from the Dragon Pinning sect, and then stole Yu Yao from the Peony sect. If not for you, I would be the Peony sect master right now, and Li Wei would be the Dragon Pinning sect master," Montez said coldly. What? Montez, what did you say? Li Wei said, his eyes widening in confusion. Third junior brother, you still don't know, right? You are the son of the previous Dragon Pinning sect master. It was Wei Yang who stole you back to the Great Feng Mafia family. As for me, Yu Yao and Chang Wei, we should be the children of the previous Peony sect master. Feng Ling is Wei Yang's daughter. Do you still not understand? Montez said coldly. When did you find out? Wei Yang asked coldly as he looked at Montez. In the beginning, I didn't know either. It wasn't until I entered this game of chess and saw Rose that I understood everything. Wei Yang, you're so shrewd. In order to obtain the inheritance today, you've been scheming for so long? Old man Guanxi established the Great Feng Mafia family, the Dragon Pinning sect, and the Peony sect to guard the seal. Old man Guanxi planned to release the inheritance this year. Hence, he left 3 keys for the 3 sect masters. Their children turned into keys for the sake of solving today's Go game. Is it not enough that you have Feng Ling? You even stole the children of the other 2 sect masters. Do you want to monopolize everything? Unfortunately, you stole from the wrong person. In the Peony sect, Chang Wei is the key, but Yu Yao and I are not. You put special control over Feng Ling and Li Wei, wanting them to be in your control. However, Yu Yao and I were left alone. Hence, Yu Yao and I have rebellious personalities, Montez said coldly. However, I did raise you after all. Wei Yang retorted coldly. Indeed, you raised us because you wanted to use us. At that time, Chang Wei was not born yet. You were not sure if we were the keys or not, right? We all have value. Montez retorted coldly. It is useless to say anything. Montez, I heard that you gave Feng Ling to Li Wei for the sake of the dragon vein. You can even do that to your own wife. Ah, aren't you using Feng Ling as well? Wei Yang said coldly. So what if I am using her? Feng Ling is my wife. If I had not done that back then, I would have died. I owe her. I will slowly repay her in the future. Montez said coldly. Feng Ling revealed a bitter smile at the side. Repay? There is no need for that. You will die soon. Wei Yang said coldly. As Wei Yang spoke, he extended his hand and squeezed. It was like a thin thread suddenly appeared and connected to Feng Ling. Whoosh. Wei Yang pulled Feng Ling and Feng Ling's body involuntarily flew into the air. Then she was instantly pulled before Montez. Montez's palm strike contained the strength of more than 20,000 people. It was extremely horrifying. If it brushed Feng Ling's body, she would instantly die. Feng Ling was about to die at Montez's hands. Montez's expression changed. Bastard. Old man, you actually planted a spell in Feng Ling's body in the past? You want Feng Ling to die for the legacy? His expression changed and he suddenly moved his hand to the side, wanting to avoid Feng Ling. Humph. Wei Yang revealed a sinister smile. He exerted force in his hand. Montez vomited a mouthful of blood. Because he dodged, he suffered a heavy blow. Die. Wei Yang roared ferociously. Father. A tear fell from the corner of Feng Ling's eye. She looked at Wei Yang's face with despair. Although Meng Tai had dodged the attack, Wei Yang's full-power attack would still strike Feng Ling. Feng Ling would definitely die. Don't. Li Wei suddenly roared and his body slammed into Wei Yang. What? Bastard. Wei Yang was not prepared for Li Wei. He staggered from the crash and all the force in his hand was deflected. Wind Chimes was saved, but Wei Yang's plan failed. Old man. Boom. Meng Tai suddenly launched an attack and struck Wei Yang with a palm. Wei Yang was caught off guard and was instantly sent flying. Under the terrifying force, his entire body was deformed. Bang. The 20,000 shadows behind Wei Yang suddenly disappeared. Boom. Meng Tai's palm landed on Li Wei's body. Li Wei also vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was deformed as he was sent flying. Brother Li Wei. Feng Ling suddenly cried out in alarm. Montez was slightly shocked by Feng Ling's attitude. However, he did not hesitate to grab the golden ghost stones that Wei Yang released. Clack. Meng Tai held one golden ghost stone in each hand, grabbing both golden ghost stones. Ah. Old man, now I control the black ghost stones and the white ghost stones. I am the only player. You all lost. I am the only winner. I am the only winner. Ah. Montez laughed ferociously. As he laughed, Montez drove the power of the golden ghost stones again. The power of the black ghost stones and the white ghost stones gathered. He absorbed the power of 40,000 odd people. With a ferocious expression, Montez threw a palm strike at Wei Yang and Li Wei. Die. No. Feng Ling suddenly cried out. Then she leaped in front of Li Wei. What? Montez's expression suddenly changed drastically. However, it was already too late to withdraw his palm strike. He forcefully withdrew his power, and the power in his palm strike was greatly reduced. However, the remaining power was still terrifyingly great, and it crashed into wind chimes with a loud bang. Pfft. Feng Ling vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately went limp. It seemed like this palm strike shattered her entire body. No. Feng Ling, why? What? Montez suddenly picked up Feng Ling in horror. However, Feng Ling was already limp, bleeding from her 7 orifices. Feng Ling. Li Wei cried out as he lay weakly at the side. Elder brother Li Wei. I am your Yu Yao. Feng Ling said with a sad smile. No. Feng Ling, didn't you recover from your mental illness? Why is it acting up again? No. You are not Yu Yao. Montez cried out in horror. Feng Ling turned her head to look at Montez. Then she seemed to have regained her senses. She blushed as she looked at Montez and touched his face. Then she gently shook her head and showed a sad expression. I'm not crazy. Husband, from the very beginning I was not crazy. I always knew who I was. You're not crazy? Montez and Li Wei looked at Feng Ling in shock. Everyone thinks that I am crazy, but I am not. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Ling said weakly as she vomited blood. Montez quickly took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Feng Ling. However, when the medicinal pill entered her mouth, more blood flowed out. No, no, what? Montez cried out in horror. I love you, my husband, I love you. However, it is too late. You returned too late. Feng Ling said in despair as she coughed blood. What is too late? What is too late? Montez roared as if he had lost his mind. 2 years before I was captured by Big Brother Li Wei, I still wanted to resist, but he forced me to pretend to be Yu Yao. In the 3rd and 4th years, I slowly couldn't hold on anymore. I pretended to be Yu Yao in front of him. I was waiting for you to return, but you didn't. In the 10th year, I no longer rejected Big Brother Li Wei, but I still had you in my heart. In the 15th year, I accepted Big Brother Li Wei in the identity of Yu Yao. In the next 5 years, I hypnotized myself that I was Yu Yao. I realized that I was also happy. Although Big Brother Li Wei sometimes threw tantrums at me, he was really good to me. I slowly fell in love with Big Brother Li Wei. I was Yu Yao. I was willing to be Yu Yao. I liked being Yu Yao. I loved Big Brother Li Wei. I slowly began to forget you. But, why did you appear again? Why did you return so late? It was too late. When I gave my heart to Big Brother Li Wei, you returned. Why were you so late? It was too late, too late, too late. Feng Ling said weakly. Feng Ling, it's fine. I still came back. Didn't I? I still came back. Montez's eyes turned red. Cough, cough, cough. Husband, I know you used me, but I don't blame you. I know that you used me when you married me, but I'm very happy. I don't blame you. I also know that you pushed me to Big Brother Li Wei, so I don't blame you. Really, I've never blamed you, husband. Feng Ling said with a dying breath. It'll be fine, Feng Ling. Montez said anxiously. Unable to feed her pills, Montez used his quintessential essence to inject Feng Ling's body. However, Feng Ling's body was already in a mess and there was no way to save her. Montez's eyes turned red. Husband, cough, cough. I'm going to die. I only have one request. I know that you won't let Big Brother Li Wei off. I'm not begging you to let him go. I beg you. Feng Ling could no longer open her eyes. Tell me, tell me. Montez shouted with tears rolling down his cheeks. After we die, bury us together. Let me be buried with Big Brother Li Wei, okay? Feng Ling closed her eyes and 2 streams of tears flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Slowly, wind chimes fell silent. The last bit of sound disappeared. Hugging Feng Ling, Montez froze. Feng Ling's last request was to be buried with Li Wei? Be buried with Li Wei? In an instant, Feng Ling's desolate words echoed in his mind. It's too late. You came back too late. It's too late. You came back too late. It's too late. You came back too late. Like a demonic voice, it filled Montez's mind. Montez hugged Feng Ling. With tears in his eyes, he froze. At the last moment, Feng Ling chose Li Wei in her heart. Too late? Feng Ling. Li Wei cried in despair. Chapter 155. Husband, Feng Ling's greatest happiness in this life is to be your wife. Husband, I will love you for the rest of my life. I will be with you forever and ever. Husband, do you want a boy or a girl? The past had already turned into smoke. As Montez hugged Feng Ling's corpse, tears of disappointment rolled out of his eyes. Montez, you killed Feng Ling. I'll fight it out with you. Li Wei roared in grief and indignation. As Li Wei roared, he charged at Montez. Li Wei's shout jolted Montez to his senses. He turned his head, and a bloodthirsty ferocity flashed in Montez's eyes. Die. Montez roared furiously as he threw a palm strike with the flip of his hand. Li Wei was already severely injured. Although Montez did not use the power of all his ghost stones, his full power was still extremely horrifying. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and Li Wei was immediately sent flying. He vomited another mouthful of blood in midair and landed beside the dying Wei Yang. Bang! Li Wei's entire body was covered in blood. As he convulsed, he stared at Montez as though he wanted to skin Montez alive and drink his blood. You killed Feng Ling. You killed Feng Ling. Montez showed a ferocious expression as he looked at Feng Ling's corpse in his arms. Then he looked at Li Wei, who was not far away, and said coldly, "Bury you together? Dream on. Feng Ling is mine. Even if she is dead, she is still mine. I will not let you die so easily. I want you to watch. Watch me be the biggest winner. I am the biggest winner. Ah. Cough, cough, cough. Wei Yang coughed weakly. Old thing, what are you laughing at? Montez asked coldly. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at you. In the end it will all be for nothing. Perhaps you will obtain the inheritance, the dragon vein. However, so what? You already have nothing. You lost. You are the biggest loser. Even Feng Ling, the only person who remained faithful to you, gave up on you. What do you have? You have nothing, ha 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 ha. Wei Yang laughed mockingly. Meng Tai stared at Wei Yang with a cold light. Then he said coldly, Old thing, do you think that you can make me feel ashamed and unable to show my face with just a few words? I won't let you die so easily. I want you to open your eyes and watch. I want you to regret. That's enough. I want all of you to regret. Turning his head, Montez no longer paid any attention to the dying Wei Yang and Li Wei. After gently putting down Winchim's body, Montez turned to look at the ground below. Old man Guanxi's legacy? Great Earth Dragon Vein? Montez's eyes flashed with malevolence. Clenching his right fist, Montez reached out his hand and was about to punch the ground. At this moment, Montez was in control of the white and black chess pieces. He was the only winner. Everyone give me your strength. Break the barrier for me. Montez roared. Whoosh, whoosh. All the white and black chess pieces trembled. Then more than 60,000 illusory figures appeared behind Meng Tai, all of them channeling energy to Meng Tai. Meng Tai's right fist seemed to be encircled by flames. The horrifying power pulsed, creating a storm. Boom, 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 boom. Meng Tai punched the ground with a loud rumble. Boom. The transparent peony flower under Xiao Chen's feet suddenly trembled. As it trembled, more cracks appeared on it. However, it still did not break. If the transparent ground did not break, Xiao Chen could not obtain the inheritance. Montez's face sank. Still not enough? Still not enough energy? Montez looked at the two golden ghost stones in his hand with a sullen expression. Ah. Montez, you still can't obtain it. You can't obtain it. Old man Guanxi already calculated that we are not qualified. Those three keys cannot touch the golden ghost stones at all. Old man Guanxi excluded them. The same goes for you. You are also a disciple of one of the three sections. You are also not qualified. Ah. Wei Haoyang laughed coldly. Old thing, you are really long-winded. Montez said coldly. Is it not enough to gather everyone's energy? Montez's expression sank as he turned his head to look at the surrounding cultivators. I'm not gathering all your energy. If you gather all your energy, perhaps. Montez's eyes turned cold. Then he reached out and grabbed a white ghost stone. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't grab me. That cultivator exclaimed. I want all your energy. Montez said with a ferocious expression. Rumble. The golden ghost stone drained that cultivator's energy. Soon, that cultivator shriveled up in the blink of an eye, turning into a dried-up corpse. Pah! The corresponding Go Piece clone shattered with a loud bang. Strands of golden light appeared in Montez's palm. Indeed, draining all your energy is much more than what I gathered earlier. Montez said with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! Another cultivator was pulled over. No. Don't. Pah! As the ghost stone clone shattered, that person also turned into a dried-up corpse. Montez massacred one cultivator after another. You are going to kill everyone? You are going to drain all their energy? Wei Yang exclaimed in horror. It is not your turn yet. Wait patiently. Montez said with a ferocious expression. No. I'm going to fight it out with you. The various cultivators felt horrified as all their energy was drained and turned into dried-up corpses. They wanted to resist Montez. However, in the Go Puzzle Ritual Array they were just ghost stones while Montez was the player. They could not resist at all and could only let Montez do whatever he wanted to them. Suddenly Montez pulled Li Haoran over. I am Li Haoran of the Shinji Battalion. Montez, you are seeking death. Li Haoran said anxiously. Li Haoran seemed to be shackled as he was dragged to Montez. Li Haoran? Back then Yu Yao wanted to report to Lord Li. This Lord Li is you, right? Montez suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Back then Yu Yao wanted to send a message but Montez killed her. At that time Yu Yao mentioned Lord Li. Montez, you are really ruthless. You even killed your own younger sister. Li Haoran said coldly. Back then I did not know that she was my younger sister. Whoever stands in my way will die. So what if I am ruthless and cold-blooded? Battalion Commander Li? Speaking of which, Yu Yao died because of you. Since that is the case, then go and see her to repent. Montez extended his hand and grabbed. Rumble. Li Haoran forcefully drained Li Haoran's energy. Li Haoran's expression changed as he took a step forward. Dazzling golden light burst out of his body as he punched at Montez. Die for me. Li Haoran punched and a vast golden manifested fist shot over. I know you are strong. Of everyone here you are the strongest. I'm not a match for you. However, right now I am the player and you are just a ghost stone. In this Go board I am the strongest. Montez glared as he waved his hand. Boom. Countless manifested palm strikes appeared in the air as if he controlled everyone. Then tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes shot towards Li Haoran's palm strike. Boom. 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 Tens of thousands of densely packed palm strikes shot out. Li Haoran's golden manifested palm strike shattered. Boom. The impact knocked Li Haoran back. He fell to the ground, covered in blood. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than tens of thousands of people? There is also your own strength. You overestimate yourself. Montez revealed a cold smile. Cough, cough, cough. Li Haoran vomited a mouthful of blood as he slowly got to his feet. Li Haoran turned to look at Montez with a ferocious expression. Again. Li Haoran walked over resolutely. No matter how many times you come, you will still die. Battalion Commander Li? Here you are just a ghost stone and I am the player. I am God. Montez sneered. Then he waved his hand again. Rumble. Tens of thousands of palm strikes shot towards Li Haoran. Li Haoran protected himself with a golden barrier. However, even so, the palm strike still knocked him back. Blarg. Li Haoran vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Again. Li Haoran crawled out with bloodshot eyes. In the Go puzzle world, Montez was the strongest. At this moment, even 10 Li Haorans would not be a match for Montez. Outside the death puzzle, be it Gu Hai's group or the 50,000-odd cultivators outside, they all felt horrified. Go player? That Montez wants to kill 100,000 people in there? Just for old man Guanxi's inheritance? Even the Shinji battalion's Li Haoran is not a match for him? Countless people felt horrified and glad that they did not charge over. However, Long Wanqing showed an anxious expression. What should we do? Gu Hai, how do we save Li Haoran? You have a way. You must have a way. Long Wanqing looked anxiously at Gu Hai. You are very concerned about Li Haoran? Gu Hai asked with a frown as he looked at Long Wanqing. After my mother died, I often got bullied. Once, a cousin who bullied me pushed me off a cliff. Just as I was about to fall to my death, Li Haoran appeared and saved me. He saved my life before. Do you have a solution? Long Wanqing looked pleadingly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Long Wanqing for a while and remained silent. Before Long Wanqing's expectant gaze, Gu Hai's heart softened. I do have a solution. Gu Hai said with a frown. What is it? Long Wanqing asked in pleasant surprise. The solution lies in Li Wei. Li Wei is the last key. Using Li Wei we can get close to Montez. Montez is currently not guarding against the dying Li Wei. As long as we catch him off guard and snatch the 2 golden Go pieces in his hands, we can eliminate Montez. Then, you will be the player and he will be the Go piece. Gu Hai said solemnly. Then what should we do? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. This game of Go of Death is not difficult. We just need to find a good position and send people to Li Wei. Li Wei should be near Montez. The main thing is to find a good position so that your 2 servants can go. Gu Hai looked at the 2 servants behind Long Wanqing. Now I will go. Long Wanqing called out. Hall Master, let us go. The 2 servants immediately called out. Now I will go. Long Wanqing ordered. Let's go together. Gu Hai shook his head. Okay, let's go together. Let's go together. Long Wanqing immediately nodded. Gu Hai, send us there and find a good position. Long Wanqing's eyes were filled with determination and anxiety. Gu Hai was silent for a while before saying, I can help you send them to Li Wei, but I have a request. I hope Hall Master can agree to it. Tell me. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Never trust Li Haoran at any time. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said solemnly. Ah. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. This is the only request. If you agree to it, I will send them there. Otherwise. Gu Hai shook his head. I promise you. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing for a while and finally took a deep breath. Alright, Hall Master, I hope you remember what I said just now. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Long Wanqing opened her mouth as if she wanted to argue with Gu Hai. However, the situation was urgent and Long Wanqing forced herself to swallow her words. Chapter 156. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a gold ingot. "Watch where this ingot lands and jump to where the ingot disappears," Gu Hai said. As Gu Hai spoke, he tossed the ingot into the death puzzle. Long Wanqing and her two servants took note of the location and instantly jumped over. Their figures flashed as they entered the Go puzzle world. In the blink of an eye, the three materialized three black Go stone clones that floated above the Go board. When the three jumped into the death puzzle world, the countless cultivators outside showed confused expressions. What are Gu Hai and the others doing? Why did they go to play the death puzzle while they were playing the life puzzle? Indeed, the death puzzle clearly leads to certain death. Why did that elite hall master suddenly jump in? Why did she not continue playing the life puzzle? Confusion filled the eyes of countless cultivators. At this moment, a black and white robed figure stood under a large tree amid the countless cultivators. The unborn man had arrived long ago. The unborn man looked at the distant Go puzzle, remaining silent for a while. "Gu Hai's Go skills? Old man Guanxi, you finally have a successor. Unfortunately, he does not seem to be that enthusiastic about your inheritance." The unborn man smiled coldly. The unborn man did not care when he saw Long Wanqing enter the death puzzle. "Long Wanqing? That girl's daughter? Who is your father? That bastard actually allowed that girl to die unjustly for so many years?" The unborn man said with a cold tone. Gu Hai stood beside the life puzzle on the gigantic transparent peony. As he looked at the nearby death puzzle, he narrowed his eyes. "Adoptive father, although you told the hall master to guard against Li Haoran, I feel that the hall master did not listen," Gu Qin said worriedly. Gu Hai nodded and said, "I know. However, there are some things that I should not overdo." She fell for it. Although she is smart, she is sometimes blinded by a single leaf. IQ and EQ were different. Her behavior showed that she was more emotional than rational. It's useless to say more. We can only let her experience it herself. But if that's the case. Gu Qin was worried. He looked at the life chess piece and then at the death chess piece not far away. "Wait here. I will take the other golden chess piece." "Another one? Could there be more?" Gu Qin was surprised. "It's the one that Fu Shui used to control the transparent Go pieces," Gu Hai explained. "Wasn't it crushed by Wei Yang?" Gu Qin was surprised. "The past, the present, and the future. As long as the present is real, then the present will always exist." Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Qin was confused. However, Gu Hai stepped forward and suddenly leaped over. What? The commotion outside grew even louder. Is Gu Hai crazy? Didn't he win the life chess game? Why did he jump into the death chess piece? The countless cultivators outside showed confused expressions. Some cultivators tried to jump into the life chess piece area, hoping to pick the fruit that Gu Hai left behind. Whoosh! Suddenly, the moment they jumped onto the gigantic peony tree, they were sucked into the death chess piece area. No. What? Why? This is not fair. Those cultivators immediately roared in despair. Why could they not enter the life chess piece area? They were sucked into the death chess piece again. If they went in, they would only get killed by Montes. Gu Qin stared at where Gu Hai disappeared. However, Gu Hai jumped to where the transparent Go pieces were and immediately materialized a transparent Go piece. "Milord went to where the transparent Go pieces are? Only the injured Fu Shui and 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators are there?" An evil man subordinate behind Gu Qin said in confusion. Whoosh! When Gu Hai jumped into the death chess piece, he felt his surroundings tremble as if something had separated from him. When he looked up, he saw a transparent Go piece floating on the Go board. An indistinct golden thread connected it to him. Bang! Suddenly, Gu Hai landed in a valley. The ground below was transparent. Like outside, Shaochun could see the dragon vein and the 8-colored peony tree's inheritance suppressing it. The ground cracked slightly. However, the surroundings looked like a world of mountains and forests. The place where Gu Hai landed was a gigantic valley. Some cultivators stood on the peaks outside the valley, looking like they were preventing the people in the valley from leaving. However, 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounded Gu Hai. All of them showed ferocious expressions, and the snake heads on their heads bared their fangs and claws. This valley is the transparent Go piece area surrounded by the black and white Go pieces? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who are you? You're Gu Hai? Why are you here as well?" Gu Hai lost to the life chess piece? When the group of spirit-assimilated cultivators discovered Gu Hai, they immediately surrounded Gu Hai. I can feel Gu Hai's heart beating. His heart and liver must be very delicious. A spirit-assimilated cultivator showed a ferocious expression. Damn it. I mysteriously came here and got spirit-assimilated by the primogenitor. I don't even know if I can get out. In any case, I don't care anymore. Should I eat him? Eat him. The surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounded Xiao Chen, showing ferocious expressions. It is still not certain who will eat whom. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. As Xiao Chen extended his hand, a crimson saber appeared in his left hand. Then he slowly extended his right hand to his ribs. Ching. Xiao Chen drew the life ender saber from his body. Surging black energy immediately encased Gu Hai. The scene of Xiao Chen drawing his ribs made the spirit-assimilated cultivators hesitate, showing shocked expressions. Ribs? A spirit-assimilated cultivator exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai turned his head to look at the spirit-assimilated cultivators in the valley. Then he said with a sullen expression, rather than dying to the ritual array, you might as well die at my hands. As Gu Hai spoke, he pushed off the ground and charged at the spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounding him. The crimson saber surged with surging energy into Gu Hai's body, pushing Gu Hai's energy to the yuanying states. Furthermore, the spirit-assimilated cultivators here were mostly Golden Core Realm cultivators or Innate Realm cultivators. The difference was too great. They were not a match for Gu Hai at all. Ching, 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 ching. The Life Ender saber displayed its ferocious appearance in the blink of an eye. The instant it cut open the spirit-assimilated cultivator's skin, countless small skulls swarmed over from the surging black energy. Ghost. His saber is eating people. No. Don't eat me. Save me. Save me. Primogenitor, save me. Surging black energy encased Gu Hai. In an instant, Gu Hai started a massacre. Then he rushed to a place where spirit-assimilated cultivators gathered and started a massacre. After this group of spirit-assimilated cultivators escaped, they found joy in eating people. Gu Hai showed no mercy at all, killing ferociously. Anyone enveloped by the black energy screamed miserably in the blink of an eye. When the black energy passed by, it left behind a pile of withered bones. When the spirit-assimilated cultivators saw this, their expressions changed. In an instant, the offensive and defensive positions changed. With Gu Hai's absolute strength, he killed hundreds of spirit-assimilated cultivators in the blink of an eye. However, Gu Hai's butcher's saber continued to advance. When the spirit-assimilated cultivators saw the black energy, they immediately turned and fled in horror. However, Gu Hai was currently using the crimson saber to push his strength to the limits. There was no way for them to flee. It was just a matter of time before they died. Kill, 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 kill. Everywhere the Life Ender saber passed, withered bones littered the ground. The surging black energy surged towards the place where the spirit-assimilated cultivators gathered in the valley. By himself, Gu Hai chased down tens of thousands of spirit-assimilated cultivators. Primogenitor, save me. Save me. Primogenitor. Ark. It's Gu Hai. Save me. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai, I am a Peony sect disciple. We are all Peony sect disciples. We have no grudges with you. Gu Hai, how dare you kill me? Ark. Miserable cries echoed throughout the valley. Panic instantly filled the air in all directions. At a corner of the valley, a group of spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounded the blood-covered Fu Shui. As Fu Shui regulated his breathing, the spirit-assimilated cultivators stood guard for him. Suddenly, miserable cries came from the distance. The spirit-assimilated cultivators' expressions changed. Fu Shui, who was regulating his breathing, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Primogenitor, it's Gu Hai. He is reenacting that scene from the first Song sect. A spirit-assimilated cultivator said with an unsightly expression. Then Xiao Chen saw a black energy fog in the distance quickly charging at the surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators. Everywhere it went, withered bones littered the ground. The horrifying killing speed made Fu Shui's face sink. It's Gu Hai again? Fu Shui's expression turned sullen. This was not the first time Fu Shui started a grudge with Gu Hai. He had failed to gain any benefits at the first Song sect or outside the Gu residence. Humph. Fu Shui snorted coldly. He slowly stood up and pushed off the ground. Then Fu Shui suddenly charged at Gu Hai. This time, Fu Shui was prepared to kill in one strike. He did not want to waste words with Gu Hai to prevent himself from falling for Gu Hai's trick again. Boom. Xiao Qun shot over like a cannonball, instantly arriving at the black energy fog. Then he swiped at Gu Hai, who was in the black energy fog. Roar. When Xiao Qun swiped out, it was in the shape of a dragon's claw. It looked like it could tear through everything, instantly tearing Gu Hai to shreds. Fu Shui. I've been waiting for you for a long time already. Gu Hai suddenly guffawed. Buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shot out of the black energy fog. A golden hoop immediately flew out and crashed into the dragon claw. Boom. A loud sound rang out and the dragon claw shattered. It seemed like the golden light from the golden hoop was specially made to neutralize the dragon claw's energy. This is. Fu Shui's expression changed. The dragon fixing hoop, a treasure specially made to deal with the dragon race. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. That's impossible. What is your cultivation? Can you refine the dragon fixing hoop? Fu Shui exclaimed. When I infused my veritable essence energy in, I discovered that it was just the 28 line pair world ritual array. I'm familiar with this ritual array. After my veritable essence energy circulated through the ritual array, this dragon fixing hoop followed my will. Gu Hai guffawed in the black energy fog. As Xiao Qun spoke, the dragon fixing hoop suddenly enlarged, releasing a dazzling golden light as it flew towards Fu Shui. No. So what if you know how to play Go? Why? Fu Shui turned around and fled in horror. However, the dragon fixing hoop instantly accelerated and smashed into Fu Shui. Boom. Roar. Fu Shui roared. The dragon fixing hoop's strong force immediately knocked him out of his true form, turning him into a 1-kilometer-long flood dragon. Buzz. The dragon fixing hoop seemed to carry a great force, pressing down on Fu Shui like a mountain. No. Damn it. How can there be a treasure specially made to deal with the dragon race? The flood dragon roared as it struggled to get up. Its figure trembled as it tried to struggle free of the dragon fixing hoop. However, the dragon fixing hoop was a treasure refined by old man Guanxi. Naturally, its might was exceptionally horrifying, making it difficult for Fu Shui to move. Kill Gu Hai for me. Everyone attack. Kill Gu Hai for me. Even if you tire him to death, I will take anyone's life. The flood dragon roared ferociously. Roar. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately charged at Gu Hai, who was in the black fog. Chapter 157. On the gigantic peony tree, Guqin led 10 evil men and frowned as he looked at the nearby death puzzle Go board. Gu Hai entered and transformed into a transparent Go stone. He landed among the transparent Go stones. Following that, one of the transparent Go stones suddenly shattered. The Go stone beside Milord shattered? Milord killed it? Another transparent Go piece has been shattered? Milord killed another one. This time all 10 shattered at the same time. Milord killed 10 in one go? Oh no. All the transparent Go stones are gathering around Milord's Go stone. They want to work together to deal with Milord. What should we do? At first the evil men felt anxious. However, they soon felt stunned. The transparent Go stones are shattering faster. Milord is massacring them? Is he massacring spirit-assimilated cultivators like he did at the first Song sect? There are more than 30,000 there. Can Milord kill them all alone? Whoosh. This time 100 Go stones shattered. 100 Go stones shattered. Is this like harvesting wheat? Even with so many people they could not stop Gu Hai. The transparent Go stones shattered one by one. Guqin showed joy in his eyes. His adoptive father is going on a killing spree. This is too ferocious. How long has it been? 500 Go stones have shattered? How long can these spirit-assimilated cultivators last? While Guqin's group paid attention, many people in the outside world paid attention as well. After all, Gu Hai's appearance had become the focus of attention long ago. This was especially so after he solved the life puzzle earlier. Many people paid attention to Gu Hai's every move. When the countless cultivators saw Gu Hai turn into a transparent Go stone, they showed disdain at first. Then shock and horror appeared on their faces. How horrifying. Did Gu Hai kill them? 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators died in just a short while? Although I cannot see the scene in the Go board, it is definitely Gu Hai. That Go stone is Gu Hai. The first Song sect massacre? Is it going to reappear? This time, Gu Hai is going to kill 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators? He's a monster, a devil. How did he cultivate? Most of these 30,000-odd people are Peony sect disciples, right? If Gu Hai really killed them all, wouldn't that mean that Gu Hai wiped out the 5 great sects of 9-5 Island by himself? The Great Feng Mafia family is completely annihilated. The Clear Stream sect was completely annihilated. The First Song sect was completely wiped out. The Dragon Pinning sect was completely destroyed. The Peony sect had been completely annihilated? The 5 sects were annihilated and none of them were left without Gu Hai. Old Devil Gu. That was close, that was close. Luckily I didn't stop Gu Hai earlier. That's right. Previously you guys actually recklessly tried to stop Gu Hai? Did you see that? They're dying in droves. As the crowd watched the chess pieces shatter rapidly, many of them revealed looks of horror. The ferocity of Old Devil Gu had been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The vigilance came from the depths of his soul. Inside the death puzzle in the valley where Gu Hai was, the Crimson Saber pushed Gu Hai's strength to the limit. Everywhere the Life Ender Saber went, it brought boundless horror. Kill, 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 kill. Gu Hai got struck 10 times. However, white bones piled up at Gu Hai's feet. Soon there were 2,000 withered bones. This one-sided massacre horrified the spirit-assimilated cultivators. They charged over in droves. However, they could only become dead souls under Gu Hai's saber. The scene of countless skeletons eating the spirit-assimilated cultivators horrified the demonified spirit-assimilated cultivators. Demon, save me. One of the spirit-assimilated cultivators turned around and fled into the distance. Go back. Fu Shui, who was trapped by the dragon-fixing hoop, shouted. No. Primogenitor, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. That spirit-assimilated cultivator screamed in horror as he continued fleeing. Humph. Fu Shui snorted coldly. Boom. That fleeing spirit-assimilated cultivator immediately exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the air. Not even his corpse remained. The surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators shivered. The primogenitor could kill all the spirit-assimilated cultivators with a thought? Those who dare to retreat will immediately explode and die. You can only survive by advancing. Continue. Kill Gu Hai for me. Even if we tire him out, we have to tire him to death. Roar. The flood dragon Fu Shui roared. Kill. The spirit-assimilated cultivators turned their heads and roared as they charged at Gu Hai. There were too many sabers and swords, so it was inevitable that they would stab Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai had the Life Ender Saber. His bones mutated. When a sword stabbed him, a bone with a metallic sheen suddenly protruded from his body. Dang. The sword stab was blocked by the metallic bone. Whoosh. At this moment, under Gu Hai's control, a large number of bones with a metallic sheen protruded from his body and stuck to him, looking like armor. Die. Gu Hai snorted coldly. At this moment, countless spirit-assimilated cultivators swarmed over. Gu Hai had his armor, so he was not afraid of defense. He attacked with all his might. With one saber strike, 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators died in the blink of an eye. Ah. Walala. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Not far away, the struggling flood dragon showed a horrified expression. That's impossible. What saber is that? How can it be like this? Fu Shui looked at Gu Hai in horror. Whoosh, whoosh. Under the horrifying massacre, some of the spirit-assimilated cultivators had already lost their will to fight. Some were blinded by bloodlust. However, no matter what, Gu Hai was like a gigantic meat grinder, continuously shredding the endless sea of spirit-assimilated cultivators. Kill, 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 kill. Outside, Gu Qin and the others held their breaths as they watched the transparent ghost stones. A ghost stone in the center trembled slightly, and the surrounding ghost stones quickly shattered. First young master, 12,000 transparent ghost stones have already shattered? An evil man asked after gulping. Why is Milord becoming more horrifying each time? Last time, Milord took 2 or 3 days to kill 5 or 6,000 First Song sect disciples, right? Milord killed more than 10,000 people in just a little more than an incense stick's worth of time? How can this be? How did Milord grow? This was a go-game battle. Horror appeared on the flood dragon's face as it frantically twisted its body, trying to break free from the dragon-fixing hoop pressing down on it. At the same time, it did its best to urge the spirit-assimilated cultivators to delay Gu Hai. If the spirit-assimilated cultivators did not delay Gu Hai, they would be in danger. If they dared to flee, they would immediately self-detonate. Immediately, the spirit-assimilated cultivators sent themselves to Guhai to their deaths. The spirit-assimilated cultivators could stab Guhai again and again. However, the spirit-assimilated cultivators blocked Guhai's bone armor. Roar! The flood dragon roared and used its full power to lift the dragon-fixing hoop. Why? The dragon-fixing hoop specifically targets the power of the dragon race. I'm not satisfied. Fu Shui roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. The flood dragon bit down on the dragon-fixing hoop, wanting to tear it apart and break it. Buzz. The dragon-fixing hoop gave off a dazzling golden light. However, the flood dragon's expression turned increasingly ferocious. It would not rest until it bit the dragon-fixing hoop. This was because the flood dragon understood that it could not lift the dragon-fixing hoop with its own strength. It could survive only by breaking it. Song Pingxing, you old man. You did all this. Even after you die, you will not let me off. The flood dragon swore as it bit the dragon-fixing hoop with a ferocious expression. The dragon-fixing hoop belonged to Song Pingxing. Back then, he offered the first Song sect disciples to spirit-assimilate cultivators and worked with the flood dragon because he had the dragon-fixing hoop. That way he could take drastic measures at the end. However, after going around in circles, Guhai made use of him. The flood dragon felt boundless resentment as it ferociously bit down on the dragon-fixing hoop. 2 hours later, crack. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the huge dragon-fixing hoop. A crack. I'm going to tear the dragon-fixing hoop apart. It's going to shatter. The flood dragon exclaimed excitedly. This was because the flood dragon could feel that the pressure on its body had weakened a lot. You really have good teeth. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out by the flood dragon's ear. The flood dragon's expression changed as it turned its head to look. The flood dragon saw Guhai wearing tight-fitting, flickering silver armor. He held a bone saber and a crimson saber in both hands as he looked at the flood dragon coldly. Where are they? The flood dragon's expression changed. When the flood dragon turned its head to look, it saw a mountain of corpses behind Guhai. Not a single one of the 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators remained. All of them had turned into dry bones, looking like a sea of bones. It looked incredibly horrifying. I already killed all of them. The energy of the spirit-assimilated cultivators piled up in my body. It was really uncomfortable, actually causing me to suffer internal injuries. I vomited. Damn it. I even vomited blood. I can't break through to the Golden Core realm despite being a peak innate realm cultivator. Guhai spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. You killed all of them? How can that be? There were 30,000 odd of them. The flood dragon revealed a horrified expression. There's also you, Fu Shui. Guhai said coldly. Guhai, why did you kill me? I don't have a death grudge with you. We can work together. At most, I'll listen to you in the future. The flood dragon exclaimed, its expression changing. However, Guhai shook his head and said, back then I killed the Clear River sect master to free him. However, I still feel some gratitude for him. You are the one who caused him to become neither human nor ghost. Just treat it as me taking revenge for him. Stop begging for mercy. I look down on you. As Xiaoqin spoke, the life-ender saber suddenly stabbed at Fu Shui. Roar. Fu Shui roared in shock and anger. However, the dragon-fixing hoop pressed down on him, making it incredibly difficult to move. Boom. Fu Shui opened his mouth and bit down on the dragon-fixing hoop again. This time he bit down with all his might. Crack, crack, crack. Even though Fu Shui tried his best to break the dragon-fixing hoop, he could not stop Guhai's life-ender saber from piercing his skin. Boom. Surging black energy surged into the wound, and countless skulls did their best to bite at the flood dragon Fu Shui. Roar. Rumble. Fu Shui's body twisted and turned as he continuously bit down on the dragon-fixing hoop. However, the black energy encased his entire body. Rumble. Rumble. The flood dragon struggled desperately in the black energy. The dragon-fixing hoop gave off its final golden light. Buzz. Boom. The dragon-fixing hoop suddenly shattered. Fu Shui finally tore it apart. However, Fu Shui's miserable shrieks came from the black energy. Whoosh. Fu Shui hastily leaped out of the black fog. However, what came out was no longer a Jiao dragon. It should be a Jiao dragon's bones. Only the head was left with some flesh and blood. The rest of the body was completely gone, leaving only a pile of bones. Roar. The flood dragon let out one last sorrowful cry. Whoosh. The surging black energy encased the flood dragon again, and countless skulls did their best to bite it. After a while, the sorrowful cries of the flood dragon disappeared from the black fog. The black energy returned to the life-ender saber. Cough, 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 cough. Gu Hai vomited mouthfuls of blood. He looked coldly at the long dragon bone on the ground. The energy in Fu Shui's flesh and blood is still horrifying. I can't break through to the golden core realm. This energy nearly made me explode. It accumulated in my body. How unbearable. Gu Hai showed a pained expression. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. After the dragon-fixing hoop shattered, it turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. However, something was left behind in the mist. It was a white crystal. Whoosh. The white crystal instantly entered Gu Hai's forehead. Then, it suddenly came into contact with the white crystal in Gu Hai's forehead and merged with it. The two crystals merged into one and became even bigger. The black ghost stone reigned supreme in Gu Hai's forehead space. Below it were 40,000 Go puzzles slowly merging. The white crystal under the black ghost stone was the crystal left behind by the old man Guanxi, who refined the 28 line pair world ritual array, when Gu Hai obtained the 28 line pair world ritual array. There is also one in this dragon-fixing hoop? This crystal? It can't be old man Guanxi's heavenly ghost stone fragment, right? Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. In that case, the black ghost stone fragment that brought me from Earth is not the 9th ranked treasure in the world, the heavenly ghost stone? Instead, the real heavenly ghost stone fragment was crushed by old man Guanxi, reduced to shards, and hidden in the treasure that old man Guanxi left behind? Gu Hai's expression sank. That old demon was so scheming. Even after he died, he could not rest in peace. Gu Hai showed a depressed expression. If it were anyone else, they would have rejoiced. This was a heavenly ghost stone fragment. However, Gu Hai avoided it like a snake. Phew. Gu Hai took in a deep breath and calmed himself. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart and turned his head to look at the distant mountain peak. However, the person on the mountain peak had already disappeared. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "Where are they?" "They were standing in the distance when I first arrived." "Wait, that's not right. Something must have happened to Long Wanqing and they left under her control?" Gu Hai took a deep breath and put away his two sabers. Then he changed his clothes and jumped into the distance. When Gu Hai left, the countless cultivators outside felt horrified. The transparent ghost stones had all vanished, not a single one left. Gu Hai killed all 30,000 odd people? The countless cultivators outside the gigantic peony tree felt horrified. That old demon. Fortunately, I did not stop him. With this, who would dare to seek trouble with that old demon? However, the people at the life ghost stone fragment felt excited. All the transparent ghost stones shattered. My lord killed 30,000 odd people. Everyone? My lord's chess piece clone, that transparent chess piece has also changed into a golden chess piece? I understand. My lord killed all the transparent ghost stones, and his ghost stone clone turned golden. That means that my lord revived the transparent ghost stone's golden ghost stone. My lord became a Go player. Adoptive father is a Go player as well? Gu Qin revealed a joyful expression. Chapter 158. When the two servants jumped into the death puzzle at the Long Wanqing Palace. When Montez landed heavy blows on Li Haoran again and again. Li Haoran got up from the ground again and again. He showed a ferocious expression. What are you waiting for? Everyone, if you do not resist now, you will all be drained dry later. Shinji Battalion disciples attack. Li Haoran roared as he stood up. Roar. A large number of cultivators immediately charged at Montez. After all, anyone could tell that Montez wanted to drain everyone dry. Humph. Chess pieces will always remain chess pieces. Montez snorted coldly. Then he waved his hand. Boom. When Meng Tai waved his hand, the nearly 10,000 cultivators charging over instantly went flying. It was not that Meng Tai used a lot of force. Instead, it was because Meng Tai controlled two golden ghost stones. Using the golden ghost stones, he moved the cultivators away. They were like marionettes. Everyone was a marionette, but the strings were in Meng Tai's hands. Ah. The nearly 10,000 cultivators went flying, unable to control themselves. After all, they were just ghost stones and Montez was the player. You overestimate yourselves? Humph. Montez looked coldly at the surrounding cultivators. However, the surrounding cultivators did not give up. They continued charging at Montez. Everyone knew that if they charged forward, they still had hope of survival. If they did not, they would only be drained dry and die. Montez pushed aside the countless cultivators and threw another palm strike at Li Haoran. Battalion Commander Li? Your cultivation is based on the Golden Origin realm. It is indeed strange. Even when I drain your energy, it is extremely slow. However, there is no need to worry. If it is slow, so be it. I will slowly drain you dry. Montez looked at Li Haoran with a ferocious expression. As Li Haoran was beaten, he drained all his energy. His complexion paled. However, he still showed a ferocious expression as he charged at Montez. Go! Montez threw another palm strike. Rumble. Tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes struck Li Haoran. Ah! Li Haoran was sent flying again. At this moment, the disciples of the Shinji battalion all rushed toward Montez with long arrows. Swish! The thousands of arrows were wrapped in astral energy and were incomparably sharp. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived not far from Montez. Countless cultivators' eyes lit up. Montez could control our bodies, but could he control the rain of arrows? There was hope. However, Mengtai did not care about the rain of arrows. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. Oh no! Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed. Sure enough, when the rain of arrows was still 50 feet away from Montez, boom! In an instant all of them exploded. What? Countless Xiozhou widened their eyes. However, they saw that there was a transparent shield around Montez with a diameter of 10 feet. All the arrows hit the shield and were blocked. What is that? Not a shield? Even when the thousands of arrows hit it, it did not create any ripples. Someone exclaimed. Ha! Of course it is useless. This is the protective barrier of the Go player. How can you injure me with just a bunch of Go pieces? Montez revealed a cold smile. The protective barrier of the Go player? Everyone's expression changed. Humph! Do you think that it is easy to obtain the golden Go stone? Old man Guanxi left behind 3 keys. Only with these 3 keys can one enter this barrier. Wei Yang, Fu Shui, and I fought for many days before we used the 3 keys to enter and obtain the golden Go stone. Do you want to reap without sowing? Montez sneered. No. That's impossible. Doesn't that make you undefeatable? Countless Xiozhou felt horrified and in disbelief. Tens of thousands of Xiozhou cultivators charged over. As Montez smiled coldly, he waved his hand and everyone was sent flying again. Montez revealed a cold smile and said, I am the Go player. I am undefeatable in the first place. As a Go piece, I should have the awareness of being a Go piece. 9-star alignment. Suddenly a shout rang out. Venerable Lun Yan's Buddhist prayer beads suddenly turned into 9 stars and charged at Montez. Montez's face sank as he waved his hand. Bang! Venerable Lun Yan was immediately sent flying. At the same time, Li Hai drained Venerable Lun Yan's energy. Venerable Lun Yan cried out in pain in the distance. However, the 9 stars had arrived before him. Boom! 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 The 9 stars collided with the protective enchantment. The protective enchantment only trembled slightly, but it did not break. Golden arrow. Li Haoran's golden arrow suddenly shot over. The strong force was like a hot knife through butter as it crashed into the protective barrier. Boom! Despite the loud explosion, the barrier still trembled slightly, unable to break. Continue. Venerable Lun Yan roared as he controlled the Buddhist prayer beads from afar. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads turned into 2 9-star alignment beams that charged at the barrier. Golden arrow. Attack together. Countless Xiozhou cultivators charged at Montez. Do you think that I do not dare to kill you? Humph. Montez snorted coldly. Then he waved his hand and quickly drained the energy of all the people charging over. Ah. Even though it was painful, the Xiozhou cultivators still charged forward. If they did not charge, they would die. Rumble. The surroundings turned chaotic. The group at the very front had already reached the protective barrier. However, no matter how hard they struck the protective barrier, they could not break it. Montez waved his hand again and again, sending all the people in front flying and crashing into the ground in the distance. Many people fell to the brink of death. Roar. 9-star alignment. Golden arrow. Countless Xiozhou cultivators charged over. Montez showed a cold expression. However, no one could break the barrier at this moment, so he slowly relaxed. Chess pieces are just chess pieces. Only I can decide your fate. All those who charge forward will have their energy drained first, Montez said coldly. The group at the very front shriveled up quickly as they screamed in pain. Ha 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 ha. Montez guffawed proudly. At this moment, Montez was like a god. No one could stop him or do anything to him. It seemed like everyone's sorrowful fate was already decided. However, just at this moment, behind Montez, whoosh, suddenly 5 figures strangely charged into the protective barrier. Just like that, they suddenly entered. The instant the 5 figures entered, the shriveled cultivators outside suddenly goggled. Then they showed wild joy on their faces. They started to attack the barrier with even more ferocity. Montez seemed to sense that something was wrong with the people outside. However, in that instant he reacted too late. Suddenly 2 manifested palms struck his back. What? Boom. Montez cried out in alarm as the strike knocked him into the air. Then he vomited a mouthful of blood. Although Montez did his best to open the protective barrier, in that instant, a sharp sword stabbed into his wrist. Ching. Bang. After Xiao Chen's wrist was pierced, the 2 golden ghost stones in his palm flew out. Outside, countless cultivators goggled at this scene. However, they saw Long Wanqing immediately step forward and grab the 2 ghost stones. Boom. Montez staggered and went flying. No. My golden ghost stones. What? Montez roared in horror, wanting to charge over. However, Long Wanqing leaped twice and immediately jumped into the distance. Then she stood on a large rock while holding the ghost stones. Meng Tai pounced forward in horror and slammed into the protective barrier with a loud bang. Boom. Montez was blocked outside the protective barrier. Did the player switch positions? Whoosh. Countless cultivators immediately cheered. The great demon Montez finally fell off his pedestal. Countless people glared at Montez with hatred. Montez turned his head and understood. It was Long Wanqing's 2 servants carrying Li Wei and Wei Yang in front. The 2 palm strikes on Li Wei's back came from Long Wanqing's 2 servants. As for the sword at his wrist, it came from Wei Yang. Wei Yang's sword thrust caused Li Wei to lose his golden ghost stones. Montez, you are finished. Li Wei revealed a sinister smile. Li Wei? I should have killed you long ago. I should have killed you long ago. Montez roared as he charged at Li Wei. Protect Li Wei, someone shouted. Capture Li Wei. The surroundings turned chaotic. Long Wanqing had just grasped the golden ghost stones and was not familiar with them yet. However, she still gave it a try. Boom. Suddenly, the surrounding people exploded under Li Wei's control. Montez, you are out. You are out. Wei Yang guffawed. Old thing, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Montez tossed Li Wei aside and immediately charged at the approaching Wei Yang. Go. Long Wanqing shouted and threw a palm strike. Suddenly, it seemed like she gathered everyone's strength to attack Montez. Tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes suddenly appeared. Boom, 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 boom. Montez screamed miserably as he went flying. Blarg. Li Wei vomited a mouthful of blood in midair and fell to the ground in the distance. His entire body was covered in blood and he could not move. No. It shouldn't be like this. Long Wanqing? You cough. How did you appear there? How did you appear at Li Wei's place? I placed Li Wei and that old thing in that blind spot. That blind spot, no one can get close to them. No one can get close to them. How did you do it? Meng Tai fell to the ground, his face filled with unwillingness. The people here cannot get close, but that does not mean that the people outside cannot. Long Wanqing said coldly. Outside? You came from outside? How did you know which ghost stone was Li Wei? How did you know how to get to Li Wei so accurately? I don't believe it. Even I can't do it so accurately. It is even more impossible for you to do it. Cough. Montez said weakly with an expression of disbelief. Gu Hai helped me. Long Wanqing said sullenly as she grabbed 2 ghost stones. Gu Hai? Gu Hai again? How many of my plans are you going to ruin? Gu Hai. Montez roared with a ferocious expression. As Montez roared, he showed a bitter expression. Montez, I said that you have nothing. What else do you have? You are too smart, but what about you? Everyone hates you, even your undying lover has abandoned you, and you have nothing to gain. You have lost everything, cough, ha. Wei Yang coughed as he laughed mockingly. Old thing, don't you also have nothing? Meng Tai revealed a trace of a bitter smile. No winner? No winner. Li Wei said with a bitter smile. Everyone looked at this group of people. Long Wanqing also looked at Montez coldly without any sympathy. It is better for this kind of person to die. Hall Master Long, save me. Suddenly, a shout came from not far away from Long Wanqing. It was a group of Shinji Battalion disciples. They carried the skinny Li Haoran out of the protective barrier. Li Haoran was now covered in blood and was on the verge of death. Battalion Commander Li? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Hall Master Long, Battalion Commander, has been drained of his blood essence. He is dying. Quick, help Battalion Commander Li. A Shinji Battalion disciple said anxiously. How can we help? How can we help? Long Wanqing said anxiously. Replenish our blood essence and let Battalion Commander enter your barrier. Lend him the golden chess piece. We are willing to offer a part of our blood essence to Battalion Commander. Please, only you can save Battalion Commander now. Quick, Battalion Commander is dying. The Shinji Battalion disciple shouted anxiously. Lend him the golden chess piece and let him drain your blood essence? Long Wanqing's expression changed. As long as the Battalion Commander can catch his breath, it will be fine. We are all willing. Quick, quick. We just need to lend the Battalion Commander a golden ghost stone. The Battalion Commander can't hold on for much longer. That divine strategy Battalion disciple urged. Long Wanqing frowned slightly. Suddenly she remembered Gu Hai's last words, telling her not to trust Li Haoran. I did agree to Gu Hai's request, but... Long Wanqing was caught in a dilemma. Hallmaster Long, I beg you to save the Battalion Commander. Back then the Battalion Commander saved your life. He risked defending your cousin to save you. Now that the Battalion Commander is dead, can't you save him? He saved your life before. That Shinji Battalion disciple said anxiously. Long Wanqing struggled. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded. All right, I'll lend him a golden chess piece. With a wave of her hand, a crack seemed to appear in the protective barrier. The moment the crack appeared, Li Haoran, who was on the verge of death, suddenly shot into the crack like an arrow. What? Long Wanqing's expression changed. At the same time, Venerable Lun Yan climbed out of the rubble in the distance. Just as he stood up, he saw this scene. Oh! Venerable Lun Yan exclaimed. Chapter 159. Montez was eliminated. All his efforts were for naught. Xiaoqin exhausted all his schemes but ended up with nothing. He was covered in wounds. As Xiaoqin looked at the dragon vein under the transparent ground, the ferocious dragon head seemed to mock him. He was eliminated and no longer qualified to compete. Montez suddenly started laughing loudly. It seemed like Xiaoqin was laughing at his naivety and stupidity. As he laughed, he looked in the direction of Feng Ling's corpse. He saw Feng Ling, who once loved him to the bone, give up on him before she died. Xiaoqin already had a lot. However, he was not content and gambled everything. He gambled Feng Ling. As Montez laughed, 2 streams of tears of regret flowed out of his eyes. However, this was not over yet. Countless cultivators in the surroundings surrounded him in rage. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. The crowd raged. Boom. 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 The crowd beat Montez up again and again. Montez vomited blood. He could not resist, but he could not stop laughing. As he laughed, tears streamed down his face. The crowd felt grief and hatred. You are still laughing? Beat him to death. Beat him to death. The crowd raged, continuously beating Montez up. The crowd's rage could not be quelled. However, just as the crowd beat Montez up, suddenly 10 people screamed in horror. The hand that was beating Meng Tai also stopped. The 10 bodies rapidly shriveled up, becoming increasingly shriveled up. Gradually they turned into dried corpses. All the energy in their bodies had been sucked dry. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators suddenly felt terrified and immediately dodged Meng Tai. They thought that Montez would take those 10 people's corpses. However, Montez was on his last breaths. It's him. Li Haoran. Li Haoran. He turned into a Go player. No. Don't suck me. A scream of agony attracted everyone's attention. Everyone saw the golden-armored Li Haoran standing on a large rock. A 30-meter-wide protective barrier surrounded him. The Shinji Battalion disciples stood respectfully outside the protective barrier. Even though they were Li Haoran's trusted subordinates, he did not let them into the protective barrier. How can this be? Where's Long Wanqing? Everyone was slightly stunned. Not far away in the ruins, Long Wanqing stood up while clutching her chest and vomiting blood. Her face was full of shock and disbelief. What? Battalion Commander Li, why? Didn't I promise to give you a chess piece? Long Wanqing's eyes turned red as she roared. Li Haoran waved his hand, and the energy of several people around him was forcibly extracted. Li Haoran's face turned from pale to rosy. He glanced at Long Wanqing with a cold smile and ignored her. Instead, he turned his head to look at Montes. The first key Rose? He was killed by you. The second key Fengling was also killed by you. Montes, how could you be so careless? Left behind the third key? Ah. Li Haoran laughed wildly. Cough, 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 cough. Li Haoran, you won't have a good ending either. Montes laughed miserably. I like this expression of yours. Ah. Didn't you have a lot of fun beating me up earlier? What about now? You can't do it anymore? Are you a pile of dead meat? Li Haoran smiled coldly and waved his hand. Rumble. Li Haoran immediately mobilized everyone's energy and sent out tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes. Li Haoran sent Montes flying once more. Blarg. Montes vomited another mouthful of blood as he fell from the tens of thousands of palm strikes. His entire body was covered in blood, and it seemed like all his bones had shattered. Cough, cough. Montes vomited blood, looking like he was on his last breath. It doesn't matter if they die, but it won't be fun if you die. Let me tell you something. If you do things carelessly, you will never amount to anything. If you want to accomplish great things, you have to learn how to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Just like this. Li Haoran smiled and waved his hand. Whoosh. Li Wei, who was in the crowd, was suddenly pulled up by a force. Oh no. Protect Li Wei. Protect Li Wei. Once Li Wei dies, we will never have another chance, Wei Yang shouted in shock. Old thing, you really talk a lot of nonsense. You can all attack together. Li Haoran said coldly. Whoosh. Li Wei and Wei Yang immediately floated up. Everyone's expressions changed. You want to kill Li Wei? Someone exclaimed. That's right. Li Haoran said coldly. Then he took out a golden sword. Chop. Boom. A golden manifested sword shot towards Li Wei. No. Li Wei roared. Boom. Even though Li Wei roared, it was too late. The golden sword instantly cut Li Wei in half. Whoosh. The surrounding cultivators immediately panicked. The last key. The last key. Li Haoran, do you want to repeat the same mistake as Montes and kill everyone? Wei Yang exclaimed. Rumble. Immediately, surging energy was extracted from Wei Yang's body. Wei Yang couldn't resist or resist at all. He was already severely injured. How could he have much strength left? Arc. 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 Wei Yang shrieked as he shrieked. Then he turned into a dried corpse and stopped breathing. Li Haoran's extraction speed was even faster than Montes's. Another one died? Even faster than before? He is even scarier than Montes. Li Haoran, you are the Shinji Battalion's commander. You will not kill us. Battalion Commander Li. We have no grudge with you. The son of my sect master is also a disciple of your Shinji Battalion. The surrounding cultivators panicked as they looked at Li Haoran in horror. Ah! Li Haoran waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of cultivators were drained of energy. No. Battalion Commander Li, let us go. He is even more ruthless than Montes. Help. Arc. No. Don't choose me. Arc. Miserable shrieks rang out. A protective barrier? Only 3 keys could enter. Rose, Fengling and Li Wei. With all 3 keys dead, Li Haoran was already undefeatable. Hall Master. Venerable Lu Nian rushed over and helped Long Wanqing up. However, Long Wanqing flung Venerable Lu Nian's hand away and ran to Li Haoran. Then she roared with bloodshot eyes. Li Haoran, why? Tell me why. Li Haoran turned his head and looked coldly at Long Wanqing. He said, Little girl, are you really that gullible? What did you say? Long Wanqing said with a ferocious expression as she stared at Li Haoran. A golden ghost stone? How can that be enough? A golden ghost stone cannot help me break the seal. If it cannot solve the death puzzle, what is the use of it? Treating injuries? Don't be naive. What I want is the inheritance of old man Guanxi below. I want the dragon vein below. Li Haoran said proudly. You lied to me? You would lie to me? Didn't you say that you would not lie to me? You even saved my life before. Why lie to me? Long Wanqing roared. Ah! I already said that you are gullible, but you still don't believe me. Who said that I saved you? All right. I put on a show back then to make you think that I saved you. Back then you were gullible. Li Haoran smiled coldly. What? Long Wanqing felt stunned. There is no harm in telling you. After all, it is nothing. After today, none of you can think of leaving this place alive. That includes you, Long Wanqing. Li Haoran said coldly. Big butts. Li Haoran, you. Long Wanqing's servant immediately wanted to scold Li Haoran. Shut up. Let him speak. Long Wanqing roared. At this moment, Long Wanqing stared at Li Haoran with bloodshot eyes, showing an extremely unreconciled expression. Why did your cousin push you off the cliff back then? Do you still remember her expression back then? Li Haoran sneered. She said that I insulted her mother, but I did not. Long Wanqing suddenly shivered midway. It was you. You lied to my cousin saying that I insulted her, so she flew into a rage out of humiliation. Seeing that I did not admit it, she pushed me off the cliff. She nearly got me killed. You saved me and she felt guilty, so she did not continue to take revenge. Was you? You planned all this? Long Wanqing's expression changed dramatically. Li Haoran smiled coldly. He did not explain further. Li Haoran, Long Wanqing was blind. Why did I believe you? Everything you did was just to use me? Long Wanqing's aggrieved expression slowly turned to regret. Alright, Long Wanqing, cut the crap. Hand the dragon luring jade to me. Quickly. Li Haoran said coldly. Ha. You used me to snatch the dragon vein, right? You want my dragon luring jade? You can forget about it. I will not give it to you. Impossible. Bone-deep hatred flashed in Long Wanqing's eyes. You will give it to me, right? Venerable Lun Yen? Li Haoran said coldly. As Li Haoran spoke, he waved his hand. Rumble. Surging energy was forcibly extracted from Venerable Lun Yen. Arg. Venerable Lun Yen cried out in pain as the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand flew out. 9-star alignment. Rumble. 2 9-star alignment beams shot towards Li Haoran. Boom. 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 Unfortunately, the protective barrier was too strong. The 9-star alignment could not break the barrier. Venerable Lun Yen charged forward. Rumble. 10,000 manifested palm strikes struck Venerable Lun Yen, knocking him back. Venerable Lun Yen vomited blood as he flew back. Long Wanqing, if you still do not hand over the dragon luring jade, Venerable Lun Yen will be sucked dry. Li Haoran said with a ferocious expression. I'll give it to you. Long Wanqing waved her hand with a hint of regret. Bang. The dragon luring jade immediately flew out. Li Haoran extended his hand and sucked. Clack. The dragon luring jade immediately returned to his hand. It is indeed the dragon luring jade. Li Haoran guffawed. The dragon luring jade is already yours. Quickly release the venerable. Long Wanqing said anxiously in regret. Did I say that I would release Venerable Lun Yen? Li Haoran sneered. Long Wanqing felt his scalp tingle as if he did not recognize Li Haoran. How can it be like this? How can he be so evil? Gu Hai wanted me to be on guard against him. Previously he even held a saber to my neck, telling me to be on guard against him. How can I be so foolish? How can I be so foolish? For a moment Long Wanqing felt how ridiculous she was, so ridiculous that she was stupid to the extreme. Humph. It is not just Venerable Lun Yen. There is also you. Did I say that I would let you off? Li Haoran sneered. Li Haoran waved his hand. Rumble. Suddenly, a strong suction rushed at Long Wanqing, as if it wanted to drain Long Wanqing of his energy. Li Haoran, you will die a horrible death. My grandfather will take revenge for me. Long Wanqing roared while crying. She regretted being so foolish and naive. Why did she trust Li Haoran? How did your grandfather know that I killed you? Li Haoran's arrogance suddenly came to a halt. Li Haoran suddenly stopped moving. He no longer sucked in Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen. Wait. You said that Gu Hai sent you into Li Wei's place. In that case, can the people outside see in? That's impossible. How can they see? Li Haoran's expression changed. Cough, cough, cough. Li Haoran, you finally know fear. If you hurt Long Wanqing, the people outside will definitely see it. Then Venerable Long Wanqing's grandfather will definitely kill you. Venerable Lun Yen guffawed as he vomited blood. That's not right. Long Wanqing, speak quickly. Otherwise, I will immediately kill Venerable Lun Yen. Li Haoran said coldly. Rumble. The surging suction rushed towards Venerable Lun Yen, weakening him further. Long Wanqing showed a sorrowful expression as he said, I'll speak. Let Venerable Lun Yen off. Speak quickly. Li Haoran roared. The people outside cannot see the people inside. However, they can see the surroundings of the player. They can see everything you do when you hold the golden ghost stone, Long Wanqing said sorrowfully. Li Haoran's expression turned unsightly. So, that is the case. Let Venerable Lun Yen off, please. Long Wanqing begged. Li Haoran shook his head. I won't kill you. I can spare you Long Wanqing. However, Venerable Lun Yen has to die. He is an old demonic genius. He is just trapped here. Otherwise, once he escapes, I would be in great danger. He has to die. I will only let you off. What? Long Wanqing exclaimed. Let me drain you dry. Venerable Lun Yen. Roar. Li Haoran said coldly. Rumble. Strong energy quickly drained from Venerable Lun Yen's body. Venerable Lun Yen's condition turned increasingly dangerous. No. Li Haoran, I'll fight it out with you. Long Wanqing charged over in grief and indignation. Then he took out an enchanted treasure with a flip of his hand, preparing to attack. Humph. I won't kill you. However, you can forget about being presumptuous. Li Haoran snorted coldly. Boom. Li Haoran threw a palm strike. Long Wanqing could not block it at all and got knocked into the air. Ah. Tears of regret streaked across Long Wanqing's eyes as he flew through the air. Guhai, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you. I made a big mistake. Long Wanqing vomited blood as he fell. Hall Master. Long Wanqing's servant cried out in alarm. However, he also shouted in despair as his energy was being drained. It looked like Long Wanqing would fall unconscious. Suddenly, as Long Wanqing fell, a pair of arms reached out. Bang! However, a pair of arms suddenly caught Long Wanqing, who was about to fall to the ground. Then he slowly fell and was caught smoothly, preventing his injuries from worsening. Huh! Li Haoran had not expected someone to dare to catch Long Wanqing at this moment. The surrounding cultivators also looked over. When they saw the man who caught Long Wanqing, everyone cried out in alarm. Ah! That is. Many cultivators were indescribably excited, as if they saw their savior. Long Wanqing thought that his head would hit the ground. However, he was suddenly embraced by a warm embrace. Go. Guhai. Long Wanqing looked at the man who hugged him in disbelief. Hall Master, why are you so careless? Guhai smiled warmly. Guhai's warm smile seemed to wash away all of Long Wanqing's hatred. In an instant, all of his grievances exploded. Long Wanqing's tears flowed out. Guhai, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to you. Long Wanqing's grievances and regret gushed out like an unstoppable river. Chapter 160. Guhai. Li Haoran shouted angrily as he glared. Li Haoran's forceful extraction of Venerable Lun Yen's energy also stopped. In the past, Li Haoran would not have cared about a minor character like Guhai. However, Li Haoran now had to be careful of Guhai. From the innate puzzle world to 9-5 Island, Old Man Guanxi's schemes were all related to Go. During this time, Guhai's Go skills proved to everyone that his Go skills were vast and unstoppable. He could not be underestimated. Even in this death puzzle world, where Montez already controlled the situation, Guhai easily tossed in Long Wanqing and 2 servants. With just 3 Go stones, Guhai managed to turn defeat into victory, knocking Montez off his pedestal. All his efforts were for naught. With just 3 Go stones, Guhai managed to turn defeat into victory? Now Guhai personally came down? Guhai. Guhai. The dying Montez in the distance seemed to go crazy when he saw Guhai arrive. Speaking of which, Montez had never underestimated Guhai. He had always treated Guhai as if he were facing a great enemy. However, even though he guarded against Guhai with all his might, he could not defeat Guhai's gentle moves in the end. Facing Guhai, Montez no longer had any intention of competing. However, he still felt indignant in his heart. I have already schemed. Why must there be someone better at scheming than me? Without Guhai would I have succeeded? Since I was born, why did Guhai have to be born? Mr. Good, you are finally here. Mr. Good, save me. Please solve this puzzle quickly. Mr. Good, your Go skills are outstanding. You can definitely solve this death puzzle, right? Mr. Good, save me. Mr. Good, be careful of that demon, Li Haoran. When countless cultivators saw Guhai, they naturally showed boundless anticipation. Even though most of the people who came to 9-5 Island had come to snatch the century lifespan Immortality Peach, they no longer had such thoughts. They only hoped that Guhai could save them. Venerable Lun Yen, are you alright? Guhai turned his head and looked into the distance. Poof. Ah. Venerable Lun Yen guffawed as he vomited blood from the pool of blood in the distance. Guhai, I'm sorry, I made a mess of things. Long Wanqing said while crying. Alright, everything is fine now. I'm here. Guhai smiled and gently put Long Wanqing down. Hall Master. The three servants rushed over. After venting her grievances, Long Wanqing felt much better. She gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Gu Hai with gratitude in her eyes. This was because Gu Hai did not blame her. Later, go to Venerable Lunyan's place. He will tell you what to do, Gu Hai said. All right. Long Wanqing nodded. After giving instructions to Long Wanqing, Gu Hai stepped forward. Then he smiled at Li Haoran and said, Shinji Battalion Commander, unexpectedly you are a Go player now. Why don't we play against each other? Are you worthy? So what if you know how to play Go? Right now you are just a Go stone. Rise. Li Haoran extended his hand and waved it at Gu Hai. Suddenly, the countless cultivators in the surroundings started twisting and turning as if they were puppets on strings. No one could control themselves, showing horrified expressions. Only Gu Hai stood there not moving. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. Li Haoran controlled the golden Go stone to find which string connected to Gu Hai. Then he could control Gu Hai. Once Gu Hai fell under Li Haoran's control, he would be at Li Haoran's mercy. However, at this moment, Gu Hai was not affected at all. Instead, he walked over to Li Haoran step by step. Battalion Commander Li, is it fun? Do you want me to wait for you to play for a while longer? Gu Hai asked with a smile. That's impossible. You are not under my control. You are not a white Go stone or a black Go stone. Li Haoran's face sank. You only figured it out now? Since I entered this game, why would I choose to be your Go stone? Otherwise, how could I play Go with you? Gu Hai retorted with a smile. Humph. So what if you are not a white Go stone or a black Go stone? A Go stone will always be a Go stone. Li Haoran retorted coldly. As Li Haoran spoke, he extended his hand and threw a palm strike at Gu Hai. This palm strike contained the power of more than 60,000 cultivators. It looked like Li Haoran wanted to kill Gu Hai in one go. Rumble. Suddenly, more than 60,000 manifested palm strikes appeared and flew at Gu Hai from all directions. Upon seeing this scene, the countless cultivators nearly closed their eyes. Gu Hai was very good at Go. However, he seemed to be only an innate realm cultivator. How could he block this? No. Long Wanqing, who had gone far away, suddenly cried out. Boom, 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 boom. However, Gu Hai, who was at the center of the manifested palm strikes, did not move at all. Instead, he walked forward step by step. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. Even Venerable Lunyan could not withstand this strike. How could Gu Hai withstand it? The countless cultivators goggled as well. However, they saw something like a wall of energy around Gu Hai, a 30-meter-wide wall of energy. A barrier? A protective barrier? Someone suddenly exclaimed. A Go player? Gu Hai is a Go player as well? How can that be? The weakened Montez goggled in disbelief. Aren't the two golden Go stones in Li Haoran's hands? Li Haoran should be the only Go player. Why does Gu Hai have a protective barrier as well? Mr. Good is a Go player as well. That's great. Mr. Good has a golden Go stone as well. Mr. Good has a protective barrier, a Go player's protective barrier. Countless cultivators immediately cheered. Li Haoran looked at the two Go stones in his hand and goggled. That's impossible. Why do you have a golden Go stone as well? Why are you a Go player as well? I control the white Go stones and the black Go stones. Li Haoran felt slightly stunned. Then, his expression changed as he said, a transparent Go stone? You control a transparent Go stone? However, didn't Wei Yang destroy the transparent golden Go stone? Didn't he destroy it? The game isn't over yet. How can it be destroyed? Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Haoran's expression darkened, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He was no longer the only Go player. There was still Gu Hai? And Gu Hai? Was he going to compete with Gu Hai? Outside the Death Go game on a giant peony. Li Haoran was the Go player, so he created a phantom image. His previous frenzy caused an uproar among the countless cultivators outside the giant peony. No one expected Li Haoran to be so ruthless. After deceiving Long Wanqing, he wanted to kill everyone. Just for the inheritance of old man Guanxi? He almost killed Long Wanqing just now. Li Haoran is really sinister. He has been deceiving Long Wanqing for a long time. He's really unscrupulous for the dragon vein. He is really seeking death. If he kills Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather will not let him off. Fortunately, he stopped. However, the others are in danger. Look, even Gu Hai has become a Go player. Gu Hai and Li Haoran are going to fight. Gu Hai is also a demonic genius. Indeed. To think that Gu Hai killed all those 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators. They are all ruthless people. Gu Hai is better. After all, he killed spirit-assimilated cultivators. When spirit-assimilated cultivators come out, they want to eat people. Gu Hai is a demon exorcist. Look, they're going to fight. Li Haoran is mobilizing everyone's strength again. Gu Hai is the Go player. He has a defensive barrier blocking it? Countless cultivators goggled at the many twists and turns in this death go game. The cultivators could not shift their gazes away. Under a large tree in the middle of a mountain, the unborn man continued watching quietly. Li Haoran? I still do not believe that he has the guts. The unborn man said softly as though he was speaking to the air beside him. I'll keep watching. The girl's death cannot be done for no reason. Let me see what this Li Haoran is capable of. The unborn man continued speaking to the air beside him. At this moment on the gigantic peony tree, Li Haoran held 2 golden go stones. His image was no longer on the north or south side of the go board but in the center, on the west side of the go board. He showed a cold expression as he looked across. However, Gu Hai's image slowly materialized on the east side of the death go board. At this moment, he smiled coldly as he looked at Li Haoran across from him. In the eyes of the people outside, the two of them were currently in control of the chessboard and were in the midst of a game of chess. First young master, Milord is playing Go with Li Haoran. Li Haoran has more than 60,000 white Go stones and black Go stones. However, Milord has no more Go stones. Indeed. Milord already killed all the transparent Go stones. Now Milord is empty-handed. What should we do? The evil men asked worriedly. However, Guqin shook his head and said, there is no need to worry. No one understands Go better than adoptive father. Just watch carefully. Adoptive father will definitely be fine. Yes. Everyone nodded. Inside the death Go board, Li Haoran could not figure out Gu Hai's situation. However, it was precisely because he could not figure it out that he felt even more uncertain. This was a Go board in the end. If it were a martial battle, even 100 Gu Hai would not be a match for Li Haoran. However, Li Haoran did not know what the outcome would be in a Go board. On the other side, Long Wanqing arrived at Venerable Lun Yan's place. Venerable, are you all right? How are you? Long Wanqing asked worriedly as she helped Venerable Lun Yan up. Let's go quickly. We need to hide. Venerable Lun Yan said with a frown. Ah. Gu Hai got you to look for me so that I can bring you to hide. I don't know what other tricks Gu Hai has, but we are both black Go stones and white Go stones, Li Haoran's Go stones. It would be fine if that vile Li Haoran could defeat Gu Hai. However, if he could not, he would definitely hold us hostage to threaten Gu Hai, Venerable Lun Yan said as he coughed out blood. Ah, right. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Not daring to hesitate, Long Wanqing led her 3 servants and quickly fled to a hidden spot in the distance. Battalion Commander Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan are about to escape. A Shinji battalion disciple suddenly shouted. Ha! Li Haoran raised his eyebrows as he looked into the distance. Long Wanqing, who was fleeing in the distance, froze. Battalion Commander Li, don't tell me you've already admitted defeat and are preparing to use women to threaten me? Gu Hai suddenly laughed. Chapter 161. Montez lay weakly on the ground amid the rubble. He watched as Gu Hai calmly walked towards Li Haoran in the distance. Montez showed bitterness in his eyes as he watched others calmly deal with a mountain that he could not climb. He could not help feeling desolate. Even someone as strong as Li Haoran fears Gu Hai's Go skills now? Something's wrong? Suddenly Montez's expression changed. Although I do not know how Gu Hai became the player, he can only be the player of the transparent Go stones. Gu Hai can only control the transparent Go stones. However, Li Haoran controls the white Go stones and the black Go stones. Fu Shui controlled the transparent Go stones back then. Although Fu Shui had the golden Go stones and the protective barrier, he still lost to me in that old thing in the end. Fu Shui's golden Go stones can only defend and not attack. The transparent Go stones are illusory. Only the white Go stones and the black Go stones are real. Illusory Go stones cannot attack, they can only defend at best. Gu Hai can only defend? In that case, what can he use to fight Li Haoran? Gu Hai should not be able to defeat Li Haoran. However, why is Gu Hai so calm? Meng Tai fell into a daze. Montez and Wei Yang had defeated Fu Shui and the golden Go stones of the transparent Go stones. Would Gu Hai be able to win now that he was the one holding them? However, if Gu Hai was not confident, why did he walk towards Li Haoran so calmly? At this moment, Li Haoran looked at Gu Hai with a sullen expression. Right now, Li Haoran did not feel confident. In the outside world, even 100 Gu Hai would not be a match for him in pure martial prowess. However, they were playing Go now. How was Gu Hai's Go skills? Starting from when he suppressed 100,000 cultivators in the innate puzzle world. The Great Feng Mafia family and the Dragon Pinning sect showed the brutality of the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. Although this chess of death was no longer an ordinary chess game, it was still an evolution of the 29 heavens and earth chess game. Could his understanding of this game be better than Gu Hai's? Gu Hai also has a protective barrier? So my attack on him is useless? Is he also a chess player? Was this a game of chess between himself and Gu Hai? Although Li Haoran was proud, he knew that he was no match for Gu Hai in Go. At this moment, he watched as Gu Hai calmly walked over step by step. Li Haoran felt even more uncertain. Battalion Commander Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian are escaping. A Xinji battalion disciple suddenly shouted. Li Haoran raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. Long Wanqing, who was running away in the distance, froze. Battalion Commander Li, don't tell me you've already admitted defeat and are preparing to use women to threaten me? Gu Hai suddenly laughed. Seeing the fleeing crowd, Li Haoran was not provoked by Gu Hai. Instead, he revealed a cold smile and said, "Ha, I want to use them to threaten you. What are you going to do about it?" Gu Hai, who was smiling calmly, froze. Then Li Haoran waved his hand. Boom. A strong force immediately pulled the 5 fleeing people over. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Li Haoran. Li Haoran, how dare you hurt the hall master? Master will not let you off. A servant roared. Li Haoran, I was really blind. You despicable person. A despicable person through and through. Long Wanqing said in despair. Venerable Lu Nian was already severely injured. He could not resist being pulled over. He could only say bitterly in Gu Hai's direction. Division Master Gu, I implicated you. Gu Hai looked at Li Haoran with a sullen expression. Li Haoran immediately guffawed when he saw Gu Hai's calm expression. This was because Li Haoran felt that he finally grasped the initiative. He finally had something to hold back Gu Hai. Li Haoran? Is that all you have? We have not even started fighting and you are already using the old, the weak and the young to threaten me? Xinji Battalion Commander, you are really capable. Gu Hai said coldly. Li Haoran's expression turned sullen. However, when he saw that Gu Hai did not dare to act rashly, he no longer cared about Gu Hai's words. I don't need you to evaluate my capabilities. This is something that can be easily resolved. Why should I complicate it? Gu Hai, you don't want Long Wanqing and the others to die, right? Li Haoran sneered. Gu Hai stared at Li Haoran with a sullen expression. I already said that I would not kill Long Wanqing. However, that might not be the case. If I had no other choice, I would have no other choice. There is also this Venerable Lu Nian and these 3 servants. Gu Hai, do you want them to die? Li Haoran sneered. Gu Hai, I'm sorry. I implicated you. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai guiltily. Back then, Gu Hai handed Li Haoran an undefeatable situation. Li Haoran was the player and everyone was at his mercy. Such a good situation was handed to Li Haoran, but Li Haoran ended up in such a terrible state. Li Haoran already won the Go game. However, not only did Li Haoran end up losing everything, but Li Haoran was also at risk. More importantly, Li Haoran implicated Gu Hai. Long Wanqing felt incredibly guilty. Gu Hai did not look at Long Wanqing. Instead, he stared at Li Haoran. It is useless even if you look. They are my chess pieces. If I want them to live, they will live. If I want them to die, they will die. Gu Hai, there is only one way to save them now, Li Haoran said coldly. Oh. Gu Hai said with a frown. Hand over your golden Go stone, and I can promise to release Long Wanqing and the others. Also, I will not pursue the matter and will let you out of the matrix. Li Haoran said solemnly. Hand over my golden Go stone? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Don't do that, Mr. Good. If you hand over the golden Go stone, we will be finished. Countless cultivators immediately exclaimed. Mr. Good, you can't hand it over. Li Haoran went back on his word. He will not let you off. Mr. Good, even if Li Haoran lets you out of the matrix, he will hunt you down and kill you once you are out. Li Haoran is a despicable person. Don't fall for his tricks. Mr. Good, don't give it to him. The surrounding cultivators immediately exclaimed in surprise. Gu Hai was everyone's hope. Once Gu Hai handed over the golden ghost stone, Gu Hai would be completely finished and so would they. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. Hand over the golden ghost stone. Li Haoran shouted, glaring. Gu Hai remained silent. Gu Hai, don't give it to him. Long Wanqing cried and shouted. She did not want to implicate Gu Hai anymore. Humph. Gu Hai, if you don't hand it over, I will suck them dry. Li Haoran shouted. Rumble. Suddenly, a suction force rushed toward the 5 cultivators, forcibly extracting their energy. The 5 cultivators cried out in pain. Li Haoran glared at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. There were a total of 3 golden ghost stones. Li Haoran already had 2. Once he obtained Gu Hai's 3rd, he could do whatever he wanted with Gu Hai. Outside the death puzzle, everything that Li Haoran did was happening. Everyone was in an uproar. First young master, what should we do now? Is Milord really going to give away his final chance? Li Haoran, you despicable person. Everyone felt anxious. Gu Qin also showed an unsightly expression as he clenched his fists. Gu Hai's image at the mouth of the Go board slowly picked up the golden ghost stone. That golden ghost stone was originally Gu Hai's ghost stone clone, a transparent ghost stone. When Gu Hai killed all the spirit-assimilated cultivators and shattered all the other transparent ghost stones, Gu Hai's ghost stone clone turned golden. Gu Hai held this golden ghost stone as he looked at the other side. Inside the Go puzzle world, stop. I'll give you the golden ghost stone. Gu Hai showed a pained expression. Bus. On the other side, Li Haoran paused slightly and his eyes lit up. Li Haoran, I can give you the golden ghost stone. However, I hope that you can fulfill your earlier promise. Otherwise, even if I have to die together with you, I will not rest. Gu Hai said with an unsightly expression. Don't. Mr. Good. The countless surrounding cultivators cried out in horror. Scram to the side. Li Haoran waved his hand. Boom. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the surroundings were immediately tossed aside like marionettes. I'm a man of my word. Toss it over. Li Haoran sneered. Gu Hai held the golden ghost stone in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. Don't. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing cried. Hurry. Li Haoran glared. Get. Gu Hai tossed the ghost stone with difficulty. Whoosh. That golden ghost stone suddenly flew towards Li Haoran. Li Haoran suddenly showed joy on his face as he extended his hand. Clack. Suddenly, the golden ghost stone landed in Li Haoran's palm. Ah. I grasped all 3 golden ghost stones. Ah. Li Haoran guffawed. No. Long Wanqing shouted in despair. It was not just Long Wanqing. The countless fleeing cultivators all cried out in grief, no. Countless people revealed expressions of despair. Gu Hai had given up on his final chance. No one could save them. Li Haoran, that despicable person, would not let them off. Indeed, as Li Haoran held the 3 golden ghost stones in one hand, he suddenly threw a palm strike at Gu Hai with the other. Gu Hai, you are really stupid. Now that you no longer have a protective barrier, you can die. Ah! Li Haoran shouted. Boom. When Li Haoran threw a palm strike, he gathered everyone's energy. Tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes flew towards Gu Hai. The overwhelming manifested palm strikes carried a great destructive aura, inspiring despair in everyone. No. Li Haoran, you despicable person. Long Wanqing screamed in despair. No. Countless cultivators in the distance cried out in despair. There is no saving Gu Hai. There is no saving me either. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Li Haoran fell for it? Gu Hai played a huge game of Go using people as ghost stones? What a terrifying scheme. Li Haoran fell for it. Montez's expression suddenly changed, horror flashing on his face as he stood in the distant rubble. Rumble. Immediately, an overwhelming amount of astral palms shot towards Gu Hai. Under the destructive astral palms, the surrounding mountains were razed to the ground. However, Gu Hai seemed to have vanished into thin air. The instant the manifested palm strikes hit him, he vanished into thin air? Li Haoran's expression changed. Where is he? The Shinji battalion disciples exclaimed. The expressions of Venerable Lun Yan and Long Wanqing changed as well. What's going on? Why did Gu Hai vanish like a puff of smoke? Where did he go? The despairing cultivators in the distance also felt slightly stunned. Where is he? Where did Gu Hai go? Why did he suddenly disappear? Countless people showed confused expressions. Only Montez suddenly turned his head and looked at Li Haoran's other palm. Li Haoran's other palm held 3 golden ghost stones. Break. A loud shout came from Li Haoran's left palm. Boom. Li Haoran's left hand suddenly exploded. The instant it did, the 3 ghost stones flew out. Li Haoran's left hand exploded, turning into a bloody mess. Surging black energy immediately encased his left hand. Countless small skulls wreaked havoc in the black energy. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. Outside, Guqin's face suddenly lit up. I understand. I understand. The golden ghost stone that adoptive father tossed out earlier was himself. Li Haoran could not break adoptive father's protective barrier, and adoptive father could not break Li Haoran's protective barrier either. Hence, adoptive father used a trick to get Li Haoran to willingly release his protective barrier and let adoptive father enter. What? First young master, what do you mean? An evil man asked, confused. The golden ghost stone. The golden ghost stone was originally an additional proof of the player. However, Wei Yang already destroyed the third proof. Adoptive father's golden ghost stone was his ghost stone clone. Although it had the player attribute, it was different from the golden ghost stone proof. Adoptive father's golden ghost stone represented adoptive father himself. When the golden ghost stone entered Li Haoran's protective barrier, it was equivalent to adoptive father entering as well. Furthermore, Li Haoran took the initiative to drag him in. Ah! What stood there was just an image of the golden ghost stone, an illusion. Guqin said excitedly. Chapter 162. No one in the death puzzle world expected such a sudden change in the situation. Everyone was stunned. Gu Hai, who should have been beaten to death, suddenly succeeded in launching a sneak attack on Li Haoran. Are we dreaming? Countless cultivators rubbed their eyes. Reality was as such. Gu Hai stood before Li Haoran, clad in a metallic armor. He held the crimson saber in one hand and the bone saber in the other as he charged at Li Haoran. Li Haoran also reached for Gu Hai with his right hand. Not far away, 2 golden ghost stones flew into the air. At this moment, neither of the two had time to grab the 2 golden ghost stones. Right now they had to deal with each other first. Boom. Gu Hai's 2 sabers clashed with Li Haoran's right palm. The horrifying force crushed the rocks under the 2's feet into powder. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. The bone saber had cut open his left hand earlier. Large amounts of black energy poured in, and the bones frantically gnawed at his left arm. It looked like they wanted to gnaw at his entire body. Li Haoran's palm strike did not manage to block Gu Hai, which made him feel increasingly anxious. He could no longer move his left arm. Break! Li Haoran shouted with a ferocious expression. Buzz! Li Haoran's left shoulder immediately turned golden. Then, the golden left shoulder trembled and a tear appeared. His left arm immediately flew out of his body. Rumble! Immediately, surging black energy gnawed at the left arm. In the blink of an eye, only bones remained. The black energy slowly returned to the bone saber, no longer corroding Li Haoran. Gu Hai's expression froze. A hero severing his arm? Do you think you can just throw away your left arm? The crimson saber infused all its power into Gu Hai as it swung its 2 sabers at Li Haoran. However, it still could not chop open Li Haoran's right arm. Li Haoran's right arm had already turned golden. His entire body brimmed with resplendent golden energy. The 2 were in a deadlock. The 2 golden ghost stones fell to the side. Neither could reach for them. Battalion Commander! The group of Shinji Battalion disciples exclaimed. Venerable Lun Yen and Long Wanqing immediately attacked Li Haoran after they escaped. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone was blocked outside the protective barrier. What? There's a protective barrier? Everyone's expression changed. The golden ghost stone actually acknowledged Gu Hai and Li Haoran as the players. The protective barrier remained. No one outside could enter at all. Countless cultivators quickly gathered from all directions, hoping to help. The Shinji Battalion disciples were dumbfounded at this moment. At this moment, everyone looked at them with hatred and surrounded them. Since they couldn't help Gu Hai, they would use all their strength to kill the Shinji Battalion disciples. Don't come over. You're crazy. The battalion commander won't let you go. A Shinji Battalion disciple exclaimed. He never intended to let you lackeys go. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill. The battle outside was a complete mess. Long Wanqing and the 3 servants supported Venerable Lun Yen as they looked into the protective barrier, feeling worried for Gu Hai. What? How did you end up in my hands? Li Haoran demanded, showing a ferocious expression. However, Gu Hai revealed a mocking smile. Did you forget? Back then, when Montez and Wei Yang dealt with Fu Shui did not resist. It was not that he did not resist but that he could not. He did not have the ability to do so. The transparent ghost stones are illusions. The black ghost stones and the white ghost stones are real. We can only defend and not attack. In that case, why were you so calm earlier? Why were you so confident earlier? You could not even attack. What the hell are you so confident about? Li Haoran roared, feeling depressed. This is called the empty fort strategy. If I were not so confident, would you fall for it? Why would you let me enter your protective barrier? Gu Hai sneered. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, and the 3 servants? Them? You used them to trick me? They are my ghost stones. That's not right. You used my ghost stones to trick me? You wanted to deliver the golden ghost stone to me in the first place? Li Haoran glared. You will not cherish what is delivered to you. You will only hold something like a treasure when you use all sorts of methods to obtain it. Isn't that right? If I had tossed it to you from the start, you would definitely have destroyed it. However, you used all sorts of methods to obtain it. Did you not guard against it? Li Haoran, what you cannot obtain might not be a good thing. Gu Hai sneered. Good. Little thing, everyone became your ghost stones. You used people as ghost stones and actually managed to trick me? So what if you entered? My protective barrier? You will still die. You are just an innate realm cultivator, Li Haoran retorted with a ferocious expression. Brr. Gu Hai roared and drove all the energy in his body. Crimson Saber, it is true that this Crimson Saber can bring your energy to the Yuanying state. However, do you know that there is a difference in the Yuanying state? I have already condensed 3 nascent souls. Even if you lose an arm, you are not a match for me. You will die if you enter. You are only an innate realm cultivator. This is the limit of the Crimson Saber's ability to raise your energy. You are not a match for me. I will let you know that smart people do not live long lives. Ah! Li Haoran said with a ferocious expression. Rumble. Li Haoran's entire body gave off a golden light as he slowly pushed Gu Hai forward. A horrifying force pressed down on the 2 sabers. Gu Hai sweated profusely as his entire body trembled slightly. It seemed like he had reached his limits. Ah! You can't take it anymore, right? Unless you reach the Golden Core realm, the Crimson Saber cannot pour any more energy into you. You cannot defeat me. Die. Ah! Li Haoran laughed loudly as he pushed the Crimson Saber back, pressing it towards Gu Hai's neck. Although Gu Hai pushed his energy to the maximum, he could not block Li Haoran's even more ferocious energy. Innate realm is innate realm. You will never reach the Golden Core realm. Give up. Li Haoran said coldly. At this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind seemed to blow out of nowhere. Beams of golden light seemed to appear out of nowhere, entering Gu Hai's body in an instant. Oh, providence? Where did this providence come from? Li Haoran was slightly stunned. Ha 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 ha, the Zhao Nation has fully accepted the disaster relief. This is the gratitude of the Zhao Nation's citizens, the boundless merit of the Zhao Nation, and the providence of the Zhao Nation. Providence, it came at the right time. Gu Hai laughed loudly. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out around Gu Hai's body. The dragon-shaped veritable energy in Xiao Chen's Dantian entered the veritable essence sphere. The energy gathered from killing 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators suddenly converged, turning all the veritable energy into veritable essence energy. The whirlpool in Xiao Chen's Dantian vanished and stuck to the veritable essence sphere, forming a liquid whirlpool. Xiao Chen turned all the veritable energy in his meridians into veritable essence energy. Surging veritable essence energy immediately poured into every part of Xiao Chen's body. Veritable essence energy instantly connected all the meridians in his body. Gurgle. The veritable essence energy circulated around the meridians, merging into one. All the pores in Gu Hai's body opened in an instant. Then his aura suddenly changed. All the veritable essence energy in my body, merging into one. I am a golden core. Golden core of mixed essence energy. Golden core realm? This is the golden core realm? Ah! Gu Hai guffawed loudly. Buzz. Suddenly, the Crimson Saber could send even more energy into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's aura suddenly soared by more than tenfold. What? Li Haoran exclaimed, his expression changing. Boom. A loud sound rang out as Gu Hai erupted with his full power. A beam of scarlet light dyed the sky red, and Gu Hai immediately slammed Li Haoran into the ground. Whoosh! Li Haoran's right arm went flying. The Life Ender's saber swept over, and surging black energy immediately encased Li Haoran. Blarg! Li Haoran vomited a mouthful of blood as he fell into a huge crater. Both his arms were gone, and his head looked like it had been chopped in half. Even his brain matter flowed out. However, his strong life force kept him alive. Extreme disbelief flashed in his eyes. No, that's impossible. Blarg! How did I break through? Li Haoran said weakly, finding it unbelievable. How did I suddenly break through to the Golden Core realm in the middle of the battle? This is cheating. How can this be? First layer of the Golden Core realm. Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Slowly, Gu Hai picked up the 2 golden ghost stones on the ground. At this instant, the battle in the outside world suddenly fell silent. Everyone opened their eyes wide and revealed disbelief. Gu Hai won? Gu Hai, you won. Long Wanqing was the first to cheer. Wow! The 60,000 cultivators immediately shouted, one by one they shouted excitedly. Beat him to death. Beat Li Haoran to death. Mr. Good won. Mr. Good won. We are saved. Countless cultivators cheered. They looked excitedly at Gu Hai, who had won inside the defensive barrier. Gu Hai held the bone saber in one hand and the crimson saber in the other as he looked at Li Haoran coldly. Even so, Li Haoran did not die. However, he seemed to be unable to move at this moment. He looked at Gu Hai in horror. Battalion Commander. Battalion Commander. The surviving Shinji Battalion disciples screamed in fear. Beat them to death. These lackeys. The 60,000 cultivators were furious. They rushed toward the surviving Shinji Battalion disciples. Inside the death chess game there was cheering and chaos. Countless cultivators outside were shocked at this moment. Although they could not see the others clearly, they saw the battle between Gu Hai and Li Haoran clearly. They saw Gu Hai defeat Li Haoran with their own eyes. Li Haoran was the battalion commander of the Shinji Battalion. A year ago, Gu Hai had just broken through to the innate realm. In such a short time he had destroyed such a huge Shinji Battalion? Li Haoran was so arrogant in the past. No matter who he met, he could end the battle with one arrow. To think that such a ferocious person fell to Gu Hai's saber. Everyone had only one thought. Gu Hai was not to be trifled with. He was like an unstoppable rising sun. Anyone who tried to block him would be burned to ashes. Just as everyone felt shocked and Gu Qin and the others felt excited, a figure suddenly flew up. Half of his face is black and the other half is white? That is the unborn man? I saw him in the innate puzzle world before. Someone suddenly exclaimed. The unborn man? What? The unborn man has been hiding beside that tree all this while? Someone exclaimed. The surrounding cultivators showed confused expressions. Gu Qin also saw the unborn man flying over. Gu Qin of the Gu residence greets senior unborn man. Gu Qin said in shock as he bowed slightly. However, the unborn man ignored him. Instead he stepped into the death chess game. Hey! Why did the unborn man not materialize a ghost stone clone when he entered? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone felt confused. After the unborn man entered the death chess game, he arrived near Gu Hai in the blink of an eye. Unborn man. Venerable Lun Yen covered his wound as he watched the unborn man arrive in shock. Chapter 163. Li Haoran could no longer resist. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and searched Li Haoran's surroundings. Soon he found a golden medallion. It is not the divine strategy medallion. It is his bracelet. The dragon luring jade is in that storage bracelet. Long Wanqing called out from outside the protective barrier. Gu Hai lowered his head and saw Li Haoran's withered right arm. Indeed, there was a bracelet on his right arm. Gu Hai kicked away the withered bones and picked up the bracelet. Just as he was about to check, whoosh! Suddenly a figure appeared out of thin air. Unborn man. Venerable Lun Yen held his wound as he looked at the unborn man in shock. Lun Yen, how did you end up in such a miserable state? This is not like you, the unborn man said indifferently. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly. This is old man Guanqi's Go game. I'm not the player. How can I struggle? The unborn man shook his head and turned to look at the nearby Li Haoran. Long Wanqing's expression changed as she looked at the black-robed and white-robed unborn man. After a moment of silence, she finally said, Senior unborn man, what did you gain from your trip to the netherworld? Unborn man? Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at the unborn man. Gu Hai felt that this unborn man was not a ghost stone after entering this Go game. He was not a white ghost stone, not a black ghost stone, and not a transparent ghost stone. How did he get in? Whoosh. However, Xiaoqin saw the unborn man wave his hand. Buzz. A strong wind suddenly blew beside Xiaoqin. Then, a faint green figure slowly materialized in the center of the strong wind. That faint green figure slowly turned clear. It was a woman wearing a thin veil. She appeared to be in a daze, but her eyes slowly regained their focus. Auntie Lu? Is that you? Auntie Lu? Long Wanqing suddenly exclaimed in shock. This is a ghost? Where did you find an earthly soul that is about to reincarnate? Venerable Lu Nian asked in shock. Ghost? Is this Aunt Lu's ghost? Aunt Lu, do you remember me? I am Wanqing. Long Wanqing suddenly shouted. The ghost looked at Long Wanqing and suddenly showed a trace of joy. Miss you, you have grown so big? Auntie Lu, you left for 6 years. When I heard about you, you were already. I am 30 years old now. Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. 20 years? Ah, this is really a nightmare. I thought that I would never be able to avenge Hall Master in this lifetime. Who would have thought that before I reincarnated I would still have a chance? I still have a chance. Hall Master died so miserably. Oh. The ghost began to cry. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at the unborn man in shock. Ghost? How did the unborn man find him? Auntie Lu, who is it? Who killed my mother? Tell me. Tell me. Long Wanqing urged anxiously. Who is it? Who is it? Ah. No one expected that he is the one who killed Hall Master. Li Haoran, who was very attentive to Hall Master, is the one who killed Hall Master. The ghost suddenly said hatefully as she pointed at Li Haoran. What? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Gu Hai, who was at the side, did not say anything as he watched quietly. That's impossible. How can it be him? Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. Mr. Lu Nian, why did you become a monk? The ghost looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head, not explaining. Is it because of Hall Master? Ah, I should have thought of it. Mr. was so infatuated with Hall Master. Did Mr. die along with her? However, it is true. I am Hall Master's maidservant. At that time, the one accompanying Hall Master was Li Haoran. It was him. He went berserk and killed all of us. He killed me as well. Before I died, I saw him kill Hall Master with an arrow. Ah! Who could have thought that it was Li Haoran's sneak attack? It is him. It is him. The ghost said hatefully as she pointed at Li Haoran. However, Long Wanqing's expression changed. Back then Ding Rui said that before she died, Li Haoran killed her to silence her. Gu Hai started to suspect Li Haoran, but Long Wanqing did not believe it. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with guilt flashing in her eyes. However, Gu Hai stared at the unborn man before him. If the truth was confirmed, the unborn man and Venerable Lu Nian should not have such expressions. I didn't kill her. It's not me. Cough, cough. It's not me. Li Haoran exclaimed in horror as he goggled. It's you, Li Haoran. I saw it with my own eyes. Aside from me, Ding Rui also saw it. Where is she? The ghost cried out. It's really Li Haoran? Long Wanqing said while goggling. It can't be. If it were Li Haoran, Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather would definitely be able to find out. He would definitely be able to find Li Haoran. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head. It's not me? I didn't. Li Haoran cried out weakly. I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be wrong. The ghost looked at Li Haoran hatefully. However, the unborn man slowly walked over to Li Haoran. Gu Hai slowly stepped aside to let the unborn man step forward. Li Haoran, you are Li Xinji's nephew, right? Back then, Li Xinji single-handedly established the Xinji battalion. Then he handed it to you to take over. Li Xinji is considered a big shot. How could he have such a bastard nephew like you? The unborn man said indifferently. Ah, senior, you know my uncle? The weak Li Haoran asked excitedly as if he had found a life-saving straw. Let me ask you this. Did you kill the previous elite hall master Long Xiaoya? Did you kill Long Xiaoya? The unborn man asked. His voice seemed to carry a magical power, causing many people around him to become muddle-headed when they heard it. It was like they were under a spell. Li Haoran's eyes suddenly turned blank as he said in a daze, No. I did not kill Long Xiaoya. I wanted to pursue her but she did not fancy me. I did not kill her. Bus. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. Then they sobered up and looked at the unborn man in horror. Earlier, Gu Hai also felt a magical power rush to his head. If not for the black ghost stone in his forehead space shaking, he would have become muddle-headed as well. Senior, it is him. I saw it with my own eyes. I swear on my soul that I saw it with my own eyes. The ghost shouted anxiously. What did you do to me? My uncle will not let you off. Li Haoran shouted in horror. Your uncle, Li Shinji? Ah. If you killed Long Xiaoye, do you think that your uncle would dare to challenge her father? The unborn man said indifferently. Li Haoran's complexion immediately turned ashen. Clearly, Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather was too famous. Even the uncle that Li Haoran was proud of could not compare to Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather. I think so as well. Even Li Shinji did not dare to do this. How could you, Li Haoran, dare to kill Long Xiaoye? Are you not afraid of your clan going extinct? The unborn man looked at Li Haoran in doubt. Indeed. If it were Li Haoran, he would have found out long ago, Venerable Lun Yen said, feeling confused. But I saw him, the ghost shouted as she pointed at Li Haoran. You are slandering me. I did not kill Long Xiaoye. Li Haoran roared anxiously. That's not right. Perhaps there is a possibility. The unborn man said sullenly. Venerable Lun Yen narrowed his eyes, seeming to have thought of it as well. Erasing memories? Li Haoran erased that part of his memory? He does not have that part of his memory, even forgetting what happened back then. No matter what others do, they cannot find out from him. Erasing memories? The Long Wanqing said in shock. Is he that ruthless? Erasing memories will harm the 3 spiritual souls, right? Let me see if your 3 spiritual souls are damaged. If there are any, it is because of erasing memories. The unborn man reached out to grab Li Haoran. No. Li Haoran cried out. However, just as the unborn man was about to grab Li Haoran's head, buzz. Suddenly, a golden light came out of Li Haoran's forehead. Li Haoran's expression changed dramatically, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Ah! What? The unborn man exclaimed in shock. Boom! Suddenly, Li Haoran's head exploded. A strong wind blew in all directions. Whoosh! As the strong wind blew, Li Haoran's head exploded. Who is it? Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed as he tossed out the 9 Buddhist prayer beads. The 9 Buddhist prayer beads gave off a dazzling azure light that encased the surroundings. However, the strong wind slowly died down and vanished as if it had never been there. The unborn man reached out to grab. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the unborn man grabbed a strand of transparent green smoke. This is? Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed in shock. Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls all shattered. The unborn man said coldly. Li Haoran committed suicide? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. It is not suicide but silencing. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Who is it? To be able to destroy Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls right under our noses? No. That person must have done something to Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls. That person only triggered some kind of mechanism from a distance, and Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls exploded, the unborn man said seriously. Li Haoran is dead. Hall Master, you can rest in peace. Li Haoran is finally dead. Sup. Alright, many thanks to you this time. I'll send you back to the netherworld, the unborn man said indifferently. Yes. Many thanks, senior. The ghost said sobbing. The unborn man waved his hand. Buzz. The ghost slowly vanished before everyone's eyes, horrifying the surrounding cultivators. Is my mother's death considered avenged? Long Wanqing felt conflicted as she looked at Li Haoran's corpse. Ah, the old hall master's revenge? Perhaps this is just the beginning? Gu Hai smiled bitterly at the side. You mean? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. After so many things, she seemed to have inexplicable trust in Gu Hai. Li Haoran should be just a tool. Venerable, what do you think? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed as he nodded. Someone probably possessed Li Haoran at that time. Someone used the power of the soul to forcibly possess Li Haoran and used his body to kill Xiaoye. Oh, who could possess Li Haoran? Long Wanqing asked with an unsightly expression. Naturally, it is this culprit, an expert significantly stronger than Li Haoran. That person's cultivation should already be at the heavenly palace realm, Venerable Lun Yen said with an unsightly expression. An expert at the heavenly palace realm? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Now all the clues are gone? That culprit is really watertight. After possessing Li Haoran, he even placed restraints on his 3 spiritual souls. Last, the person you offended this time is incredible. The unborn man's voice contained some bitterness. Chapter 164. Everyone fell silent as they looked at Li Haoran's corpse. After some investigation they found the murderer. However, there was an even stronger culprit behind this murderer. Why is my mother's revenge so complicated? Long Wanqing asked with an unsightly expression. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head with a sullen expression. To be able to hide it from your maternal grandfather, this person is extremely problematic. However, no matter who it is, I will take revenge for Xiaoye. The unborn man said sullenly. What should we do with Li Haoran's corpse? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. Hall Master Long, Sr., please let go of the battalion commander's corpse. The battalion commander is already dead. All grudges should be resolved. At this moment, a group of Shinji battalion disciples who were still alive rushed over. A group of people knelt before Long Wanqing, begging for mercy for Li Haoran's corpse. Kill them, the surrounding cultivators shouted while glaring. Clearly they were still angry. However, even though many cultivators shouted, no one stepped forward. There were less than 100 surviving Shinji battalion disciples. All of them had wounds all over their bodies as they knelt and begged. Long Wanqing's expression turned sullen. Venerable Lun Yen took a deep breath and said, never mind. Pack up Li Haoran's corpse and send it to Li Shinji. At the same time, tell Li Shinji that it was the final culprit who killed Li Haoran. Yes. Many thanks, Venerable Lun Yen. We will definitely pass on your message. The 100 scarred Shinji battalion disciples kowtowed continuously. Li Shinji? Many people seemed to have heard of this name before. Now that Li Haoran was dead, no one wanted to bring trouble to themselves over a corpse. The cultivators slowly moved away. The Shinji battalion disciples took out a large piece of wood and chiseled a simple coffin. Then they placed Li Haoran's headless corpse inside and carefully placed the 2 withered arms at the side. After placing Li Haoran in the coffin, the Shinji battalion disciples bowed very carefully to Venerable Lun Yen. Then they bowed to Gu Hai. After that they moved to the side. Long Wanqing showed some dissatisfaction in her eyes. The clues are gone? What should we do now? Gu Hai said, Hall Master, after Ding Rui died, I found a letter in her token space. I haven't read it yet. Also, there might be some clues about Li Haoran's belongings. Let me search for it. With that said, Gu Hai put away the protective barrier and took out a small box. It was the box that Ding Rui had left in the small space of the token. Gu Hai hadn't opened it and had kept it until now. Venerable Lun Yen received it. Because Li Haoran was already dead, it was very easy to refine his storage bracelet. In an instant, Gu Hai's hand entered it. As soon as his consciousness entered it, it was the flying boat of the Shinji battalion. Then there were hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Finally there was a pile of junk. Elixirs, secret manuals, golden arrows and golden swords were all here. There was also the dragon luring jade. Oh. Gu Hai took out the dragon luring jade with a flip of his hand. At the same time he took out 10 different letters. Gu Hai did not open them. Instead he handed them to Venerable Lun Yen. Hall Master, your dragon luring jade. Gu Hai extended his hand and handed it over. Long Wanqing shook her head and said, back then my mother died because of this dragon vein. Dragon luring jade? Dragon vein? It is useless for me to keep it. You should keep it. Only you can collect the dragon vein. Gu Hai nodded, not putting on airs. Naturally, Gu Hai did not take out Li Haoran's other belongings. Instead he put them away. Venerable Lun Yen suddenly raised his eyebrows. This letter? What's wrong? Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. Of Li Haoran's 10 letters, 9 of them are not important. Only this one has no signature or label. There is only one sentence. That is strange, Venerable Lun Yen said sullenly. Gu Hai walked to the side as if he did not want to know. Division Master Gu, there is no need to avoid it. Perhaps you are already involved and can no longer avoid it. Why don't you just read it openly? Venerable Lun Yen smiled. Gu Hai frowned. Then he sighed and nodded. However, he saw that Long Wanqing had already started reading. Li Haoran, Long Wanqing will definitely draw out a dragon vein on this trip. There was a total of 18 words. These 18 strange words gave off an extremely strange feeling. Li Haoran asked maternal grandfather to protect me because of this letter? How does the writer know me so well? Is it that black hand? Could it be that I know him as well? Long Wanqing frowned. What about the handwriting? Gu Hai asked. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head and said, I don't recognize this handwriting. Furthermore, there is no anger in this handwriting. It should be done on purpose. This is just plain and ordinary handwriting. This person is really clean. Gu Hai showed a complicated expression. What about Ding Rui's letter? Long Wanqing looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen carefully opened the envelope and read it. Similarly, there is no signature. The handwriting is the same. There is only one sentence. Plain and ordinary handwriting, Venerable Lun Yen said with a sullen expression. Ding Rui cooperated with Li Haoran and stirred up the situation. Long Wanqing read. These 12 words caused everyone to fall silent. Ding Rui should know. Where is her corpse? Bring me there. The unborn man said sullenly. Gu Qin, take 2 people and accompany the unborn man to Ding Rui's grave. Gu Hai said as he held the golden go stones. Yes. Gu Qin answered from outside. Although Gu Hai could not see Gu Qin, the people outside could still see the player, Gu Hai. The unborn man did not say much. He pushed off the ground and strangely exited the death puzzle. How did he get out? Many people revealed shocked expressions. When the unborn man entered the puzzle, why is there no ghost stone clone? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity as he looked at Venerable Lun Yen. However, Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly and said, because he is the unborn man, an unborn person, a person who does not exist. How could he be recorded by the ritual array? The unborn man? An unborn person? A person who does not exist? Gu Hai revealed a confused expression. You will understand in the future. Their bloodline is blessed by the heavens. However, they suffer continuously. Venerable Lun Yen said as he shook his head. What should we do now? This mastermind is very efficient. How are we going to investigate? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Venerable Lun Yen also frowned. Perhaps. Gu Hai said with a frown. Perhaps what? Venerable Lun Yen asked out of curiosity. You can check the paper of these 2 letters and see what material they are made of and where they are produced. You can determine a rough location based on the paper, right? Also, the handwriting is not easy to check. You can check the ink. I don't know if it will work, but let's give it a try, Gu Hai said with a faint sigh. Not bad. Many thanks, Division Master Gu. Venerable Lun Yen's eyes lit up. After all, paper was produced all over the world. However, due to the different materials used, there would be slight differences. Perhaps something could be found. The ink was the same. Mr. Good, can you solve this death puzzle? Let us out? Indeed. Mr. Good, I do not want to stay here a moment longer. The surrounding people looked at Gu Hai in anticipation. Although Gu Hai defeated Li Haoran, they still worried that Gu Hai would go crazy like Montez and Li Haoran. You all want to go out? Yes. Everyone nodded. Everyone be careful. I'll send you out of the array. Thank you, Mr. Good. Everyone was overjoyed. There's no need to be so polite. Now, I'm the one playing all 3 games. I can solve the death puzzle at any time. Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Rumble. A strong wind immediately blew, lifting everyone into the air, including Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen. Everyone cried out in alarm as they soared into the sky. A surge of energy brought everyone up to the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was as if they had crossed some cloudy area. Bang, 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 bang. Everyone suddenly left the death chess board and flew out of the giant peony like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. I'm falling. I'm falling. Ha ha, they're out, they're finally out. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you, Mr. Good. Tens of thousands of people fell into the air. As they breathed in the air outside, they felt excited and grateful to Gu Hai. Rumble. Everyone fell down. Although some of them were injured, it was still better than dying inside. After leaving the Go puzzle world, everyone quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the giant peony. Long Wanqing and 3 servants supported Venerable Lun Yen as they flew to a mountain peak. Everyone come out. All the Go stones on the Go board vanished. That's not right. There are still 2 Go stones? Long Wanqing said in shock. That golden Go stone is Gu Hai, right? However, that black Go stone is? One of the servants asked, feeling bewildered. Gu Hai had tossed out everyone in the death chessboard world, including the Shinji Battalion disciples. Only one person was left behind. Gu Hai slowly walked over to the last weak man lying limply on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Ah. Gu Hai, you are here to kill me, right? The man laughed bitterly as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Montes. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Montes. You are leaving me alone? I knew that you would not let me off. Come then. Ah. Montes laughed bitterly. Do you know? After seeing what you've done, personally speaking, I still hate you. You're a despicable person who makes people hate you. To achieve your goals, you will do anything, disown your family, and be cold-blooded and vicious. Ah. You are truly a detestable person. Gu Hai sneered. I'm like this. It is destined that I cannot change. Montes sneered. Boom. Gu Hai smacked Montez's head. Buzz. Montez's eyes rolled back and he fainted. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a coffin and placed Montez inside. After closing the coffin, Gu Hai waved his hand. Whoosh. The coffin immediately flew out of the death chessboard and to the life chessboard. Guqin, watch this coffin. Gu Hai instructed as he held the golden ghost stone. Yes. Guqin answered from outside. Chapter 165. Inside the Death Puzzle. Some time ago, Long Wanqing had already told Gu Hai how to drive the dragon-luring jade. It was not very difficult. Gu Hai studied it carefully for a while before grabbing it with his left hand. Then he looked coldly at the dragon vein below. Xiaoqun had already put away his 2 sabers. Now he held 2 golden ghost stones in his right hand. He said coldly, the death puzzle? It's really crude. Bah. Gu Hai suddenly crushed the 2 golden ghost stones. The instant Xiaoqun crushed the ghost stones, the countless cultivators outside revealed shocked expressions. Why did Mr. Good crush those 2 golden ghost stones? Look. Cracks appeared on the death puzzle. The death puzzle is about to crumble? Did he break the puzzle by crushing 2 golden ghost stones? Why did Montez and Li Haoran fight over it back then? The cultivators outside stared in shock at the slowly trembling gigantic peony. Venerable, crushing 2 golden ghost stones is enough? Is it that simple? A servant asked, feeling confused. No, there is only one winner in the death puzzle. That is, there is only 1 ghost stone left. If 2 golden ghost stones are crushed, isn't there only 1 ghost stone left? Venerable Lun Yan explained. Gu Hai's ghost stone clone, that golden ghost stone? Long Wanqing asked as she looked into the distance. That's right. He is the only one left. He is the final winner. Hence, the puzzle is solved, Venerable Lun Yan explained. Inside the Go puzzle world, the mountains and rivers shattered. The entire world seemed to crumble. Gu Hai held the dragon-luring jade in his left hand and the crimson saber in his right. He looked coldly at the increasing number of cracks in the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks spread out like a spider web as the ground quickly shattered. Roar. The dragon vein roared. It seemed like the seal loosened and could move again. Rumble. The ground looked like it would shatter soon. Old Man Guanxi's legacy, the 8-colored peony, also trembled as it slowly squeezed through the shattered seal and rushed towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes were cold. Holding the blood saber in his hand, he suddenly slashed out. An astral saber that looked like a river of blood shot towards the 8-colored peony. What? Is Mr. Good going to destroy Old Man Guanxi's legacy? Are you kidding me? That's the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi. No, Mr. Good, how could you destroy it? Don't you want to give it to me? No, Mr. Good, don't. Countless cultivators cried out as they looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Gu Hai, on the other hand, had a ferocious look on his face. His eyes flashed with determination. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan were flabbergasted. They did not expect Gu Hai to be so ruthless. Not far away, Guqin's expression changed. He bit his lip and reached out, grabbing a black go stone on the life go board. As he looked at the huge go board, he tried to recall where Gu Hai had planned to place his go stone. Clack. Guqin placed his go stone on the go board. On the other side, Old Man Guanxi's puppet suddenly revealed a strange smile. Bang. Old Man Guanxi's puppet suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and vanished. Boom. In the distance, Gu Hai's saber slashed down, breaking the seal shard. It looked like it would hit the 8-colored peony. However, the 8-colored peony suddenly twisted strangely, dodging the blood saber and flying towards Guqin. What? Gu Hai's expression changed as he turned his head to look. Buzz. The 8-colored peony instantly stuck to Guqin's forehead and entered. Whoosh. Boundless clouds suddenly gathered from all directions and charged at Guqin, slowly lifting Guqin into the air. First young master. Gu Hai's subordinates called out worriedly. Full. Gu Hai shouted angrily as he glared. Below, the dragon vein finally unsealed and roared. Rumble. The surrounding ground immediately shook. The giant peony exploded into pieces. Gu Hai's subordinates quickly leaped away, carrying a coffin with them as they jumped into the distance. Ah, there's another earthquake. Quick retreat. The dragon vein is coming out. Quickly run. Oh no. The seal is undone. The dragon vein is going to rage. The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated in horror. A group of mountains crumbled and a group of peaks rose from the ground. A dragon roar soared into the sky, kicking up a berserk storm. Gu Hai did not have time to scold Guqin. He put away the crimson saber and drove the dragon luring jade to charge at the dragon vein. A powerful suction force gushed out from it. This suction seemed to pose a fatal threat to the dragon vein. The dragon vein's pupils suddenly constricted. In horror, the dragon vein twisted its body, looking like it wanted to flee. Clack. However, the dragon luring jade instantly touched the dragon vein's head. Rumble. A strange scene occurred. That vast dragon head, which was hundreds of kilometers long, strangely seemed to be sucked into the dragon luring jade. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The dragon head went in. He quickly drove the dragon luring jade. As the dragon vein roared, it struggled, twisting its body quickly. Rumble. The surrounding ground exploded and countless rocks and trees soared into the air. The countless explosions instantly dyed the world gray. Blarg. A large number of rocks crashed into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai could not bear it and vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Gu Hai's eyes turned increasingly ferocious. Collect. Gu Hai drove the dragon luring jade with all his might. Rumble. The dragon luring jade sucked in a large portion of the dragon's body. The dragon vein struggled even more intensely. However, Gu Hai hugged the dragon luring jade with all his might, letting it twist intensely. Save me. No. So many rocks are falling from the sky. I'm going to be buried. Quickly run. Save me. The surrounding cultivators screamed with all their might. Amid the chaos, rocks flew everywhere and dust kicked up. No one could tell north from south. All the cultivators struggled in this chaos in horror. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. All the rocks in the air fell. Everything turned calm. The dust remained horrifying as everyone waited in silence. Gu Hai stood on a large rock as he looked at the dragon luring jade in his hand. A dragon roar seemed to come from the dragon luring jade. Xiao Chen could clearly see a small golden dragon struggling in the dragon luring jade. However, the sealing force was too strong. The small golden dragon could not escape at all. It could only struggle in there, giving off a faint golden light. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, the dragon luring jade returned. The storage space can only store inanimate objects and not living things? Is the dragon vein alive? Is that why it cannot be stored? Gu Hai revealed some doubts. Gu Hai took out a small box and carefully placed the dragon luring jade in it. Then he placed the dragon luring jade on his back. After Xiao Chen did all this, the surrounding dust slowly scattered. Many injured cultivators crawled out of the rubble in pain. Like the dragon pinning sect, the surroundings had turned into rubble. However, it was not as large as the dragon pinning sect's rubble. The rubble spanning 50 kilometers still looked incredibly shocking. My lord. 8 evil men carried a coffin to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Then he looked up at a cloud in the sky with worry flashing in his eyes. The cloud was in the shape of a peony and had 8 colors. Guqin was within it. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, and the others walked over as well. After 2 hours, the 8-colored cloud in the sky slowly withdrew and returned to Guqin's body. Guqin opened his eyes and a colorful light flashed in them. Whoosh! Guqin fell from the sky. Bang! Guqin landed before Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Guqin coldly. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, and the others behind him did not say anything, just watching quietly. Guqin knelt on both knees. Adoptive father, this child is unfilial. Please punish me. You still know about being unfilial? Gu Hai asked coldly. Guqin bit his lip and said, this child listened carefully to what adoptive father said earlier. This child knows that there are risks and dangers. However, when adoptive father entered the death puzzle, this child thought about it and finally decided to take this risk. Gu Hai said sullenly. This child remembers that before second brother left, adoptive father said that one cannot put all their eggs in one basket. This child deeply agrees with that. Old man Guanxi's inheritance is risky. However, it is also an opportunity, right? I have to take revenge for my mother. This child watched his adoptive father and the others worked hard, but this child was lagging behind. This child felt indignant, so this child wanted to contribute. This child also wants to take revenge. Gu Qin said with reddened eyes. Gu Hai stared at Gu Qin, and his anger subsided significantly. This child was brought back by adoptive father and adoptive mother on a snowy night. At that time this child was already abandoned. Perhaps I would freeze to death before that night. After living for so many years, this child has already profited, right? Adoptive father, you taught us in the past to be content with what we have. This child is already very content. Among the 4 brothers, this child's temperament is more stable because this child is stupid. I am not as smart and nimble as my 3 younger brothers. This child does not want to embarrass adoptive father. This child would rather not do anything than make a mistake. That is why this child appears to be stable. This child is stupid and does not learn anything as fast as my 3 younger brothers. However, adoptive mother has never despised me. When I was young, whenever adoptive mother had a new toy or tasty food, this child would be the first to play with it and eat it. When the 4 brothers played around, adoptive mother was the first to protect this child. Adoptive mother died so tragically, but this child could not do anything? Could not do anything? This child is unwilling. This is really unwilling. Yes, all I need to do is follow adoptive father's footsteps. However, this child really wants to be useful for once. I do not want to be adoptive father's shadow. I want to help adoptive father. This child has always been very stable and listened to adoptive father. However, this time please allow me to be willful for once. Just once. Adoptive father, this child really wants to take revenge for adoptive mother. I really want to do my best. Gu Qin's tears slowly flowed out. Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin and was silent for a while. Then he sighed softly. Sigh. Forget it. Get up. We should go home. Many thanks for adoptive father's forgiveness? Gu Qin raised his head with reddened eyes. Chapter 166. Gu Residence. Already 3 days had passed since Gu Hai's group returned. Inside Hulao Pass, the craftsmen continued working day and night. There was a hubbub of voices and dust flew everywhere. A group of guards stood guard in a large hall in the Gu residence. Gu Hai sat in the host's seat, holding a cup of tea. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Montez, who barely managed to sit up in the guest's seat. You don't hate me anymore? Montez held his teacup as he glared at Gu Hai. No, I already said that I still hate you. You are cold-blooded, merciless, insidious, and ruthless. You will do anything to achieve your goals. Unfortunately, in the end you failed at the last step. No one pitied you. Gu Hai said as he shook his head. Then you still want to subdue me? You want to establish a nation and make me your subject? Montez stared at Gu Hai in disbelief. A nation. Not a home. I am about to face an overwhelming situation. All my subjects are of one mind? Such a nation will not amount to much. It is just like a horse. No matter how strong it is, it might not run fast. However, if there is a locust on the horses the horse will charge forward with all its might. My nation will gather the most outstanding talents. However, talent is not enough. I will need to command it. I will need a locust to stab me. Gu Hai said as he sipped his tea. A locust? Montez revealed a look of disbelief. Meng Tai had guessed that Gu Hai wanted to establish a nation. It was not hard for Meng Tai to guess that Gu Hai wanted to gather countless talents to be his subjects. However, Meng Tai found it hard to understand why Gu Hai wanted to find a saboteur in the imperial court. A locust? Using me to spur the subjects? That analogy is not appropriate. Let's change it to another one. The catfish effect. Have you ever seen fishermen go out to sea to fish? Gu Hai looked at Montez. Montez shook his head. He was a cultivator, why would he pay attention to those vulgar fishermen? There are a lot of reasons in the world of mortals. A fisherman goes out to sea and catches a lot of tuna, but the tuna dies from lack of oxygen when they reach the shore. The fisherman can't sell them for a good price, so he looks for a reason. He discovers that the tuna likes to be quiet, so they slowly suck up all the oxygen in the water in the fish hold and die from lack of oxygen. However, it's different when there's a catfish. The catfish likes to move and it will stir up the fish hold, making it restless. If it keeps stirring, the oxygen will keep flowing, and the tuna will still be alive when they reach the shore. Gu Hai said solemnly. Montez did not understand what oxygen was, but he understood the general meaning. Are you worried that as your country grows bigger and bigger, it will slowly lose its vitality like a pool of stagnant water? You want me to be a bad person and stir up a country's stagnant water? Aren't you thinking too far ahead? You're already thinking about the way to balance the vassals? You're still far from that step. Montez looked at Gu Hai in shock. It's not far. I'm going to establish my country soon. Gu Hai said as he took a sip of tea. Montez's eyelids twitched. At this point, Montez was no longer worried about Gu Hai's cultivation. The Golden Core realm was indeed inferior to him, but if they really fought, Montez believed that Gu Hai had a dozen means to kill him. In fact, Montez even felt a sense of dread when he fought with Gu Hai. This was something that he had never felt before. I understand. Establishing your country? After you establish your country, you want me to do all the internal matters. You want me to do all the things that are inconvenient for you? I have to bear the curse and fear of my subjects, while you have the support of the world. Montez stared at Gu Hai. I will establish a special department called the Embroidered Uniform Guard. The Embroidered Uniform Guard will have the authority to set up prisons and patrol and arrest people. There will be a discipline division that will be responsible for investigating, arresting, questioning, and other activities. They will help me monitor my subjects in the world and spy on the secrets of other countries. The Embroidered Uniform Guard will be my personal army and will not be responsible to anyone else. They will only be responsible to me. Gu Hai said solemnly. Embroidered Uniform Guard? Montez's eyelids twitched. After hearing Gu Hai's simple description, Montez could naturally feel the power behind this identity. It was second only to one person and above all others. Moreover, this power was perverse. Gu Hai sat to the side and quietly drank his tea. Aren't you afraid that I will rebel again? Do something that will betray you? Or find a chance to kill you and replace you? Montez narrowed his eyes as he stared at Gu Hai. This is your nature. I have naturally thought of it. You will definitely not be able to return to Class 1 Hall. Your reputation is already in tatters. Also, you want to establish your own business. Unfortunately, you are too smart, but you do not understand the big picture. Without me, you will not be able to achieve anything. Since I dared to use you, I am not afraid of you rebelling. However, before you rebel, you better think about the price you will have to pay. Gu Hai said calmly. Montez's eyelids twitched. Without me, you would have died long ago. But I know that you will not remember this kindness, and I do not need you to remember it. My patience is limited. I will give you 3 days to adjust your identity and position. After 3 days, I hope to see you change. Gu Hai put down his teacup, stood up slowly, and walked out of the hall. I still have not agreed to be your subject. Montez shouted while glaring. Gu Hai stopped and turned his head to look at Montez. Then he revealed a faint smile. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked out of the hall. This left Montez with a twitching face. Are you sure that you can control me? After leaving the hall, Gu Hai saw Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yan, and the unborn man in another hall. The three seemed to be discussing something. When the three saw Gu Hai walk over, they stopped. Senior unborn man, did you discover anything strange with Ding Rui's corpse? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. The unborn man shook his head and said, Li Haoran destroyed Ding Rui's 3 spiritual souls. Dead men tell no tales. Gu Hai frowned slightly, as that was what Shangguan Hen said back then. How did Shangguan Hen figure it out? That is unfortunate. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Gu Hai, we are preparing to return. I have to report this to maternal grandfather immediately. Do you want to come with us? When we return, I will help you register at Elite Hall's headquarters. That way, you will be able to enjoy the bestowment of Providence, Long Wanqing said as she looked at Gu Hai with anticipation. Gu Hai shook his head and said, I will be establishing my nation in 1 month. I have too many things to do and cannot leave. All right. Long Wanqing sighed softly. 1 month. Perhaps we will not be able to make it back in time, Venerable Lun Yan said with some regret. Gu Hai nodded. Finally he asked, Hallmaster, I have never asked before. Your maternal grandfather is? You don't know who my maternal grandfather is? Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. Venerable Lun Yan also goggled as he looked at Gu Hai, not daring to imagine. I have never paid attention to him before. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Division Master Gu is really magnanimous. Indeed, it is useless to pay attention to him too early. Venerable Lu Nian nodded as he looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Do you know the Deqian celestial dynasty? Long Wanqing asked. One of the three great celestial dynasties of the divine continent? I have heard of it before. Gu Hai nodded. My maternal grandfather is the ruler of the Deqian celestial dynasty. It is located in the north of the divine continent and connects to the sky. It is called Qian. Long Wanqing said confidently. The Deqian celestial dynasty? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Our elite hall, the Xinji Battalion, and some other organizations are the foreign affairs departments of the Deqian celestial dynasty. They are in charge of handling the miscellaneous matters of the Deqian celestial dynasty. The elite hall master, starting from my mother, is the Marquis Division, one of the 10 external affairs departments. Unfortunately, it has declined somewhat in my hands. Long Wanqing sighed slightly. Gu Hai nodded. Senior unborn man, prepare to come with me to meet my maternal grandfather. We will be leaving soon. After meeting my maternal grandfather and checking the materials of the 2 letters, I will come and inform you, Long Wanqing said with some reluctance as she looked at Gu Hai. That's fine. Gu Hai nodded. After saying goodbye, Long Wanqing's group boarded the flying ship and rushed into the distance. After sending off the group, Gu Hai gave some instructions before heading to the soaring pagoda to enter closed-door cultivation. Gu Hai sat in the soaring pagoda with a large number of experts guarding the outside world. The outline of the celestial dynasty laid out before him. The royal seal is supreme, the divine tool of the nation. It stabilizes the nation's luck and establishes the world. The dragon-luring jade hides the dragon veins of the land. With blood as the guide, the mind as the soul, and the numinous treasure as the source, fuse them into one. The supreme royal seal is heavy, and the lowly royal seal is light. After fusing, they will take form and worship. After establishing the nation, temper it with energy and strengthen the royal seal and the treasure. Both can be strengthened. Gu Hai repeated these words. Xiaoqun looked at the dragon-luring jade in his hand. According to the outline of the celestial dynasty, he still needed a treasure to fuse with it, using blood as the guide and the mind to pour in. Fuse it into an imperial seal? What treasure should he use? Li Haoran and Ding Rui had many treasures in their storage spaces. However, Gu Hai did not care for them. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai reached out and touched his forehead. Buzz. The black ghost stone that brought Gu Hai from Earth to this world suddenly appeared in his forehead space. As Gu Hai held the black ghost stone, he remained silent for a while. The stronger the numinous treasure, the stronger the imperial seal? I wonder how effective this black ghost stone will be if I fuse it into the imperial seal, Gu Hai said seriously. Xiaoqun extended his hand and made a cut with his fingertip. Blood wrapped around the black ghost stone and slowly brought it to the dragon-luring jade. Buzz. When the dragon-luring jade came in contact with the blood, it seemed to come to life. The dragon-luring jade greedily sucked in Gu Hai's blood. At the same time, 9 small jade-shaped dragon heads appeared on the dragon-luring jade. The dragon heads waved their claws and rushed to consume the black ghost stone. Buzz. Suddenly, the black ghost stone gave off a black light, which instantly filled the dragon-luring jade. Roar. The dragon vein in the dragon-luring jade seemed to fear this black light, letting out a long, painful roar. Gu Hai quickly infused his consciousness into the dragon-luring jade through the blood. Slowly, as the blood and the black ghost stone merged with the dragon-luring jade, Xiaoqun's consciousness connected with it as well. It seemed like he could slowly control the dragon-luring jade. Gradually, the spherical dragon-luring jade turned into a square. 9 dragons circled the square, each showing a ferocious expression as they faced the black ghost stone in the center. As the black ghost stone merged with the dragon-luring jade, it instantly dyed the entire dragon-luring jade black. The outline of a black imperial seal appeared. Gurgle. Surging blood flowed into the 9-dragon imperial seal. Slowly, 8 large, scarlet words appeared at the bottom of the seal. Receiving the mandate of heaven, long life and prosperity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under Xiaoqun's control, the imperial seal slowly took form and gave off a faint jade-colored light. Perhaps it was because the black ghost stone was too precious. The moment the imperial seal was refined, it felt like it weighed a ton. Boom. The imperial seal landed on the ground in front of Gu Hai. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. The gigantic soaring pagoda collapsed with a loud rumble under the great pressure. What? Gu Hai's expression changed as he reached out to grab the imperial seal. Perhaps it was because Gu Hai was the one who refined the imperial seal. Although Gu Hai struggled to grab the imperial seal, he could still hold it in his hand. However, the soaring pagoda was not spared. It suddenly collapsed, causing the expressions of everyone in the Gu residence to change. Adoptive father. Gu Qin cried out in the distance. Everyone, do not come over. A loud shout came from the rubble. Gu Qin, Shengguanhen, Qin Tianshan, and the others stopped in their tracks, revealing shocked expressions. Gu Hai was trapped in a small space in the depths of the rubble. However, Gu Hai did not care. Instead, he flipped his hand and tested the imperial seal again. Then he pressed it against the ground. Boom. A strong suppressive force spread out in all directions from the rubble. The strong suppressive force caused the ground around the Gu residence to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Everyone outside revealed horrified expressions. They did not know what Gu Hai was doing in there. Below the black jade imperial seal were the words, "Blessed by the heavens, live a long and prosperous life." Satisfaction flashed in Gu Hai's eyes as he said, "From today onwards, you will be called the heaven-suppressing divine seal. You will guard the world for me." Buzz. The pitch-black heaven-suppressing divine seal trembled slightly as if it was responding to Gu Hai. Gu Hai gently placed the heaven-suppressing divine seal on his forehead. Buzz. Just like the black ghost stone from before, the heaven-suppressing divine seal strangely entered the space between Xiao Chen's eyebrows. Without the black ghost stone in the space between Xiao Chen's eyebrows, the white crystal fragment seemed to become restless, wanting to flee. Boom. The heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly appeared and pressed down on the white crystal. The white crystal immediately stabilized. The heaven-suppressing divine seal hovered in the air, looking down on the world. Below, the 30,000-odd Go boards continued merging. After the heaven-suppressing divine seal entered the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows, Gu Hai sank his consciousness into it again. Roar. The dragon vein in the heaven-suppressing divine seal roared. However, the black ghost stone's might was too horrifying. It suppressed the dragon vein until it could not resist. Now the dragon vein roared in pain. When Gu Hai's consciousness entered, the dragon vein seemed to calm down significantly. The black ghost stone is indeed an incredible treasure. After it entered the heaven-suppressing divine seal, it actually suppressed the dragon vein and made it so easy to refine. I can completely refine the dragon vein in less than a year? At that time, I can enlarge the dragon vein and raise a dragon underground? Satisfaction flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Boom. A loud sound rang out as Gu Hai broke free of the rubble around him. He slowly walked out of the rubble. Chapter 167. Boom. Gu Hai shook off the rocks and wood on his body and walked out of the rubble. Gu Qin, Shengguanhen, Qin Tianshan, and some of the Gu residence's old managers surrounded him. "Master, are you all right? Adoptive father, are you all right? Milord, why did the soaring pagoda fall?" Everyone looked at Gu Hai worriedly. "I'm fine." Gu Hai turned his head to look at the soaring pagoda. "So what if it fell? Since the soaring pagoda fell, let's call the newly built palace hall the Soaring Palace Hall." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes." Gu Qin answered. "Get someone to tidy up. Carefully take out all the books in there." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes," everyone answered. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. There were still many areas of the former 5 nations that Xiao Chen had not managed to sort out. However, the general framework was already in place. The 3,000 evil men and the 3,000 cultivators that Qin Tianshan recruited, a total of 6,000 cultivators, were sent to various parts of the world to assist the various cities in preparing for the establishment of the nation, preventing any chaos in the surroundings. A large group of palaces rose from the ground outside the former Gu residence at Hulao Pass. Although the construction was crude, the largest palace was incredibly majestic. It was called the Soaring Palace Hall. At this moment, the surroundings of the Soaring Palace Hall were filled with armored soldiers. There were more than 300,000 of them densely packed. A large number of men in scholarly robes stood in the center. They looked like officials who had not been conferred official yet, standing there respectfully. The countless cultivators from the former Peony sect had not left yet. Many of them stayed behind to watch the ceremony. A large platform stood between the Soaring Palace Hall and the prospective officials. It looked like an altar in the center of the plaza. Many guards stood outside the Soaring Palace Hall. "The time has come. Gu Hai, ascend the altar and invite the heavens above and the earth below." An attendant shouted from outside the Soaring Palace Hall. The 300,000 people were all waiting solemnly. Everything was silent. Creak. The gates of the soaring sky hall opened with a loud bang. Slowly, Gu Hai stepped out from the inside. At this moment, Gu Hai was wearing a flat imperial crown and a black dragon robe. The dragon robe was embroidered with golden silk. The long dragon robe seemed to drag on for a long time, making it look extremely long. Wearing a pair of cloud dragon boots, Xiaoqun slowly walked out of the soaring palace hall. Gu Hai's expression was solemn. He held the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal in his right hand and a golden silk scroll in his left hand as he slowly walked out. Everyone in the outside world stood there respectfully, watching as Gu Hai walked step by step to the altar not far away. Slowly, Gu Hai reached the top of the altar. Everyone stood respectfully below him. On the altar there was a table. Gu Hai placed the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and the golden silk scroll on the table. After placing the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, he unfurled the golden silk scroll, slowly revealing a blank golden silk scroll. Then Gu Hai took a deep breath and suddenly performed a cupped fist salute. Today, Gu Hai of the 9-5 Island of the Thousand Islands Sea requests the heavens above and the earth below to bear witness to me establishing a dynasty today. I will use my blood as a sacrifice to the heavens to show my will. I, Gu Hai, will treat my people well and my new nation well. Gu Hai shouted. As Gu Hai shouted, he took out a small golden knife and slowly cut open his right palm. Blood slowly flowed out. Using the blood, Gu Hai wrote the word Han on the golden silk scroll. Then Gu Hai sprinkled the blood on the altar, establishing a new dynasty with the name of Han. The Han dynasty will use the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal as the nation-defining divine artifact to stabilize the nation's luck. With the soaring palace hall as the center of the Han dynasty, it will absorb the luck of the world. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of our nation. We kowtow to the earth to accept the establishment of our nation. Gu Hai shouted. As Gu Hai spoke, he slowly raised the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and stamped the word Han on the golden silk scroll. Boom. After the imperial seal stamped the name of the nation, it sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. A strong wind blew. 3 kowtows to the heavens. Kowtow. Suddenly, the master of ceremonies shouted. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. The 300,000 people shouted at the same time. Following Gu Hai's words, everyone knelt down and kowtowed. At the same time, in all the cities of the original 5 nations, under the organization of the new officials, all the people walked out of their houses and gathered in the plaza in the center of the city. In front of the soaring palace hall, Gu Hai shouted and prayed to the heavens. At the same time, the master of ceremonies read aloud. After all, this was such an important ceremony. Gu Hai had planned every word in every sentence. According to the time, almost at the same time, Gu Hai's words spread throughout the entire nation. 3 kowtows to the heavens. Kowtow. The officials in the various cities shouted. Old Master Gu has established the nation? That's great. Many thanks to Old Master Gu. Our family can survive. No, we have to call him Emperor now. Right, Emperor. Amidst the whispers, the people all knelt down. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. The people all bowed to the heavens. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. In hundreds of cities, countless people bowed to the heavens. The sound of the people's voices seemed to reach the heavens. Somehow, the heavens seemed to have sensed it. The entire area under Gu Hai's rule was filled with strong winds, as though it was responding to the wish to establish the nation. At the entrance of the soaring palace hall, Gu Hai kowtowed to the heavens 3 times, solemnly. His subordinates all followed, looking extremely solemn. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. For a moment, it seemed like there was a breeze blowing from all directions. However, it was a strong wind blowing towards the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Then, it came out of the heaven-suppressing divine seal and surged towards the majestic soaring palace hall not far away. Then, the breeze rushed up into the sky and slowly circled around. Gu Hai looked over and saw that the breeze circling above the soaring palace hall seemed to have a faint golden color. Providence? Is this the providence of the people? It gathered above the soaring palace hall? Establishing a nation can indeed store providence? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. However, Gu Hai did not pay too much attention to it. because not far away the MC shouted again. 3 kowtows to the earth, bow, the MC shouted. We kowtow to the earth, accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. We kowtow to the earth, accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. From Hulao Pass to the hundreds of cities, nearly all the ordinary people cheered loudly. Rumble. The will of the people reached the earth, and the earth trembled slightly. The ceremony is complete. Rise. The MC shouted. Rumble. In front of the soaring palace hall, everyone stood up and looked at Gu Hai, who was on the altar. Gu Hai wore a dragon robe and looked down at all the officials below. Today I establish the Han dynasty as the Water De dynasty. Here I confer hundreds of officials to build the Han dynasty together with me. Gu Hai shouted. May the emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Han imperial dynasty. Long live. Long live. Everyone below began to cheer loudly. In the distance the MC took out a scroll and shouted. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that Guqin will be the crown prince of the Han dynasty. Guqin stepped forward, and an attendant immediately put on a robe for him. This official accepts the title of crown prince and thanks the emperor. Long live the emperor. Tang Chu will be the minister of revenue of the Han dynasty. A white-haired old man stepped forward, and an attendant immediately put on an official robe for him. This official accepts the title of minister of revenue. Thank you, your majesty. Long live your majesty. Gao Xianji will be the Han dynasty's first legion commander. Gao Xianji stepped out of the ranks and bowed respectfully. This subject, Gao Xianji, has been bestowed the position of the first army commander. Thank you, my emperor. Qin Tianshan will be the Han dynasty's second legion commander. Qin Tianshan was slightly surprised. He did not expect to be conferred the title of second legion commander. Your subject, Qin Tianshan, has been bestowed the position of second army commander. Thank you, your majesty. Scar will be the Han dynasty's minister of war. This official accepts the title of minister of war. Thank you, your majesty. Long live your majesty. Qin Tianshan, who was not far away, was slightly surprised. Why was Scar not conferred the title of first legion commander but minister of war? However, since this was Gu Hai's decision, Qin Tianshan did not ask for more details. The conferment continued. When all the old shopkeepers following Gu Hai put on their official robes, joy appeared on their faces. This group of old shopkeepers had followed Gu Hai to conquer the world a long time ago. Gu Hai was very familiar with their abilities. Although they suddenly changed from running a business to running a country, Gu Hai believed that they could do it well. Montez will be the Han dynasty's embroidered uniform guards commander. This shout shocked Qin Tianshan, Scar, Gao Xianji and the others. Even the countless cultivators at the peony sect that Montez threatened burst into an uproar. What? Montez? Didn't he die in the death puzzle? Gu Hai did not kill him? Doesn't he have a grudge with Gu Hai? Montez is that cold-blooded and vicious person. Gu Hai still wants to give him an official title? Did I see wrongly? Countless cultivators looked at the group of officials in disbelief. Indeed, Montez wore extremely gorgeous embroidered robes. Then, he showed a cold and stern expression as he respectfully stepped forward. This official, Montez, accepts the title of Embroidered Uniform Guards Commander. Thank the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Montez shouted. Gasp. Montez's ferocious reputation was still very intimidating to the cultivators. Sharp intakes of breath rang out in the distance. It really is Montez? Gu Hai actually dares? Embroidered Uniform Guards Commander? What position is that? Montez? This ambitious and ruthless person actually submitted to Gu Hai? Amid the shock, the conferment of the various officials continued. Nearly everyone who followed Gu Hai had already been conferred an official title. Only Shangguan Hen sat in a small courtyard not far away, drinking alone. My lord, why didn't you? A subordinate standing at the side asked with a frown. Shangguan Hen shook his head and smiled. His Majesty was going to confer me the title of Legion Commander. However, I will only follow him for 20 years. I told him not to confer a position on me, just to let me stay in Elite Hall's water division in name. Yes. That subordinate nodded in confusion. Chapter 168. It took 4 hours for all the officials to be conferred their titles. Of course, they were all important officials. Some of the minor officials were not conferred their titles yet. At the end of the conferment, Gu Hai carefully rolled up the golden thread scroll. Then he held the golden thread scroll in one hand and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal in the other as he slowly walked down the altar. Then he slowly walked to the soaring palace hall. The officials followed behind Gu Hai and slowly walked into the main hall. The large hall was more than 30 meters tall, and the interior was extremely spacious. There was a tall platform in the north. Gu Hai slowly walked up the steps to the tall platform in the north. A golden dragon throne was placed on the tall platform, looking extremely exquisite. Earlier, the master of ceremonies delivered the official conferment edict. The master placed the edict on a table at the side. Gu Hai grabbed the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and slowly placed it on the edict. Boom. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal indicated that this conferment was effective. Gu Hai looked at the 2 rows of officials and slowly sat on the dragon throne. Greetings, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The officials shouted. In the divine continent, outside an extremely luxurious large hall, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan slowly came out of the large hall. Venerable, what is maternal grandfather's attitude? Long Wanqing showed a complicated expression. Hall Master, His Holiness will make a decision. Just wait patiently, Venerable Lun Yan said bitterly. How could Venerable Lun Yan dare to say anything when they just left? Even if Venerable Lun Yan said anything, Daqianxing, who was inside, would hear it clearly. Gu Hai should have established a nation by now, right? I wonder if it is a mundane kingdom or a dynasty. Long Wanqing said with a frown. A mundane kingdom? I think that Gu Hai is not interested in it. He should have directly announced it to the world and established a dynasty. However, Gu Hai's accumulations are too shallow. Even if he established a dynasty, it would be the weakest one, Venerable Lun Yan said bitterly. The weakest dynasty? Long Wanqing frowned slightly. The weakest, as weak as an ordinary kingdom. How much territory does he have? How many citizens does he have? How many experts did he have? Not to mention dynasties, if not for Gu Hai, given the national strength of his dynasty, even a small spiritual beast tribe would be able to destroy it, not to mention a dynasty. A slightly stronger kingdom would be able to crush Gu Hai's dynasty. Only in the barren land of the Thousand Islands Sea would Gu Hai have this opportunity, Venerable Lun Yan said bitterly. At the very least, it's an empire. Long Wanqing shook her head. The 2 of them slowly left the hall. In the hall, 2 voices slowly sounded. His Holiness, this is the information from the Thousand Islands Sea. It's about Gu Hai. An extremely respectful voice sounded. After a moment of silence, a dignified voice slowly sounded, Gu Hai? This is rather interesting. Where is Li Xinji now? The voice from the Daqianxing came again. Ever since His Holiness dismissed him, he has been roaming the world. Recently he seems to be fishing for turtles in the northern sea. The extremely respectful voice rang out. Fishing for turtles? Send my orders. Have him reorganize the Xinji battalion within 3 months. The voice from the Daqianxing came again. Yes. Above the vast sea north of the Thousand Islands Sea, dark clouds covered the sky. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and an overwhelming tsunami soared into the sky. The tsunami tossed a large number of whales into the air. Amid the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, a colossal object appeared on the surface of the sea. It was a gigantic tortoise about 1,500 meters long. The entire sea seemed to obey its orders. Roar! The gigantic tortoise roared and boundless seawater soared into the sky, enveloping a figure in the center. Boom! A loud sound rang out from the center of the water, and a purple-robed man shot out. The purple-robed man held what looked like a golden tortoise shell in his hand as he threw a palm strike. When the purple-robed man threw a palm strike, a 1,500 meters wide manifested palm pressed down. It looked like it would flatten the entire sea as it clashed with the gigantic tortoise. Roar! Boom! The gigantic tortoise's palm struck, and the 2 palms clashed. A surging storm kicked up in the air. The storm instantly appeared, and the chaotic air currents formed 4 tornadoes that wildly sucked in seawater. Ha! Miao Qin, I'll keep this Xuanwu golden armor for now. Like I said before, if you are willing to submit to me, I'll return this Xuanwu golden armor to you. Ah! The purple-robed man soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Li Xinji, you thief! Stop right there! Roar! The gigantic tortoise, Miao Chen, roared as it gave chase. The surging seawater seemed to heed its orders, surging into the sky with it. The purple-robed man turned his head with pride in his eyes. Then he threw another palm strike with the flip of his hand. Boom. When man and tortoise clashed, they immediately moved some distance apart. The purple-robed man soared into the sky, looking like a flying ship hidden in the clouds. Bang! Li Shinji landed on the flying ship and said, "Let's go." Yes. The attendant on the flying ship answered. Whoosh. The flying ship immediately turned into a beam of light and flew far away. Li Shinji, you despicable person. Brr. The gigantic tortoise, Miao Qin, raised its head and roared above the sea. The surrounding seawater soared into the sky, and countless fish flew up and fell back down. Rumble. After a while, the sea calmed down due to the gigantic tortoise, Miao Qin. Buzz. Miao Qin's figure flashed and he turned into a large man wearing embroidered robes. Then he looked coldly in the direction that Li Shinji left in. A group of subordinates slowly appeared behind Miao Qin. These subordinates respectfully stood behind Miao Qin. Elder Miao, this subordinate is incompetent. Unexpectedly, Li Shinji is so sinister. To think that he came for the golden sovereign armor. One of the subordinates said with an unsightly expression. Miao Qin looked into the distance and said with a sullen expression, "A prime fell. However, the prime shard cannot be desecrated. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to stain the golden sovereign armor will die. Li Shinji is gone. What should we do now? Guard the sea palace well. I can sense the golden sovereign armor's location. He will not be able to escape." Miao Qin glared. Yes. Whoosh. As Miao Qin stepped forward, his figure flashed as he shot into the distance. On the flying ship, Li Shinji held a golden shard in his hand and carefully inspected it. Li Shinji looked somewhat similar to Li Haoran. Although he was Li Haoran's uncle, he looked younger and skinnier. His hands were long and slender, making him look like a youth in his 20s. However, his eyes exuded a sinister air. Clan head, is this Xuanwu's golden sovereign armor? One of the subordinates looked at the golden shard in Li Shinji's hand curiously. Xuanwu's golden sovereign armor. Back then, when Prime Xuanwu suffered the wrath of heaven, his entire body exploded. This is just a shard of his tortoise shell. Prime Xuanwu? Back then he defied heaven together with Old Man Guanxi. Unfortunately he failed. Old Man Guanxi suffered the wrath of heaven, and the Sky Chess Pavilion was nearly wiped out. As an accomplice he naturally did not end up well. Prime Xuanwu? Prime Xuanwu? Rumor had it that his tortoise shell was the strongest defense in the world. The strongest defense? So what? Didn't it shatter before the wrath of heaven? Li Shinji said with a cold smile. As Li Shinji grabbed Xuanwu's golden sovereign armor, he gently waved his hand. Whoosh. All of a sudden, a cloud of mist condensed in the surroundings. Oh, that's right. This tortoise shell can call the wind and summon the rain, summoning clouds and water? Li Shinji said in surprise. Family head, I heard that 800 years ago, after the fall of the black tortoise Paragon, the turtle snake tribe also suffered a great calamity and fell apart. Many experts scattered to the four corners of the divine continent. Many of the turtle snake tribe were captured to be the guardian beasts of some sects? The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. It is already pretty good to be able to survive. However, this Miao Qin lives alone in the northern sea, unwilling to enter the divine continent. He is rather stubborn. However, it does not matter. I will slowly subdue him. A golden light flashed in Li Shinji's eyes. Alright. Haoran left the capital. Li Shinji asked. Yes. I heard that he took the initiative to go to the Thousand Islands Sea. He said that he was going to protect Long Wanqing. That subordinate nodded. Long Wanqing? The elite hall master? The Thousand Islands Sea? Foolish. Foolish. Li Shinji said with narrowed eyes. Does he not know about the death of the elite hall master Long Xiaoye? The waters here are extraordinarily deep. Would he dare to get involved in this? Furthermore, the Thousand Islands Sea? The Thousand Islands Sea? Although they are all unranked sects, does he not know that that used to be the Sky Chess Pavilion's territory? That is the land of the wrath of heaven, a forbidden land. Old Man Guanxi might be dead, but that old man definitely has countless schemes. Any one of those schemes can consign them to eternal damnation. Li Shinji said coldly. What should we do then? Quickly send a message to him and tell him to scram back immediately. The waters of the Thousand Islands Sea are not something he can explore. Li Shinji said coldly. Yes. This subordinate will immediately send the message when I return. Speaking of the Thousand Islands Sea, It seems that the Thousand Island Sea has a Xuanwu as well, right? Li Xinji asked with a frown. Yes. However, this Xuanwu already split. Xuanwu is a combination of a tortoise and a snake. The Xuanwu seems to be a tortoise and a snake. They seem to be constantly fighting over resources, wanting to evolve into a dragon. Evolve into a dragon? Ah. When Prime Xuanwu was alive, who in the Xuanwu race would want to evolve into a dragon? A dragon is a dragon. Xuanwu is Xuanwu. The Xuanwu is no weaker than the dragon race. Li Xinji said with a cold smile. This subordinate doesn't understand either. There's nothing you don't understand. When Prime Xuanwu died, the god of the Xuanwu race was also extinguished by the heavens. When the god of a race is extinguished, the race will only decline. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years it will take for a new god to be born? Ah. Have the Xuanwu race started to give up on their race? It's truly an unstoppable decline. Li Xinji said coldly. Whoosh. The flying ship flew quickly. 10 days later, it finally arrived at a piece of land. Soon, the flying ship landed in front of a group of palaces. At this moment, a group of people wearing mourning clothes knelt outside the palaces. Many of them were crying and complaining. Uncle, I implore you to avenge Big Brother. Uncle, my big brother died so miserably. Patriarch, Howren was killed by a vile person. He died so miserably. Patriarch, I implore you to avenge Howren. Cries and wails sounded outside Li Xinji's flying ship. On the flying ship, Li Xinji's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw a crude coffin lying in the center of the group of people crying and kneeling. Chapter 169. In the main hall of the Li residence. Li Xinji sat on the main seat with his right hand on the tiger head chair. He stared coldly at a Xinji battalion disciple and listened to him. The crude coffin was placed in the middle of the main hall. Everyone stood respectfully at his feet. You're saying that Gu Hai killed Howren? Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. Yes, yes. The Xinji battalion disciple braced himself and said, Ha ha ha, Xinji battalion? I gave it to Li Howren, and you're the one who taught it? How dare you lie to me in front of me? Li Xinji said coldly. I didn't. The Xinji battalion disciple gritted his teeth and said, Uncle, it was Gu Hai who killed Big Brother. A well-dressed man said. Second young master is right. Another 2 Xinji battalion disciples echoed. Li Howren smiled coldly and pointed at them. You and you. Men, drag them out and behead them in the square. Yes. A group of subordinates walked over immediately. Uncle, what are you doing? The second young master exclaimed. Patriarch, why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? The 3 people who were dragged out exclaimed. However, Li Xinji had already ordered his subordinates to drag the 3 people out. Second young master, help. Second young master, help. The 3 people exclaimed. The second young master was also shocked. Patriarch, I was wrong. It was the second young master who asked me to say this. It was the second young master who asked me to say this. Patriarch, please spare us. The 3 people who were dragged out screamed in horror. However, Li Xinji had already ordered them, so no one dared to plead for mercy. Behead. A loud shout came from outside the hall. Ah. The 3 screams sounded and everyone in the main hall trembled. Uncle. The second young master said with an ugly expression. Li Xinji turned his head and said indifferently, Tomorrow, leave everything behind and go to the North Sea to guard the island. The second young master's face was ashen, and he wanted to beg for mercy. But the person beside him immediately pulled him back and whispered, Second young master, it's true that you helped the eldest young master vent his anger, but you deceived the patriarch. The fact that the patriarch didn't sentence you to death is already a blessing. Second young master raised his head to look. As expected, Li Xinji's eyes were filled with iciness. Startled, he didn't dare to say anything more. Li Xinji coldly glanced at everyone in the hall. All right. Now, who is going to describe what happened to Li Howren in the Thousand Islands Sea? Li Xinji demanded coldly. Then, the surviving Xinji battalion disciples described everything in detail. This time, there was no deviation, no details big or small. Li Xinji listened quietly, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of the tiger-headed chair as he narrowed his eyes. After the narration, the main hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Li Xinji. The mastermind? Ah, Li Howren. You really know how to get into trouble. Princess Xiao Yu actually died at your hands? Ah. A cold light flashed in Li Xinji's eyes. Li Xinji slowly stood up and walked to the coffin. Whoosh! The coffin lid opened and cold air came out of it. Clearly it was used to preserve the corpse. Li Xinji carefully examined Li Haoran's corpse. His head was gone from the explosion, and his body was riddled with wounds. However, his arms were withered. Li Xinji slowly picked up a bone, a grave look flashing in his eyes. His bone marrow was extracted clean? Li Xinji frowned. Patriarch, no matter what, Big Brother's death is related to Guhai. Second brother was confused by anger. Another man shouted. Guhai. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. Li Xinji received the decree. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the main hall. Everyone's expression changed. Li Xinji also quickly walked out of the main hall. He saw a man wearing an official's robe standing on a giant crane, looking out of the main hall. This commoner Li Xinji greets the heavenly envoy. Long live His Holiness. Li Xinji immediately bowed respectfully. His Holiness's decree, Li Xinji within 3 months reorganized the Xinji battalion. Listen to His Holiness's orders. Solemnly the official on the giant crane said to Li Xinji. Yes, I received the decree. Li Xinji bowed respectfully. At this moment the official smiled. Congratulations, Lord Li. Lord Li, in 3 months, please bring your Xinji battalion to the capital to meet the emperor. I will also take my leave. Safe journey, my lord. Li Xinji replied. Screech. The giant crane let out a long screech, carrying the official and soaring into the sky. Patriarch, have you been reinstated? Patriarch, as long as you give the order, your troops will rush back immediately. Patriarch, has His Holiness forgiven you? Everyone was overjoyed as if they didn't care about Li Haoran's death. Where is the divine strategy token? Li Xinji asked calmly. It was taken by Guhai. Solemnly, a Xinji battalion disciple said. Guhai again? It seems like before I go to the capital I have to meet this Guhai. Li Xinji's eyes turned cold and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Han Dynasty. Soaring Palace Hall. Guhai wore a flat imperial crown and a black dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and looked coldly at the 2 rows of officials. The left row was Guqin and a group of old shopkeepers, while the right row was Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Scar Montes and other newcomers. Pa. Guhai slapped the armrest of the dragon throne and looked coldly at the group of officials on the left row. The expressions of the group of officials changed. The Han Dynasty has just been established for less than a month. There is actually news that someone is selling official positions and titles? As long as one has money, one can buy an official position? Guhai looked coldly at the group of officials. Your Majesty, the Dahan's territory is too large and there are too many vacancies. We need people for many positions. Although we have a large number of talents, it is still not enough. The various regions only thought of this method to quickly run the administration. We can quickly run the administration and increase the national treasury as soon as possible. An official said, bracing himself. The ones buying positions are your family members, right? Haha, increase the national treasury as soon as possible? Do we need you to increase the national treasury? Guhai said coldly. The group of officials immediately did not dare to speak. Imperial Father, after obtaining such a large territory in such a short time, we do not have enough manpower. We cannot run the administration in many places. Guqin sighed and pleaded for mercy for the group of old shopkeepers. If you cannot run the administration, then stop. Didn't I tell you to prepare for the imperial examinations? Isn't it fine to use the imperial examinations to select talents? Guhai said. Guqin lowered his head. Montes. Guhai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Montes stepped forward. It has been a month. How is the establishment of the embroidered uniform guard? Guhai asked. We have already recruited 3,000 people. They are not elites, but we can slowly optimize them. The embroidered uniform guard can operate for the time being. Montes said. Good. I will give you 1 Dragons medallion. Investigate every city. Punish those who sell official positions, take bribes, form cliques, or cause trouble for the people according to the laws of the Han nation. Everywhere you go, you will receive the 9 Dragons medallion as if I am there personally, Guhai said seriously as he handed over a medallion. Yes, Your Majesty. Montes took the token. He stepped back. The expressions of the old officials at the side froze, and they sighed softly. However, no one realized that a rain of blood was about to start. Scar. Yes, Your Majesty. Scar stepped forward respectfully. Mobilize the troops in each city and fully cooperate with the embroidered uniform guard in this operation. Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Scar answered. How are the negotiations going with the other 5 mundane regions on 9-5 Island? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Reporting to Imperial Father, the negotiations with 3 mundane regions went very smoothly. However, the other 2 did not. We have been holding on to hope. Gu Qin said with a frown. Qin Tianshan. Yes, Your Majesty. You will lead the various border armies and start opening up the mountain paths. Open up all the mundane regions on 9-5 Island. First, open up the paths to the 2 regions that do not submit to my Han Royal Dynasty. At the same time, you will take charge of collecting the 3 regions that submit to my Dahan, Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xianji. Yes, Your Majesty. I need a batch of elite troops. You can choose from all the soldiers in the world. The first batch of 800,000 elite troops will be expanded into the 1st Legion. You will train them and use these 2 mundane regions as the battlefield. I need an invincible army. The enemy does not have an innate expert participating in this battle. You are not allowed to have one. I hope that in the future the Han Royal Dynasty's strength lies not only in strong generals but also in a strong army. Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xinji answered. Many government decrees were passed through the royal court. Now Gu Hai made all the decisions arbitrarily. No one questioned any of his decrees. Reporting to Your Majesty, Shangguan Hen requests an audience, a guard said respectfully outside the hall. Oh, summon him. Gu Hai said, feeling suspicious. Shangguan Hen was not willing to accept an official position in the Han Royal Dynasty. Gu Hai felt helpless. Now that Xiao Qin requested an audience during the royal court, there must be something important. When Shangguan Hen walked into the hall, 2 rows of officials looked over in confusion. Your Majesty, Yao Jingtian is outside the hall. He seems to have bad news. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Oh, Yao Jingtian? Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. Yao Jingtian was the divine beast Baxia. Before the founding of the nation, Baxia asked Gu Hai to solve the Go puzzle on its tortoise shell and gave Gu Hai the Heavenly Dynasty outline. Yao Jingtian also promised Gu Hai that he would do his best to help if Gu Hai needed it. Gu Hai was very grateful to Yao Jingtian. After all, although the Heavenly Dynasty outline was not precious in the Divine Continent, it was something that Gu Hai needed. Without putting on airs, Gu Hai stepped off the dragon throne and slowly followed Shangguan Hen out of the hall. The officials followed behind Gu Hai. Outside the hall, Yao Jingtian stood in the plaza and smiled at Gu Hai. Congratulations to Mr. Good. No, congratulations to Emperor Dahan. Once the nation is established, it will be an empire. Yao Jingtian said with a smile. Mr. Yao is too kind. May I ask why Mr. Yao is here today? Gu Hai asked. Yao Jingtian's expression turned solemn. Last time when Mr. Good founded the nation, this one was delayed by some matters and could not come. I hope Mr. Good can forgive me. This time, however, I am here to bring bad news. I hope it will be useful to Mr. Good. Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. Back then, when news of Mr. Good obtaining the century lifespan immortality peach spread, countless innate realm and golden core realm cultivators of the Thousand Islands Sea rushed over. Now Mr. Good obtained the dragon vein. This item is even more enticing than the century lifespan immortality peach. On the various islands, some of the Yuanying state's island lords, sect masters and sovereigns can no longer sit still and are rushing over to 9-5 Island with all their might. Not long ago, I received news that 20 sects from the Yuanying state have formed an alliance and are preparing to snatch Mr. Good's dragon vein. Oh? 20 Yuanying state? Gu Hai's expression sank. Right after Gu Hai finished speaking, Yao Jingtian's expression suddenly changed. He revealed a bitter expression as he said, "It looks like this old man is still too late. They're already here." Then he saw 20 beams of light shooting over from the south. Wherever they went, they kicked up a strong wind. Boom. The 20 beams of light suddenly stopped in front of the soaring palace hall, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Gu Hai looked up and coldly eyed the 20 figures that suddenly appeared in the air. Chapter 170. Above the soaring palace hall in the Han royal dynasty, a gentle breeze blew and their clothes fluttered. At this moment, 20 men and women with different expressions were looking coldly at the soaring palace plaza. When they saw Gu Hai, their expressions sank. After all, when news spread throughout the Thousand Islands Sea, Gu Hai's ferocious reputation spread as well. He destroyed the 5 large sects and even defeated Li Haoran. Golden Core Realm? No one cared about Gu Hai's cultivation anymore. Otherwise, the 20 Yuanying state cultivators would not have formed an alliance. Archers. Immediately, a guard in the square shouted. A large number of guards quickly raised their bows. Gu Hai slowly raised his hand and stopped all the attacks. Gu Qin, who was at the side, silently retreated to the back. Everyone, you have come from afar. What can I do for you? Gu Hai asked coldly. The 20 cultivators looked at the plaza. When they saw Yao Jingtian, they brushed past him as if they did not know him. The leading white-clad man stared at Gu Hai and said, Mr. Good, I am the sect master of the 86 Islands Grand Origin sect. Today, I heard that Mr. Good obtained a dragon vein. Is that true? What is there to ask? He is now a dynasty. Without the dragon vein, he cannot establish a dynasty. The dragon vein is in his imperial seal. A cultivator at the side shouted. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, That's right. I obtained the dragon vein. Why did everyone come here without notice? Hand over the dragon vein. We will spare your life. Right, hand over the dragon vein. Amid the cries of the crowd, the leading white-clad man waved his hand and stopped them from speaking. Mr. Good, the dragon vein belongs to the virtuous. We came here today for the dragon vein. We hope that Mr. Good will stop hiding it. The white-clad man said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, Everyone, do you know what happened to my 9-5 island sects? Everyone felt slightly stunned. Today you came to snatch my dragon vein. Have you ever thought about my revenge? In the future, I'll visit all 20 of your sects one by one. Do you believe that I won't slaughter all 20 of your sects? Gu Hai glared. Everyone's expression changed and one of them said with his eyelids twitching, Deceiving people with lies, let's attack together and kill him. After obtaining the dragon vein, would all the sects still merge? Am I wrong? I'll slaughter them one by one. Can you guys stop me? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai's cold shout made the 20 Yuanying state soldiers hesitate. Their earlier ferocious momentum seemed to weaken significantly in an instant. One of the cultivators even glanced at Yao Jingtian. Yao Jingtian narrowed his eyes. That person immediately looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, you still want to slaughter our sect? You won't have a chance. We won't give you a chance. Fellow Taoists, we agreed to advance and retreat together. Kill Gu Hai and his dynasty is nothing. That's right. Capture Gu Hai. Ching, ching, ching. Everyone immediately drew their weapons. Whoosh. Just at this moment, a surging fog suddenly covered the surroundings. Oh no! The 28-line pair world ritual array. Someone exclaimed. Everyone immediately charged at Gu Hai. Yao Jingtian stared at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai stood with his hands behind his back, not moving at all. What's with this ritual array? Yao Jingtian showed a confused expression. Boom. Suddenly the fog covered the surroundings. The 20 Yuanying state soldiers charging over suddenly lost their bearings. What's going on? Where are they? I can't find the direction either. Fly up. Fly up. That's not going up. The Yuanying state soldiers exclaimed in the fog. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my spirit is unparalleled. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my spirit is unparalleled. It was as if 20 Xiang Yes were shouting at the same time. 20 loud sounds were heard at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. A series of screams were heard. All the officials widened their eyes. These were immortals who could fly in the sky. How could they be screaming so tragically? The emperor didn't move. What was going on? Montez also stared at Gu Hai with his eyes wide open. 20 Yuanying state soldiers? Although they looked like trash like Song Pingxing, they were still from the Yuanying state. How could they be trapped so easily? Don't kill me, Mr. Yao, Mr. Yao. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from the fog. Mr. Yao? Outside the great hall, many officials' expressions changed as they looked at Yao Jingtian. At this moment, Yao Jingtian suddenly struck a palm at Gu Hai. His palm carried a powerful force as if he wanted to kill Gu Hai with one strike. Boom. With a loud boom, the earth shook violently. Gu Hai had taken out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal at some point in time and charged at Yao Jingtian. At the same time it pressed down. Boom. Yao Jingtian's energy palm shattered and was instantly suppressed by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. What? How did you? Yao Jingtian's expression changed as he cried out in shock. Why would I guard against you, right? Gu Hai suddenly sneered. As Yao Jingtian stared at Gu Hai, disbelief flashed in his eyes. He was supposed to ambush Gu Hai. How did Gu Hai end up ambushing him instead? Under the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, Yao Jingtian tried to take human form. However, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal seemed to instantly weigh 1,000,000 tons, immobilizing Yao Jingtian. My heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal hides a dragon vein. The dragon vein is as heavy as 9-5 Island, and this is not even considering the suppressive force of my divine imperial seal. Ah, Yao Jingtian, you really schemed well. You used 20 Yuanying state to distract me and then ambush me from behind. If I had not been on guard against you, you would have succeeded earlier. Gu Hai said coldly. What? Why were you on guard against me? Why were you on guard against me? Also, how did 20 Yuanying state get trapped in the ritual array so easily? This shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. I was prepared to work with you to deal with them. Why didn't everything go according to plan? Yao Jingtian suddenly roared in shock. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds rang out, and the 20 Yuanying state were knocked into the ground. The clouds in the surroundings slowly dispersed. When the clouds dispersed, one could see 20 badly mutilated figures sprawled on the ground. Their bodies were riddled with wounds and their bones were shattered. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. There was a bloody hole in their dantians. Everyone seemed to have aged immensely in an instant. Earlier, when he came to report to me that you were here, he secretly reminded me that he had already confirmed it. You and Fu Shui are one. Xuanwu? Ah. Instead of being a Xuanwu, you want to evolve into a dragon? Gu Hai said coldly. Shengguanhen? Shengguanhen? That's impossible. My aura and Fu Shui's are worlds apart. How did you discover it? Yao Jingtian stared at Shengguanhen in disbelief. However, Shengguanhen looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty, this subordinate would like to request for this Baxiao from Your Majesty. Yao Jingtian deceived Your Majesty back then. Back then, the tortoise shell that sealed the dragon vein was not left behind by Yao Jingtian's father but the ancient tortoise shell of the Xuanwu clan. This is useful to this subordinate. I earnestly request that Your Majesty bestow Yao Jingtian to me. Shengguanhen said solemnly. Permitted. Gu Hai nodded. However, Shengguanhen slowly walked over to Yao Jingtian. Yao Jingtian stared at Shengguanhen in confusion. Then he saw Shengguanhen suddenly place his hand on Yao Jingtian's forehead. Yao Jingtian's expression suddenly changed. This aura, why you are actually... Boom. When Shengguanhen placed his hand on Yao Jingtian's forehead, Yao Jingtian's eyes rolled back, and he lost all signs of life. Rumble. However, Yao Jingtian seemed to be about to transform into a gigantic Baxiao. Shengguanhen formed a few hand seals. Buzz. The gigantic Baxiao's body suddenly shrunk until it was only the size of a palm. Gu Hai waved his hand and put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Then he looked at Shengguanhen in surprise. Shengguanhen slowly put the shrunken Baxiao's body into his sleeve. The officials were shocked. Montez's eyelids twitched when he saw Shengguanhen's actions. Even he was no match for Yao Jingtian. It was one thing for him to be suppressed by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, but where did this Shengguanhen come from? Why did he deal with him as if he was dealing with a chicken? Apart from Guqin, how could there be such a freak in the Han dynasty? How many more secrets are there that I don't know? Montez felt even more shocked. A crisis was resolved in the blink of an eye. All right, the court session is dismissed. Gu Hai said. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. The officials bowed respectfully. Montez felt shocked. At this moment, the officials' hearts were in turmoil. Respectfully sending off Gu Hai, the biggest winner of 9-5 Island, the Han dynasty, the supreme ruler of 9-5 Island. Chapter 171. As Yao Jingtian said, the temptation of the dragon vein quickly spread to the nearby islands. Some of the experts from the Yuanying state could no longer sit still. They all came out of closed-door cultivation and headed to 9-5 Island. When they first arrived, the Yuanying state experts were very aggressive. They thought that Gu Hai was at most a golden core realm cultivator and only relied on the Crimson Saber to cheat. As long as they found the right opportunity, they would be able to capture Gu Hai alive. However, when the various experts arrived outside the Han Dynasty's imperial palace, nearly all of them instantly lost their momentum. Countless cultivators surrounded a tall mountain outside the imperial palace. A large number of mortal soldiers were stationed around the mountain. Naturally, the cultivators did not care about these soldiers. However, the scene on the mountain wall made the hearts of the countless cultivators race. He saw 60 extremely wretched people nailed to a mountain wall. Some of them were already dead, roasted by the sun. Some of them were still alive, but their dantians were destroyed. Their entire bodies were crippled and they were nailed to the mountain wall. Is that the sect master of the 86 Islands Taiyuan sect? He is an expert from the Yuanying state. Is that the Yuanying state of the 89 Island? Are they all from the Yuanying state? The cultivators observing the mountain wall were from the Yuanying state, Golden Core realm and Innate realm. All of them sucked in cold breaths as they looked at the mountain wall. Master Yu, why are you here? A Golden Core realm cultivator looked in shock at the white-clothed man who suddenly appeared beside him. The white-clothed man's eyelids twitched as he said, "Your senior brother went back to report to me that Gu Hai obtained a dragon vein. The dragon vein is very useful to my sect. Your other 3 martial uncles will be here soon." What happened here? Master, there have been a lot of people trying to get the dragon's vein these days. Some tried to force their way into the Dahan Imperial Palace, while others tried to sneak into the Dahan Imperial Palace. All of them ended up like this. There are already 60 Yuanying state cultivators. Oh, we caught another 5 over there. Look, Master, look over there. Only the Yuanying state has the right to be nailed to this wall. The golden elixir cultivator pointed at a spot not far away. Only the Yuanying state is qualified? The white-clothed man turned his head with an unsightly expression. Indeed, a group of Han royal dynasty guards brought the crippled nascent soul realm cultivator to the cliff. Then they nailed him to the cliff with long nails. Master, are you and the 3 Shirshu still preparing to go? The Jindan turned to look at the white-clothed male. The white-clothed man's face stiffened. He really wanted to slap this insensible disciple to death. Outside the 1,000 Islands on a sea. Boom. Once again, a monstrous tsunami swept up. Li Shinji stood on the flying ship with a purple gold longbow in his hand. The bowstring returned to its original position, and 20 rainbow-like arrows rained down like meteors toward the huge tortoise on the sea. The huge tortoise roared and opened its shell. A tortoise shell-shaped shield blocked the arrows. Boom, 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 boom. The rain of arrows collided with the shield and exploded with a loud bang. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes. Miaochen, you are really persistent. You can sense the Xuanwu golden armor? You actually chased me all the way here? The Xuanwu golden armor is the sacred artifact of my clan. You have tarnished the Xuanwu golden armor. I will chase you to the ends of the world. I will immediately spread the news to all corners of the world. Anyone who respects the supremacy as much as I do will see you as an enemy. Li Shinji, you and the Xuanwu clan will not rest until one of us is dead. Miao Qin roared. Old lunatic, Prime Xuanwu died 800 years ago. Why are you still loyal? Li Shinji retorted coldly. Miao Qin roared and charged at Li Shinji. As Miao Qin charged over, he brought with him surging seawater, looking like he wanted to fill the world. Let's go. Don't waste time with this old lunatic, Li Shinji said coldly. As Miao Qin spoke, he drew his bow again. 20 arrows rained down on the huge tortoise like a meteor shower. However, Miao Chen's subordinates quickly steered the flying ship away. Boom. The 20 arrows rained down on the huge tortoise again, causing water to fill the air. Stop right there, Li Shinji. Return my Xuanwu golden armor. Miao Qin roared while glaring. Whoosh. The flying ship was too fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Boom. Boundless water suddenly fell. Miao Qin turned into a stout man again. Then, he looked coldly at the flying ship that had already reached the horizon. You can't escape. Miao Qin was about to give chase when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and stopped. The 1,000 Islands Sea? This is the 1,000 Islands Sea? Miao Qin showed an unsightly expression, hesitating on whether to enter or not. After a long silence, Miao Qin took a deep breath and charged into the 1,000 Islands Sea. On the cliff outside the imperial palace of the Han dynasty, at this moment, 80 Yuanying state cultivators had been nailed to the cliff. At this moment, the enthusiasm of the cultivators for the dragon vein finally died down. Every time their enthusiasm flared up, they would see what happened to the 80 Yuaning state cultivators, and their enthusiasm would be extinguished. More and more cultivators were arriving from all over the Thousand Islands Sea. At the Soaring Palace Hall's royal assembly, Gu Hai sat on the dragon throne, listening to the daily affairs. Reporting to your majesty, although the crown prince captured all the thieves who barged into the imperial palace, more cultivators are gathering outside. With so many cultivators, it is easy for chaos to break out. Indeed. Your majesty, there have already been 10-odd fights. There are too many people. Conservatively speaking, close to 200,000 cultivators from all over the Thousand Islands Sea have gathered outside the imperial palace of the Dahan dynasty. Your majesty, these cultivators have been gathering for a long time and are not friendly. They are very unsettling. A group of officials complained. Guqin. Gu Hai called out. Your son is here. Guqin stepped forward. How are the preparations going? Gu Hai asked. Reporting to Imperial Father, during this period, according to Imperial Father's request, we have already sped up the construction. We have already set aside an area outside the Imperial Palace for the cultivators from all over to stay. Of course, the fees for high-grade residences are huge. Furthermore, with Imperial Father's Imperial Casino, they should be attracted, right? Guqin said. The Dahan dynasty needs to develop and recruit countless cultivators into my Dahan. Aside from the innate realm cultivators, all the officials need spirit stones for cultivation. While 9-5 Island has many spirit stone mines, we cannot just sit there and wait. The Imperial Casino is a specialty project. 9-5 Island cannot have anyone following the trend. Those who violate it will be executed. Open for business immediately. Gu Hai said. This official obeys. Guqin answered. With this order, a large area outside the Imperial Palace officially opened to the public. The cultivators outside the Imperial Palace were still paying attention to the increasing number of Yuaning state cultivators nailed to the walls. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. His Majesty has decreed that all the cultivators from the Thousand Islands Sea are guests from afar. Sorry for not going out to welcome you. However, the Dahan dynasty's Imperial Palace is limited in its reception. All the cultivators gathered among the commoners or in the forests, living a simple life that does not suit your status. Hence, he opened a new area, the Imperial Casino Holiday Resort, for all the cultivators to live and enjoy. There is also entertainment for all to pass the time. Bodyguard Dahan struck the gong and repeated the words over and over again, causing the surrounding Xiozhi to be astounded. What does that mean? The Imperial Casino Holiday Resort? The group of cultivators asked, confused. Many cultivators went to investigate, following the directions pointed by the Imperial Guard of the Han Dynasty. Indeed, there were many luxurious houses not far from the Imperial Palace. Many attendants lined up neatly at the sides, waiting to serve the guests. When the cultivators got close, the Dahan Dynasty cultivators greeted them. Welcome, Immortal Venerate. The group of attendants bowed respectfully. The orderly slogans, the orderly salutes, and the warm service caused the Xiozhi's eyes to stare. Gu Hai. What is Gu Hai trying to do? What is he trying to do? The group of attendants led the cultivators to the Imperial Casino Holiday Resort in a daze. The fresh air, the beautiful buildings, and the beautiful environment could not move the cultivators, but it was much better than the caves and inns they stayed in before. The only thing was money and spirit stones. However, to have such a comfortable environment, one spirit stone was nothing. After all, it was not expensive. After confirming their accommodations, the cultivators looked around and saw some very strange things. At a plaza, the Royal Lottery Hall is starting to sell lottery tickets. You only need one mid-grade spirit stone to buy a ticket. There's a chance to win 100 high-grade spirit stones. You'll get back 10,000 times what you put in. Don't miss this opportunity. 3 days later at noon in the plaza in front of everyone the lottery will be held. It will be absolutely fair. The Imperial Horse Gambling Field is about to open. Those who bet on horses prepare your spirit stones. The bigger the bet, the more you can earn. Horse racing in front of everyone is absolutely fair. The Imperial Casino is opening card gambling. Small cards will help you achieve your dream of becoming the god of gamblers. As the employees of the Imperial Casino shouted, the surrounding cultivators felt confused. In the past, the Beast Arena of the Great Feng Mafia family had helped the Great Feng Mafia family accumulate a lot of wealth. Naturally, Gu Hai would not let go of the gambling industry. After all, he needed to feed more people. He could not just sit around and wait. Of all the gambling in the Great Feng Mafia family, only the Beast Arena was the most profitable. However, how could the Great Feng Mafia family compare to the gambling industry that Gu Hai knew? Gu Qin had already laid a ritual array in the surroundings. Any robber would end up like the Yuanying state on the cliff. As for the gambling industry that Gu Hai mentioned, the Gu Qin actually found a way to prevent cheating from Old Man Guanqi's inheritance. If Old Man Guanqi knew that his countless inheritances were being used for gambling, he might be so angry that he came back to life. Lottery, horse racing, card gambling, all the different gambling from the Beast Arena immediately piqued the curiosity of countless cultivators. On the first day of business, spirit stones already flowed into the Dahan Palace. With this income, Gu Hai no longer had to worry about the Han dynasty running out of money. At the same time, security improved significantly. Everything was developing according to Gu Hai's plan. Occasionally, people from the Yuanying state were nailed to the cliff. However, the Imperial Casino was bustling with activity. The cultivators needed to relax as well. They also needed to live spiritually. None of the practitioners who had visited the Royal Casino Resort were willing to go back to the cave they had lived in before. Isn't it just spirit stones? I have plenty of spirit stones. Some people became envious of their losses and wanted to cause trouble. However, a ritual array immediately captured them and tossed them out. Half a month later, Li Xinji arrived at 9-5 Island. He did not rush to the Dahan Palace with a ferocious aura. Instead, he pretended to be an ordinary cultivator and entered Gu Hai's territory. Li Xinji led 20 people and landed in a rather remote place. The moment he stepped onto the main road, someone immediately came forward to welcome him. Huh? Li Xinji raised his eyebrows. I just arrived and they already discovered me? Immortal exalted Immortals, this humble one is the sales and marketing staff of the Dahan Royal Casino Holiday Resort. If you do not mind, how about I be your tour guide? I will definitely make you feel at home. That man said politely with a smile. Sales and marketing staff? Tour guide? Li Xinji looked at the extremely polite man in front of him in confusion. Chapter 172. The salesmen of the Dahan Royal Casino were all business experts that Gu Hai had recruited from all over the world. They were all talents that had been nurtured by Gu Hai's business empire. Now that they had been transferred to the Royal Casino, they all knew how heavy the responsibility was. Although they were busy, the salesmen were extremely excited and enthusiastic. This was because Gu Hai had always made it a rule that the more work they did, the more they would be paid. There was even a commission. Now the commission was not just money but also spirit stones. Lots and lots of spirit stones. Salesman Suemo was one of them. After working for so long, he had already developed a pair of discerning eyes. From afar he saw 21 people in luxurious clothes walking over. With one look, one could tell that they were not worn by ordinary people. They were full of noble and immortal aura. Suemo took a big stride forward and rushed over. Not far away, a few salesmen saw that Suemo was one step faster and beat their chests. Fortunately, there were many cultivators around, so they did not pay too much attention. Exalted Immortals, I am the salesman of the Dahan Royal Casino Resort. If you don't mind, how about I be your tour guide? I will definitely make you feel at home. Suemo smiled politely. Salesman? Tour guide? Li Xinji looked blankly at the extremely polite man in front of him. Exalted Immortals, please follow me. I will first take you to see the nascent soul stone wall outside the Dahan Royal Palace. That was the most popular place in the Han Dynasty. All the immortals who came here would take a look, Suemo explained. Everyone looked at Suemo blankly. After Li Xinji confirmed that Suemo did not recognize him, he finally nodded. Along the way they saw many groups like this. Some of the Taoists in front of the groups held small flags and greeted dozens of cultivators who were looking around. Oh, those over there are scattered groups. They are dozens of immortals from all over the Thousand Islands Sea and do not know each other. That salesman is greeting them with a small flag, afraid that they will get lost. After all, there are too many immortals here for sightseeing. Suemo explained. Li Xinji? Scattered groups? This had become an industry? The group followed Suemo to the mountain wall outside the Imperial Palace. At this moment, there were close to 10,000 practitioners surrounding the cliff. One by one, the salesmen were vividly explaining the origin of this cliff. Do you see that? There were 89 immortals from the Yuanying state, and all of them were nailed to death here. Back then 9-5 Island had a total of 5 nascent soul realm cultivators. My Han royal dynasty will not tolerate those who come to cause trouble, Suemo said as he pointed into the distance. That's right. Back then 9-5 Island had a total of 5 nascent soul realm cultivators. My Han royal dynasty will not tolerate those who cause trouble. Hiss. The people behind Li Shinji gasped, their faces twitching. Not only them but the more than 10,000 spectators all gasped in shock. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Ah. Li Shinji sneered. Camp Master, with this mountain wall, all the cultivators who come here won't break into the Dahan Imperial Palace, right? A subordinate frowned. Tour guide? Haha, although it's a little pretentious, the effect is obvious. Describing this cruel reality with such a calm attitude has a huge impact on the spectators. The Yuanying state? This is a declaration to the world that the Han dynasty is more powerful than they thought. You don't even care about 90 Yuanying state, but you don't know that these 90 Yuanying state didn't attack the Imperial Palace together. Li Shinji smiled coldly. Exalted Immortals, have you seen it? Next up is our Royal Casino Resort. Everyone follow me. That's our destination, Suemo said with a smile as he walked over from a short distance away. Let's go, Li Shinji said curiously. Before they came, Li Shinji didn't expect Gu Hai to set up so many tour guides. Li Shinji and his group followed Suemo and soon arrived at the Imperial Casino Resort. When they reached the entrance, 2 rows of guards stood up. There were 2 rows of 200 people in uniforms. They bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, exalted immortals. Please come in." Li Shinji and his group widened their eyes. These are the tour guides of the resort. Exalted immortals, please follow me. All right, exalted immortals. Are you staying for a long time or are you leaving tonight? If you're staying for a long time, I'll help you register your accommodation, Suemo said thoughtfully. We're staying for a long time, Li Shinji said with a frown. Then follow me. Look, do you see the villas over there? Most of the villas have been rented out. There are only a few left. They are divided into 9 classes. The highest class villa costs 1 high-grade spirit stone a day. It has a swimming pool, billiards room, fitness facilities, fruit juice drinks, fine wine and snacks. It's a standalone villa with the best views. If you want, there are also foot treatments, massage, scraping, hot springs and other leisure services. Suemo introduced. 1 high-grade spirit stone a day? Aren't you going to rob us? A person behind him shouted. Suemo was not angry and said, as I said, there are 9 classes here. The 9th class costs 10 low-grade spirit stones a day. The difference is 1,000 times. However, the 9th class is standard. Of course, there are double villas, stacked villas, ordinary apartments. I'll take the best, Li Shinji said indifferently. Sumo's eyes lit up. This group of tycoons had a commission for their accommodation. When he introduced them to gambling later, they would definitely spend a lot of money. The commission would be even higher. Exalted immortals, this way please. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything for you, Suemo said with a smile. Foot treatments, massage, scraping and other leisure services were already established by Gu Hai when he was doing business in the past. It was just that he moved all of them to the resort now. Suemo led the group into a villa. There were some new and interesting things that dazzled everyone. After a foot treatment in the villa, everyone felt refreshed. Although it was a little strange, they slowly accepted it. Suemo had been waiting patiently. After all, foot treatments cost money and Suemo had a commission. Next, would you like to go to the restaurant or the casino first? The restaurant has our local specialties and the best chefs to cook for you. The Royal Casino is the most exciting activity in the Han Dynasty. Lottery, horse racing, blackjack, you can choose to your heart's content. I guarantee that you won't want to leave the table for 3 days and 3 nights. Suemo introduced. Every time Suemo said a foreign term, everyone felt like they were bumpkins. You are the bumpkins, okay? We are from the Divine Continent. Everyone followed Suemo to the casino in disbelief. 3 days later, Li Shinji had already returned to the villa. From afar, he looked at the Dahan Palace and frowned slightly. In the sky above the Dahan Palace, the fate energy was still too little, but it was constantly increasing. Camp Master, Old 8 was beaten up. He was beaten up by Gu Hai's men. A few subordinates ran over and reported anxiously. What happened? Li Shinji looked coldly at one of the subordinates. We have been gambling in the Royal Casino for the past few days. The gambling was indeed novel, but we kept losing. In the end, Old 8 lost too much and scolded the casino for cheating him. In the end, the Royal Casino had a formation that restrained Old 8 and gave him a beating. Fortunately, the salesman Suemo came up, otherwise. The subordinate's expression was ugly. Old 8 was anxious? How could Old 8 be anxious? I remember that Old 8 brought 100 upper spiritual stones before we came. Li Shinji looked at the man with a bruised nose and swollen face behind the crowd. Bruised nose and swollen face? He hadn't done anything to Gu Hai yet, and his men were already beaten black and blue? I lost everything. Old 8 rubbed his face and said dejectedly. Lost everything? Are you here to squander? Li Shinji glared at him. Not only me but the others also lost almost all of them. In the past 3 days, we have lost nearly 2,000 upper spiritual stones to the Dahan Royal Casino. Old 8 lowered his head and said. Li Shinji stared at the crowd. Lost everything? I asked you to gather information in the past few days, but you went to gamble? Not only did you gamble, but you actually lost everything? Exalted Immortal, you can't blame the Imperial Casino for this. Exalted Immortals bet too much. So many people were watching at that time. The biggest bet was actually 300 high-grade spirit stones. Only our casino would dare to accept that bet. Suemo said with a bitter smile. Get out, we have something to talk about. Li Shinji said coldly. Okay, I will wait outside. If you have any requests, let me know immediately. Suemo went out very politely. In the past 3 days, his colleagues were envious of his commission. Sure enough, it was the most profitable to work with a group of tycoons. Suemo went out. Li Shinji looked coldly at the subordinates in front of him. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. What did you find out? Or did you spend all your time in the casino? Li Shinji said coldly. No, their casino cheated. They cheated? Old 8 said softly. Bullshit. Li Shinji stared and said, I have studied it. There is no cheating in this casino. Winning or losing is just a matter of probability. They make money based on probability. Have you all gone crazy? The crowd lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Li Shinji reprimanded them and slowly suppressed his anger. He turned his head and looked at the Royal Casino in the distance. Li Shinji's eyes flashed with a dignified look. This Gu Hai does have some tricks up his sleeve. Royal Casino? Is he a gold-swallowing beast? Dahan? Dahan Palace, Upper Study. Gu Hai was reviewing documents when Guqin brought Suemo in. This commoner, Suemo, greets your majesty. Long live, long live, long live, long live. Suemo was extremely emotional as he knelt down. This was the first time he saw the emperor. Father, Li Shinji has sent a greeting card. Guqin handed over a purple gold card. Li Shinji? Li Haoran's uncle? Gu Hai suddenly raised an eyebrow and stopped writing. He took the card with great care. Li Shinji is currently staying in the Royal Casino Resort. This salesperson is in charge of receiving him. He has been here for 4 days. Guqin said solemnly. Oh, 4 days? What have they been doing for the past 4 days? Gu Hai's expression changed as he looked at Suemo solemnly. Your Majesty, the leader Li Shinji only gambled a little on the first day. The other 20 people have been gambling every day for the past few days. In the end, they lost all their money. They were preparing to make a scene in the casino but were restrained by the array and beaten up. After Li Shinji reprimanded his subordinates, he asked me to send a greeting card. Suemo said respectfully. Gambling? He lost all his money? And was beaten up by you? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Chapter 173. In a large hall in the imperial palace of the Great Han Dynasty, Gu Hai did not wear his dragon robes. Instead he wore casual black robes. He led Shengguan Hen and Guqin to receive Li Shinji and the others. Mr. Li, you have come from afar. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you. What brings you here? Gu Hai smiled as he looked at Li Shinji. Gu Hai sat in the host's seat. Guqin and Shengguan Hen sat to his left. Li Shinji sat to his right. Behind them stood a group of subordinates. Li Shinji stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was also on guard against Li Shinji. After all, although he did not kill Li Haoran, if this Li Shinji went crazy, he still had to be careful. Division Leader Gu, what a good plan. Once the Imperial Casino opens, the Thousand Islands Sea Spirit Stones will continuously flow to the Han Dynasty? Are you trying to empty the Thousand Islands Sea Spirit Stones? Li Xinji suddenly said with a smile. However, he did not mention Li Haoran's death at all. Oh, Mr. Li overpraises me. The Imperial Casino does not have any technical difficulties. Perhaps there will be more people following the trend in the future. Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Following the trend? Not necessarily. We only have the appearance but not the spirit. In the end, your Imperial Casino is still the biggest. Look, my bastard subordinates just sent 2,000 superior-grade spirit stones to your Imperial Casino. Li Xinji said with a smile. However, the subordinates behind him had unsightly expressions. They lowered their heads in shame. Mr. Li is exaggerating. My Imperial Casino operates openly and fairly. What we earn is just a living. We cannot compare to Mr. Li. Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Xinji's smile froze. Can you be any more ridiculous? That metal-swallowing divine beast is just a living? Gu Hai saw that Li Xinji had not talked about the main topic for a long time, but he was not anxious. He patiently accompanied Li Xinji and chatted with him. After chatting for a while, Li Xinji felt a little bored. He took a deep breath and began to talk about the main topic. Division Leader Gu, just a month ago, His Holiness ordered me to reorganize the Xinji Battalion. Congratulations, Battalion Commander Li. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and said solemnly. I'm here for no other reason than the Xinji token of the Xinji Battalion. Did you take it? Li Xinji frowned and asked in a deep voice. Divine Strategy token? I did find one at Li Haoran's corpse. Gu Hai nodded. It's good that you found out. Li Xinji smiled. But I accidentally lost it on my way back. If Battalion Commander Li wants it, you can look for it along the road leading to the old site of the Peony sect. Maybe you can find it? Gu Hai said. Li Xinji's expression froze. Can't we have a proper conversation? His subordinates behind him immediately glared at him. However, Gu Hai spread his hands and said with a smile, I'm sorry to have made Battalion Commander Li come here for nothing. Battalion Commander Li is the battalion commander of the Deqian Celestial Empire's Xinji Battalion, and I'm a division leader of Class 1 Hall. You and I are colleagues, but we're in different departments. When Battalion Commander Li is in trouble, Class 1 Hall and Xinji Battalion should work together and help each other. But this time we can't help you. Gu Hai, don't give us face. Li Xinji's subordinates immediately glared at Gu Hai. How dare you? Li Xinji shouted. His subordinates' expressions changed and they quieted down, but they still glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the angry crowd and smiled. He was still wary of Li Xinji, but from Li Xinji's words just now, Gu Hai could tell that Li Xinji wouldn't fall out with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned that he was the battalion commander of Xinji Battalion. Division Leader Gu, I'm sorry for my lack of discipline. Li Xinji said with a smile. It's fine. Your subordinates are also emotional people. I can understand. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai's subordinates were angry when they saw his lukewarm expression. Not long ago they were cheated out of their money by Gu Hai's casino and beaten up. Now they were scolded by their battalion commander because of Gu Hai. Emotional people? Emotional people, my ass. You can't find my divine strategy token? Li Xinji asked as he stared at Gu Hai. Not necessarily. Battalion Commander Li can go and look for it yourself. Perhaps you will find it soon. Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Xinji stared at Gu Hai for a while. Although this was just a short chat, he found that Gu Hai was more difficult to deal with than he thought. Why did Xiao Qin not mention Li Haoran's death? That was because Li Haoran's death was related to the death of the elite hall master. Although Princess Xiaoya was killed by the culprit, it was done through Li Haoran. Hence, Xiao Qin could only leave this matter unsettled. Otherwise, it would be incredibly troublesome to investigate. Gu Hai was actually impervious to all this, speaking flawlessly. This time, when Xiao Qin met Xiao Qin even changed his clothes, wearing casual clothes. He ignored his identity as the Han Dynasty's emperor and communicated with Xiao Qin as the Elite Hall's Water Division Master. Given that, Xiao Qin had to be wary of Elite Hall. Haha. Division Master Gu is right. However, this humble one came from afar, and this is Division Master Gu's home ground. With one order from Division Master Gu, the world will tremble. Hence, I will have to trouble Division Master Gu. Earlier, Division Master Gu said that Elite Hall and the Xinji Battalion should work together and help each other. Naturally, this humble one agrees. Hence, I hope that Division Master Gu can help me this time. Li Xinji said with a smile. That is natural. I'll immediately send someone to investigate. Gu Hai nodded, agreeing readily. That's right. Li Xinji's subordinates appeared satisfied, but Li Xinji's expression froze. Can you be any more fake? It is clearly in your hands, yet you still make it sound so dignified? Battalion Commander Li, do you have any other needs? If I can help, I will do my best. How about it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Xinji gritted his teeth and said, It's like this. To thank Division Master Gu for helping me find Divine Strategy Token, I am willing to use an important treasure to thank you for your help. Battalion Commander Li, aren't you being too polite? Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Xinji flipped his hand and brought out a dazzling golden object. It was Xuanwu's golden armor, which he had stolen from Northern Sea not long ago. Unfortunately, Gu Hai had only come into contact with the cultivation world for a short period of time, and he could not tell how good this item was. Besides, he did not believe that Li Xinji would give him an important treasure. Oh, what is this? Gu Hai asked curiously. Battalion Commander, how can you give him Xuanwu's golden armor? Xiao Chen's subordinates cried out in surprise. It had to be known that they had spent a lot of effort to get Xuanwu's golden armor, so how could they give it to Gu Hai so easily? Shut up. Li Xinji shouted coldly, stopping his subordinates from crying out in surprise. Xuanwu's golden armor? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Shang Guanhen, who was sitting not far away, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty. Shang Guanhen suddenly stood up and called out. Everyone looked at Shang Guanhen in confusion. Battalion Commander Li is a guest from afar, and I have nothing to do recently. Why don't you let me lead some people to look for Divine Strategy Token? Shang Guanhen said solemnly. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He looked at the Xuanwu's golden armor in Li Xinji's hand. This was because Gu Hai could tell that Shang Guanhen wanted it. All right, Battalion Commander Li. Since that is the case, I will definitely help Battalion Commander Li find it. Gu Hai said solemnly with a smile. Li Xinji looked at Shang Guanhen in confusion, but in the end, he nodded. The Divine Strategy Token was with Gu Hai, but Gu Hai could not take it out right now. They waited for another 2 days. When Gu Hai brought Shang Guanhen and Gu Qin to meet Li Xinji, he took out the Divine Strategy Token. Division Leader Gu, thank you for your effort. Li Xinji took the Divine Strategy Token and said with a cold smile. It is my duty. Class 1 Hall and the Xinji Battalion are on the same side. We will have many opportunities to work together in the future. Gu Hai smiled as he took Xuanwu's golden armor. Previously, Gu Hai did not think much of it. However, when he grabbed the Xuanwu's golden armor, he felt that this treasure was strange. When he casually shook it, clouds appeared in the surroundings as though it was about to rain. In that case, this humble one will take his leave. We will meet again in the Divine Continent. Li Xinji said with a smile. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh. A flying ship suddenly appeared. Then Li Xinji led his subordinates into the distance on the flying ship. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the flying ship reached the horizon. Battalion Commander, why did you give the Xuanwu's golden armor to Gu Hai? The Divine Strategy Token is clearly with him. He is blackmailing us. A subordinate said indignantly. Li Xinji looked in the direction of the Han Dynasty and said with cold eyes, I know that it is with him. However, he insists that he does not have it. What can you do? The Xuanwu's golden armor? Only the Xuanwu race can use it. After studying it for some time, I discovered that not only can it not be used to refine enchanted treasures, but it is also a scourge. Miao Qin? Unexpectedly, even after Prime Xuanwu died 800 years ago, there are still so many Xuanwu Chens who remember him. Li Xinji said coldly. Battalion Commander, are you trying to divert the scourge? Are you using Miao Qin to destroy the Han Dynasty? A subordinate at the side said with bright eyes. Li Xinji did not refute. Instead, he looked into the distance and said, All right, let's head to the Imperial Court immediately. His Holiness gave me 3 months. He must have something important for me to do. Yes. Han Dynasty, in the Imperial Palace. Gu Hai looked at the flying ship in the distance and his eyes turned cold. Father, that Li Xinji is probably up to no good. There must be something bad about this Xuanwu's golden armor that we don't know about. Gu Qin said with a complicated expression. I know. Gu Hai nodded. Father knows? Then how? Gu Qin said blankly. I have studied the Divine Tactics Token, but I couldn't find anything. Perhaps only Li Xinji knows how to use it. Even if he doesn't get the Divine Tactics token today, he will come to seek it through the Long Wanqing in the future. It will return to him sooner or later, so it is useless to keep it. However, the most important thing is that Shangguanhen needs this Xuanwu's golden armor. Gu Hai handed the Xuanwu's golden armor to Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen looked at Gu Hai, and a bitter smile flashed in his eyes. Then he nodded and said, "Yes. Many thanks, Your Majesty." Gu Qin looked at Shangguanhen in confusion as he carefully received the Xuanwu's golden armor. "Mr. Shangguan, what is the use of this Xuanwu's golden armor?" "I stewed Yao Jingtian into soup and ate it. This is also for eating," Shangguanhen explained. "Gu Qin?" Gu Hai also showed a confused expression. However, he did not ask for details. Outside 9-5 Island, boom! A massive tsunami soared into the sky. The tsunami immediately pushed toward the shore, and a large area of forest was flooded. Fortunately, there were no residents here. After the tsunami receded, Miao Chen's figure appeared. Miao Chen stood on a mountain peak and looked coldly in the direction of the Han Dynasty's imperial palace. "It has stopped? Prime I Miao Chen swear to protect your shattered body with my life. No matter who it is, I will tear them into 10,000 pieces if they dare to tarnish your shattered body," Miao Chen said coldly. Boom. Miao Chen stepped forward and shot towards the Dahan's imperial palace. Rumble. With Miao Chen's arrival, dark clouds immediately gathered around 9-5 Island. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as if a storm was approaching. Chapter 174. Increasingly thicker dark clouds covered 9-5 Island. The thickness of these dark clouds represented Miao Chen's rage. As Miao Chen approached the Han Dynasty's imperial palace, he felt that the aura of Xuanwu's golden armor was diminishing. In fact, it was so faint that it was almost gone. Xuanwu's golden armor contained a boundless prime aura. How cruelly had it been tainted for the prime aura to vanish? Was it refined into an enchanted treasure? Roar! Miao Chen reared his head and roared. Boom, 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 boom. Countless lightning flashed and thunder roared. The horrifying weather horrified countless ordinary people on 9-5 Island. Merchant City, not far from the imperial palace. The embroidered uniform guard's commander, Montez, was interrogating a group of corrupt officials in a large courtyard of Merchant City. The corrupt officials were all tied up as they stared at Montez with wide eyes. "Meng Tai, how dare you, how dare you? My uncle is the current Minister of Rights, a great shopkeeper who once followed the Emperor to conquer the world. If you dare to touch me, my uncle will not let you go." The leading official spat out a mouthful of blood, still glaring and roaring. Montez held a book in his hand. A group of embroidered uniform guards stood at the side, looking at Montez. When the Emperor established the nation, he granted amnesty to the people and reduced all taxes for 3 years. However, your merchant city continues to impose exorbitant taxes. The people have no way to make a living? You appoint people based on favoritism, selling official positions and titles, embezzling disaster relief supplies, not caring about the suffering of the victims, and using your position for personal gain. 800 people starved to death in Merchant City? Montez's eyes turned cold. What do you want?" that official demanded while glaring. Montez said coldly, "I am investigating the case under imperial orders. I have the authority to act first and report later. Just execute me." "Yes. What? You dare to execute me? My uncle will not let you off. He will not let you off," that official roared while glaring. "I am not going to execute you. I'm going to execute your entire family. The embroidered uniform guard does not leave anyone alive. When cutting weeds, we have to eliminate the roots," Montez said indifferently. With that, Meng Tai turned around and walked out of the small courtyard. That official's eyes widened in horror. "Not leaving anyone alive? Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? No, no, don't," the official screamed in horror. Under Montez's command, the embroidered uniform guards quickly moved. Around them, some of the officials who had not been investigated suddenly quivered. These were the embroidered uniform guards that annihilated families. Wherever they went, rivers of blood would flow. Montez turned his head to look. The officials who were watching suddenly shivered, lowered their heads and quickly walked away. When they returned, a group of officials immediately wrote letters to their superiors, preparing to incite the court officials to impeach the embroidered uniform guards. But what was the use of impeachment? Gu Hai established the embroidered uniform guards to monitor the world. Besides, now that Gu Hai was making arbitrary decisions and Gu Hai was ignoring them, who could do anything to the embroidered uniform guards? Montez let out a long breath. The feeling of having the power to kill in his hands was indeed comfortable. However, could the Han royal dynasty really compare to the various fate dynasties of the Divine Continent? Boom. Suddenly, the sky was covered by dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Montez's expression changed as he looked up. He saw countless bolts of lightning converging in the direction of the Dahan Palace. The lightning flashed and the thunder rumbled as though it was shaking violently. Who is this? Why is there such a powerful aura? Montez's expression changed. Whoosh. Montez rushed into the sky and flew in the direction of the palace. The emperor had just established the country, but he had already made such a big enemy? This is the aura of an expert at the level of the sky-opening palace. The Han dynasty won't be gone just like that, right? Montez's eyelids twitched. The sky was covered by dark clouds. The Dahan Palace was even more obvious. All the practitioners in the Royal Casino Resort had a change in their expression. What a monstrous aura. Even from so far away they could still feel that terrifying aura. Shangguan Hen's residence. The large Xuanwu golden armor had already been sliced up by Shangguan Hen to the last piece. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky and heavy rain fell. Shangguan Hen, who was eating, raised his eyebrows and looked out the door. This is Xuanwu's aura? Miaoqin? Shangguan Hen raised his eyebrows. He elegantly forked up the last piece of Xuanwu golden armor and put it in his mouth. He stood up, smoothed his clothes and slowly walked out of the house. Boom! Miaoqin suddenly appeared outside the Dahan Palace. A violent storm swept through the entire palace as Miaoqin stopped. Heavy rain poured down. Miaoqin stood in the heavy rain with his eyes closed. His expression grew increasingly unsightly. Gone? Gone? The aura of the supreme golden armor is gone? Miaoqin's expression grew increasingly sinister. At this moment, at the entrance of the soaring palace hall, all the civil and military officials rushed over, horrified expressions on their faces. Guqin also had an anxious expression. After inheriting old man Guanqi's inheritance, he naturally understood the strength of this expert under the berserk aura. Could his array block such strength? Your Majesty. All the officials looked anxiously at Gu Hai, who was slowly walking out of the soaring palace hall. Gu Hai wore a flat imperial crown and a dragon robe as he slowly walked to the front of the officials. From a distance, he coldly looked at the sinister-looking man in the sky. Imperial Father, could this be a trap left behind by Li Xinji? Guqin asked worriedly. Gu Hai nodded. It should be Xuanwu's golden armor that attracted it. What a sinister Li Xinji. This person is an expert from the Heavenly Palace. I'm worried that the array won't be able to block him. Guqin showed an unsightly expression. Xuanwu's golden armor. Where's Xuanwu's golden armor? Miaoqin suddenly roared. Boom. Miaoqin's roar seemed to form a storm, surging towards the Dahan Imperial Palace. Everywhere the storm passed, the mountains, forests, and rocks flew into the air. Buzz. A surging fog array suddenly appeared in the Dahan Imperial Palace, blocking this strong storm. Boom. 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 Hundreds of bolts of heavenly lightning fell from the sky, crashing into the array and shaking it. Imperial Father, I'll go and inform Shangguan Hen and get Shangguan Hen to return Xuanwu's golden armor to him. Otherwise, the array won't be able to hold on for much longer. Guqin said anxiously. Shut up. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Ah. Guqin said, feeling confused. Xuanwu's golden armor already belongs to Shangguan Hen. You are not allowed to make decisions for Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai said sullenly. Yes. Guqin nodded. However, he still showed an anxious expression. At this moment all the officials were confused. I am the ruler of the Han dynasty, Gu Hai. Who are you? Are you trying to invade my Dahan? Gu Hai said sullenly. Dynasty? What nonsense dynasty? You don't even have any luck. How can you call yourself a dynasty? Xuanwu's golden armor is in your hands? Return it to me immediately. Otherwise your so-called Han dynasty will end up like this place. Miaoqin snorted coldly. As Miaoqin spoke he stomped on the ground. Boom. A huge manifested foot suddenly appeared and pressed down on the ground. A large mountain instantly flattened. At the same time, a bottomless pit appeared. Surging water gushed into the pit. The pit was 3 kilometers wide, horrifying the countless people who saw it. The officials showed horrified expressions. What should we do? Your Majesty. The cultivators at the holiday resort also felt horrified. Is this foot going to pierce through 9-5 Island? Far away, Montez's eyelids twitched when he saw the demon god-like Miao Chen from afar. Where did this monster come from? Montez exclaimed. With one stomp, the entire imperial court was shocked. Only Gu Hai's expression did not change. As the ruler of a nation, he had to set an example for the world. He had to remain calm at all times. Gu Hai's gaze turned cold as he shook his head. By insulting us, the Dahan, are you trying to declare war on the Dahan? Declare war? With just you? Miao Chen smiled coldly with disdain. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Just at this moment, Shangguanhen, who was not far away, quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is all my fault. Your Majesty, please leave this matter to this subordinate. This subordinate will definitely give your Majesty an explanation. Shangguanhen suddenly said with a bow. Shangguanhen, there is no need for that. The Dahan will take care of this matter. Gu Hai consoled. Shangguanhen felt warmth in his heart. He knew that Gu Hai was protecting him. Was Gu Hai using the fate of the nation to protect him, a person who was not willing to submit? No, Your Majesty, please trust this subordinate. This subordinate is not taking a risk. I can resolve this matter. Please leave this matter to this subordinate. Shangguanhen said solemnly. Gu Hai stared at Shangguanhen for a while. When he saw that Shanghai Hen did not seem to be lying, he finally nodded. Many thanks, Your Majesty, for your trust. Shangguanhen answered. Gu Qin and the other officials looked at Shangguanhen in confusion. Even Montez, who was flying over from a distance, showed a confused expression. However, they saw Shangguanhen turn his head and slowly walk over to Miao Chen. You really overestimate yourself. You dare to send this person to deal with me? If I do not flatten your dog's hit dynasty today, I will not be called Miao Chen. Miao Chen shouted. Boom. A berserk aura appeared again. Suddenly, a huge tortoise image appeared on Miao Chen's back. A horrifying aura pressed down. The expressions of the officials immediately changed, looking like they would fall to the ground. Miao Chen. How presumptuous. Shangguanhen suddenly shouted while glaring. You know me? Miao Chen demanded with cold eyes. Look at my eyes. Shangguanhen said coldly. Miao Chen immediately looked at Shangguanhen's eyes. Then he stretched out his hand, preparing to grab. He said coldly, little thing, you don't know your limits. However, Miao Chen's pupils suddenly constricted halfway. Shangguanhen walked over step by step. The heavy rain fell on him, but he did not care. Instead, he glared at Miao Chen. Miao Chen stared at Shangguanhen's eyes. When he saw the ferocious and unyielding expression in Shangguanhen's eyes, he suddenly shivered. That expression seems familiar. As Shangguanhen walked over step by step, he looked incredibly small. However, to Miao Chen those steps seemed extremely heavy. They pounded heavily on the ground, sounding like war drums. This expression? The bewilderment in Miao Chen's eyes slowly turned into horror, a kind of extreme shock. How is this possible? Miao Chen exclaimed in horror. Buzz. Miao Chen's aura suddenly scattered, and so did the dark clouds in the sky. You are, impossible, you are. Miao Chen suddenly cried out in horror. You are standing so high. Do you want me to bow to you? Shangguanhen asked indifferently. Miao Chen suddenly shivered. No, I am. Miao Chen fell from the sky with wild joy amid his horror. How presumptuous. Shangguanhen glared. Miao Chen was halfway through his words when he shut his mouth. Wait outside the palace. Shangguanhen ordered coldly. Yes. Miao Chen answered. Whoosh. Miao Chen landed outside the palace and waited quietly. In the distance, Montez looked at the clear sky in confusion. The previously arrogant and despotic expert suddenly became as obedient as a quail. Where exactly did this Shangguanhen come from? Montez's expression changed dramatically. Han Dynasty? Emperor? Where did you recruit this person from? Meng Tai's heart was in turmoil. Miao Chen took a deep breath. Then Montez turned around and flew back. Right now, he had better do what he was supposed to do. Shangguanhen's few words made such an expert obedient. This instantly dealt a huge blow to the countless cultivators in the holiday resort. Originally, Miao Chen had wanted to find an opportunity to snatch the dragon vein. Although nearly 100 Yuaning state cultivators had died, there was still a chance, right? Only Guqin and Guhai knew how to lay ritual arrays. What else did the great Jin have? However, what was this before him? Who could tell him what was going on? How many more freaks were there in the Han dynasty? At this moment, all the civil and military officials stared at Shangguanhen with wide eyes. When Shangguanhen refused to accept an official position, many people mocked him in their hearts. Was this person a fool? However, looking at it now, was he the fool or were they the fools? Shangguanhen turned his head and looked at Guhai. Then, he bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, this subordinate will take his leave first." "All right." Guhai nodded. However, Shangguanhen quickly rushed out of the palace. After all, Miao Chen was still anxiously waiting outside. "Imperial Father, where exactly did this Shangguanhen come from?" A complicated look flashed in Guqin's eyes. "He will speak when he wants to. All right, disperse," Guhai said indifferently. "Yes," the officials answered. Chapter 175. Shangguanhen dealt with the extremely strong Miao Chen with just a few words. Countless people were shocked to see this. The cultivators with ill intentions staying in the holiday resort felt very upset. How much more do we not know about this Han dynasty? The dragon vein seems to be getting further away from us. Is there still a chance? When Montez returned to Merchant City, he moved even more quickly than before. He patrolled the various cities, causing rivers of blood to flow. The hearts of the various civil and military officials in the imperial court slowly changed. They gradually realized that the dynasty that entered the cultivation world was completely different from the previous dynasty. Perhaps the current dynasty had countless fortuitous encounters, allowing one to cultivate and live longer. However, it was also filled with danger. In the cultivation world, the strong could destroy a nation by themselves. The various civil and military officials in the imperial court put in more effort. However, Guqin continuously researched Old Man Guanqi's inheritance. After all, there were too many inheritances. One could not grasp them all in a short time. This matter greatly shocked Guhai. In the study, Guhai's brush slowly wrote two large words on the Shen paper: Divine Continent. The Divine Continent is filled with experts? Is this Miao Chen just an ordinary person? Guhai entered deep thought. Everyone paid close attention to what happened after Shangguanhen brought Miao Chen back to his residence. However, the emperor ordered that no one was to disturb Shangguanhen. This made everyone feel helpless. Everything proceeded as usual. The Han dynasty regained its peace. There were still large areas of 9-5 Island that had not been taken down. Gao Xinji and Chen Tianshan were in command at the front lines. In the various cities, the first batch of talented people had been selected from the imperial examinations. They were being sent to the imperial palace in preparation for the great imperial examinations to select important talents. From the moment the Han dynasty was established, it had not stopped developing. Just like that, nearly 1 month passed. Suddenly Shangguanhen found Guhai again. Miao Chen followed behind him and met Guhai alone in the upper study room. "Your Majesty Dahan, I am truly sorry for what happened last time. I lost my head in my anxiety and offended you. I, Miao Chen, am here to apologize to Your Majesty Dahan. I hope Your Majesty Dahan can forgive me." Miao Chen bowed. "Mr. Miao, you don't have to be like this. Ignorance is bliss. Moreover, friendship grows after discord." Guhai smiled as he helped Miao Chen up. "Your Majesty, this is the elder of the Xuanwu clan, Miao Chen. You can be considered my subordinate in the past." Shangguanhen smiled bitterly. Guhai revealed a trace of doubt. "Oh." Miao Chen waved his hand, forming an energy barrier that covered the entire interior of the upper study. Solemnly, Shangguanhen said, "Your Majesty, this is a secret. Please keep it a secret for me." "Yes." Guhai nodded. 800 years ago, Old Man Guanqi played chess with the heavens. At that time, there was a prime Xuanwu who led the entire Xuanwu clan to defy the heavens. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. Prime Xuanwu was also destroyed by the wrath of the heavens, and his corpse was torn apart. The Xuanwu golden armor from before was a fragment of Prime Xuanwu. Shangguanhen said solemnly, "You are the reincarnation of Prime Xuanwu?" Guhai asked with a slight frown. "No." Shangguanhen shook his head. "Oh." Guhai revealed a trace of doubt. "I am the god of the Xuanwu clan." Shangguanhen said after taking a deep breath. "God." Yes, this is an existence unique to the animal spirits. Your Majesty, do you still remember a person who appeared in the innate puzzle world, the Great Myojin? Shangguanhen asked solemnly. That's right. Naturally, Gu Hai remembered that expert who used the peacock plume. He is the god of the peacock race. However, he is conferred the title of Great Light Sovereign in a faction. He is also a god. Shangguanhen said solemnly. God? What is a god? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Every demon beast race has their own god, Yang Qi said. It's not a physical entity but a type of godhood condensed from faith. It takes countless generations to form a godly spirit. A godly spirit is illusory, a god of faith. This god of faith protects the entire race. The god of faith resides in the glabella space of the race's prime. In other words, whoever has a god residing in their glabella space is the race's prime, the race's god, Shangguanhen explained solemnly. The Xuanwu clan's god resides in your glabella space? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Yes. Back then, Prime Xuanwu suffered the wrath of heaven. Originally, he was destroyed along with the Xuanwu clan's god. Unfortunately, Old Man Guanxi helped before he died. Prime Xuanwu was destroyed, but the Xuanwu clan's god managed to escape. After tossing and turning, it landed in my body. Right now I am too weak. When I grow, I will be the new prime of the Xuanwu clan, Shangguanhen said solemnly. The new Xuanwu clan's prime? You are the Xuanwu clan's god? God. What's the use of a god? Gu Hai asked curiously. Your Majesty, you may not know. There are countless new cultivators in this world, and there are countless cultivation methods. However, there are only 5 types of true cultivation methods. Shangguanhen explained. Oh. The longevity divine literature spirit. Shangguanhen said solemnly. The longevity divine literature spirit? Spirit refers to the most basic cultivation method of absorbing spiritual energy to break through one's shackles. There are the acquired realm, the innate realm, the golden core realm, the Yuaning state, and so on. Literature refers to the 4 major arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Your Majesty's main cultivation method is chess, which is the same as Old Man Guanxi. God is the cultivation method unique to the monster race. It is what I just said. The collection of faith. I am God. As for luck, Your Majesty has established the country. Collecting luck and gathering luck is luck cultivation. Shangguanhen explained. These were easy to understand. God. This was the first time Shangguanhen mentioned it, but Xiaoqin roughly understood. What about lifespan? Gu Hai asked curiously. Lifespan cultivation is just a legend. They focus on cultivating lifespan, stealing lifespan from heaven and people. However, I have never seen one before. There are not many in my memories of the divine spark. It is the most mysterious cultivation method. Shangguanhen explained. Gu Hai nodded. Although he did not understand much, he gained a rough understanding of the world's cultivation. The longevity divine literature spirit? Gu Hai frowned and thought for a while. You are telling me this because? Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen in confusion. Speaking of which, many people should be guessing my identity now. After all, Miao Qin caused such a huge commotion back then. However, I stopped him with just a few words. Shangguanhen smiled bitterly. Prime, this subordinate was muddle-headed and put you in danger. Prime, please punish me. Miao Qin said bitterly. If your identity is exposed, will it be dangerous? Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen. Something like that. If a race loses its god, it will not be far from extinction. Your Majesty, do you still remember Yao Jingtian and Fu Shui? They were originally Xuanwu, a combination of a tortoise and a snake. However, they gave up on their Xuanwu nature and wanted to evolve into dragons. Wuxia? Flood dragons? Deities are extremely important to every race. Similarly, deities can be consumed as well, Shangguanhen said with raised eyebrows. All the demonic beasts and gods want to devour other gods. The wolf god, the tiger god, and the dragon god, if they know that I'm weak now, they will do everything they can to devour me. After all, if they devour my godhead, their godheads will grow stronger. Their race will become even more powerful and prosperous. Shangguanhen said. Gu Hai listened quietly. Similarly, not all the Xuanwu in my Xuanwu race are like Miao Qin, extremely devout to gods. Take Yao Jingtian and Fu Shui for example. If they had known that I was a god, they would have immediately chosen to consume me and refine me to become the god of Xuanwu. Shangguanhen said with a frown. In that case your identity cannot be exposed? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Shang Guanhen nodded. In that case why are you telling me? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. This subordinate is extremely grateful that your majesty was willing to help me block Miao Chen's destruction back then. I wandered the Thousand Islands Sea and got attacked, entering the Great Feng Mafia family. All along things had not been smooth sailing. After being a prisoner in Evil Men Valley for 30 years, I did not dare to reveal my identity. That was until I met your majesty. I saw a flourishing life force in your majesty. Your majesty's schemes are wondrous. Even in the face of adversity, you are able to carve out a new world. During this time I have been thinking about what to do with the Xuanwu race. What should I do? Although I managed to preserve the deity of Xuanwu's divine spark, it is incredibly weak. The Black Tortoise race was in a state of disunity, becoming extremely weak. Should I go to the divine continent and submit to a tyrant, slowly amass strength and revive the Xuanwu race? However, I am worried about running into a calamity and being used to devour me. Hence I thought about it for a long time. In the end, I want to form an alliance with your majesty, an alliance with the Han dynasty. I hope that your majesty can help me revive the Xuanwu race. Shang Guanhen said solemnly. Alliance? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, the Xuanwu race is the national beast of the Han dynasty. We are bound together for good or ill. The Dahan will help the Xuanwu race prosper, and the Xuanwu race will help the Dahan dominate the world. Shang Guanhen said solemnly. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Actually, this is very common in the divine continent. In the Deqian celestial dynasty where Long Wanqing was from, the national beast is the dragon race. The Xuanwu race used to be the guardian beast of the Sky Chess Pavilion. It was similar to the national beast. Strong alliances and clear division of labor are found everywhere in the divine continent. However, my Xuanwu race is extremely weak and chaotic now. I'm also extremely weak. If your majesty doesn't like me? Shang Guanhen said with a frown. Don't like me? You must be joking. How can I not like you? If you are weak, does my Han dynasty mean that you are strong? Back then, I was prepared to protect you with the fate of the country because I saw how extraordinary you were back then. In my opinion, you are even more important than my Han dynasty. If the Han dynasty is destroyed, I have the dragon vein and can rebuild the dynasty. However, if Miao Qin destroys you, where can I find another Shang Guanhen? Gu Hai said with a smile. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Shang Guanhen's eyes lit up. From today onwards, the Han dynasty will form an alliance with the Xuanwu race. Miao Qin will be in charge of the Xuanwu race for the time being. You had better hide your identity. I will announce to the public that you are a disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion. You are the 7th young master of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Given the relationship between the Xuanwu race and the Sky Chess Pavilion in the past, the identity of the 7th young master will be enough to shut everyone's mouths. Gu Hai said with a change in expression. Yes. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Shang Guanhen said solemnly with a bow. Gu Hai immediately helped Shang Guanhen up and said happily, there is no need for that. It is my Dahan's fortune to have Shang Guanhen. Chapter 176. The Sky Chess Pavilion's 7th young master? Shang Guanhen? When this news spread, it shocked many people. At the Royal Casino Holiday Villa, the cultivators who had lost all their spirit stones and were munching on steamed buns stared at the huge palace in the distance with wide eyes. How lucky is this Gu Hai? Gu Qin just obtained old man Guanxi's inheritance and became the 8th young master. Now, a 7th young master appeared here? Is the Sky Chess Pavilion owned by your family? Why do the young masters appear one after another? The cultivators felt very depressed. Is Gu Hai trying to take over the Sky Chess Pavilion? Not to mention the 7th young master, that strong Miao Qin actually knows the 7th young master? Could it be that this 7th young master already existed 800 years ago? The 9 sons of Guanxi had always been a legend. No one knew who they were or what they looked like. However, many people had heard of this legend before. No matter which one of the 9 sons of Guanxi, they could command the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Han dynasty already has 2 young masters? This Gu Hai is so abnormal at Go. Could he be the reincarnation of Old Man Guanxi? However, this was just everyone's guess. Old Man Guanxi suffered the wrath of heaven, and his body and soul were destroyed. It was impossible for him to be reincarnated. They could only sigh at the Han dynasty's luck. Given this, how could they snatch the dragon vein? Unlike the cultivators with bad intentions, the other officials of the Han dynasty were very excited. This was because Shangguanhen's name gave them a sense of security. This was because Shangguanhen brought Miao Chen's friendship. With such an expert as a friend, wouldn't the Dahan be as stable as Mount Tai? Gu Hai dealt with a large amount of government affairs every day. However, after another month, everything finally returned to normal. Gu Hai also stopped. After all, the way of a ruler was to use people. Knowing how to use people was better than working oneself. In the upper study. Your Majesty, I have discussed this with Miao Chen. We are preparing to move his sea palace to the vicinity of 95 Island. That way he will be able to help out. Shangguanhen said with a smile. That's good. It just so happens that Li Haoran's flying boat is with me. Can be faster. Gu Hai said with a smile. As Gu Hai and Shangguanhen conversed, Gu Qin walked over. Imperial Father, the Hall Master and Venerable Lun Yan are here. Oh. Gu Hai was surprised. Walking out of the upper study room, he met the two of them in a guest hall. Long Wanqing studied the poker cards in her hand with a curious expression. Hall Master, Venerable Lun Yan? When did you guys get here? Gu Hai walked over with a smile. We arrived yesterday and stayed at your royal casino resort for a day. I heard that you beat up Li Xinji's men? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Something like that. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. You are really good. Li Xinji is very protective of his subordinates. I heard that you beat them until their faces swelled up. In the end you were fine. Long Wanqing said, finding it strange. Division Master Gu, this royal casino resort is very novel. It is comparable to a large spirit stone mine. Venerable Lun Yan praised. Venerable Lun Yan is too polite. It is just a small trick. Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai slowly sat down. Gu Qin accompanied him and the attendants quickly served tea. Hall Master, Venerable, based on your expressions, you should have gained something from your trip to the Divine Continent, right? Gu Hai asked with a smile. The two's expressions turned solemn. Long Wanqing nodded and said, that's right. We did manage to find something using your method. The material of that paper came from a type of evergreen tree at Ying Province's border. Similarly, that ink came from Ying Province's border. Ying Province? Gu Hai revealed some doubt. Ying Province is one of my Deqian dynasty's 16 provinces. It is Luoyang of Gozhouzian's conferred land. I am at the Deqian border. Ying Province is bordered by some dynasties and dynasties. The clues point in that direction. However, there are all sorts of people there, with many experts. We do not know where to start, Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. Ying Province? Luoyang of Gozhouzian? I seem to recall hearing you say that Luoyang of Gozhouzian plays the zither well? He can destroy an army of 1 million cultivators with one strum of his zither strings? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Right, zither, go, calligraphy and painting. You are good at the Go Dao, but he is better at the zither. Alright. Do you still remember the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the innate puzzle world? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Of course I remember. I picked the peach, but the peach tree is still there. The Sky Chess Pavilion's elders keep a close eye on the peach tree. The innate puzzle world should have closed long ago, right? Gu Hai nodded with a change in expression. It closed. However, the Luoyang of Gozhouzian led an army to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach tree, Long Wanqing said with a nod. Oh. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. At that time, the Sky Chess Pavilion's elders wanted to resist. However, I heard that the Luoyang of Gozhouzian made a move and immediately defeated the group of elders. Then, he forcibly uprooted the century lifespan immortality peach tree before all the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples. Then he led his army and left in a grandiose manner, Long Wanqing recalled. How tyrannical, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Of course. The Luoyang of Gozhouzian fought alongside my maternal grandfather. It seems that he is my maternal grandfather's sworn brother. Hence, he was conferred the title of king with a different surname. After all, my Deqian celestial dynasty only has a few kings. My maternal grandfather even made the vast Ying province the Luoyang of Gozhouzian's conferred land, Long Wanqing explained. The Daqian of Gozhouzian's sworn brother? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. No wonder he was so tyrannical. The unborn man already went to Ying province's borders to investigate. The venerable master and I came to look for you because my maternal grandfather issued an imperial edict ordering Elite Hall to investigate the cause of my mother's death. You have to go as well, Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. Me? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Moreover, I heard that Ying province's borders have not been peaceful recently. There is a dynasty that has broken its alliance with my Deqian celestial dynasty and is now allied with an imperial dynasty. I heard that the Liang of Gojoseon was enraged when he heard the news. He has already mobilized his troops and is preparing to flatten that dynasty. That place will be in chaos. Gu Hai, are you going? If you are not going, I will slowly explain it to my maternal grandfather. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Gu Hai was silent for a while. Imperial father, my Han dynasty has just been established. There are still many things that require your attention. I'm afraid that you won't be able to attend to them, right? Gu Qin said with some worry. Gu Hai was silent for a while. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, Thousand Islands Sea? Barbarian land? I really want to see how vast this divine continent is. Imperial father? Gu Qin asked anxiously. Gu Hai shook his head and said, No worries. The Han dynasty is already on the right track. Everything else is just a small matter. You will be able to govern the country. But, Gu Qin said worriedly, that's enough. Although the Han dynasty has been established, it is still behind closed doors. I want to know how the various countries of the divine continent are developing. This can also be considered as accumulating information for the Dahan. With you governing the country, I can rest assured. Gu Hai shook his head. All right. Gu Qin nodded. All right. This time, I asked my maternal grandfather for this cultivation technique for you. Originally, only the descendants of the Deqian royal family could cultivate it. This is one of the strongest cultivation techniques of the Golden Core realm. Long Wanqing immediately handed over a piece of silk cloth. Oh. Gu Hai received it doubtfully. True Dragon Golden Core Technique? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. True Dragon Xiantian Technique and True Dragon Golden Core Technique are the best foundation cultivation techniques that my maternal grandfather researched. There are no other techniques beyond that. You need to find your own cultivation techniques according to your own needs. Long Wanqing explained. Thank you, Hall Leader. Gu Hai accepted it without hesitation. Golden Core Realm Cultivation Techniques? After destroying several large sects, Gu Hai naturally collected many of them. However, Gu Hai was not interested in those cultivation techniques. 3 days later, I will leave with the Hall Leader. These 2 days, I will arrange some matters in the imperial court. Gu Hai smiled. All right. Long Wanqing nodded. The crown prince was governing the country. The emperor was leaving? This caused an uproar among the court officials. Once the emperor left, not to mention the matters in the imperial court, even their sense of security would be greatly reduced. However, Gu Hai had already made a decision. Naturally, he would not change his mind because of the court official's sense of security. Security? How could he be a court official without a sense of security? He would just treat it as a form of training. 3 days later, Gu Hai took out Li Haoran's bracelet and handed it to Gu Qin. This is Li Haoran's flying ship. It is for your emergency use. I have already told the Hall Leader that I will leave some elite Hall disciples in Silver Moon City in Ying Province. I will bring a group of officials to Silver Moon City to settle down first and adapt to the situation in the Divine Continent. I will set up the Dahan Trading Company in Silver Moon City. If there is something important that you cannot solve, you can send a message via the flying ship. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, father. Gu Qin nodded in response. Gu Hai led Shangguan Hen, Miao Chen, and dozens of Dahan officials onto Long Wanqing's White Cloud flying ship, respectfully sending off the emperor. I hope that the emperor will return soon. Long live the emperor. The court officials stood in the square of the soaring palace hall and sent them off respectfully. The White Cloud flying ship quickly soared into the sky, heading into the distance. Hall Leader, before going to the Divine Continent, we have to make a trip to the Northern Sea. I hope Hall Leader does not mind, Gu Hai said with a smile. It's fine. It won't take long. Long Wanqing nodded. However, Venerable Lunyan looked at Miao Chen in surprise. Elder Miao? Long time no see. Venerable Lunyan sighed as he looked at Miao Chen, Shangguan Hen, and Gu Hai. Although Venerable Lunyan had heard many legends in the past few days, he was still shocked to see Miao Chen. This Gu Hai really knows how to cause trouble. Venerable Lunyan had only left 9-5 Island for a while, and this Miao Qin is already obedient to Gu Hai. This is an expert of the heavenly palace. Mr. Lun Yen. Miao Qin smiled politely and did not say anything. Venerable Lun Yen did not ask further, only feeling curious. The flying ship flew very quickly. After half a month, it arrived at the sea where Miao Qin used to live. However, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a storm kicked up towering waves. Roar. Suddenly, dragon roars came from the distance. The dragons roared ferociously and ferociously. Don't fight it out with them. Elder, when did you return? As the berserk storm raged, an intense battle seemed to be taking place inside. Bang. A 300-meter-long Xuanwu shot out of the storm's center in a panic. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. That Xuanwu fled in horror. Boom. Suddenly, a huge black dragon head charged out of the water behind. It was not a flood dragon, as it had a pair of ferocious dragon horns. This dragon head bit down on that Xuanwu. Don't eat me. That Xuanwu shouted in horror. Bastard. The expression of Miao Qin, who just returned, changed. He took a step forward and threw a palm strike at that black dragon. So many dragons? Are they here to hunt down the Xuanwu tribe? Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Chapter 177. A sea area in the North Sea. A flying boat stopped high in the sky. Below, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. One could vaguely see that a monstrous battle was rising on the sea. 50 long dragons circled this sea area, cruising in the sea. When the dragons met the sea, the world turned upside down. The seawater in all directions seemed to be waiting for the orders of these 50 long dragons. The dragons cruised, but hundreds of Xuanwu were surrounded in the center. Xuanwu were of different sizes. The small ones were only 10 feet long and the big ones were 3,000 feet long. At this moment they were facing the long dragons in panic. Each of the long dragons was 5,000 feet long, and the longest one was 8,000 feet long. Although there were only 50 long dragons, they overwhelmingly trapped the Xuanwu in the center. Roar. Suddenly a black dragon rushed out. Protect the young ones, I'll do it. A 3,000 feet long Xuanwu rushed out brazenly. Boom. The black tortoise and the black dragon collided, and both sides were immediately knocked back. However, the other black dragon took advantage of this gap and bit down on a black tortoise that was 10 feet long. No, my son, let go of my son. Crack. Gulp. Amidst the exclamations of the other Xuanwu, the small Xuanwu was immediately bitten into pieces and swallowed. The black dragon glared coldly at the group of black tortoises, as if it didn't think they were enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Surround them, don't give them a chance. The biggest Xuanwu shouted anxiously. However, this scene was like an eagle catching a chick. The strongest Xuanwu might not be a match for the long dragons, so how could it protect them? For a time, more and more Xuanwu were swallowed. Xuanwu could trigger the heavens, but the dragons could do it even more, and they were more powerful. In this tragic scene, the sea was dyed red with blood. On the flying boat high in the sky, a group of people was standing at this moment. The leader was a white-robed youth. He was extremely handsome. He held onto the railing and looked down with a faint smile. Behind him stood a group of subordinates. Among them, a burly man with a golden blade on his back seemed to have a higher status. Young master, does Wang Yi know that you brought this group of dragons to the North Sea to graze? Could it be? The man with the golden saber frowned. Feng Mingho, you were only sent by my grandfather to protect me, not to command me. The young man in white said coldly. Yes, I wouldn't dare, but these dragons. Feng Mingho, who was carrying a golden saber on his back, said worriedly. The white-clothed young master narrowed his eyes and said, Nothing will happen. Some time ago, there was a rumor that Li Xinji discovered Xuanwu's troops here. Today he rushed over. Sure enough, this group of dragons is loyal to my imperial residents. My imperial residents naturally cannot mistreat them. Didn't they want to eat Xuanwu? This batch of Xuanwu, let them eat their fill. Feng Mingho frowned and finally nodded without saying anything. Below, the group of dragons surrounded and hunted Xuanwu. The scene was extremely bloody. Suddenly, in the distance, another stream of light shot over. Feng Mingho raised his eyebrows and turned to look. However, the flying boat was flying lower, below the dark clouds. The flying boat flew closer. Just then, a black dragon rose up again as if wanting to eat another huge Xuanwu. Don't eat me. The black tortoise screamed as it was bitten by the black dragon. Bastard. On the flying boat, a man suddenly roared and flew out, hitting the black dragon with his palm. Boom. With a loud bang, the black dragon was immediately knocked back, and the black tortoise in its mouth loosened its grip and flew out. Ah! Elder Miao, you're finally back, you're finally back. The escaping Xuanwu shouted in surprise. Elder Miao had no time to pay attention to it and rushed into the huge battlefield. Bastards! How dare you! Elder Miao roared. The surrounding seawater suddenly soared into the air, rising explosively again. The Elder is back. The Elder is back. We are saved. Elder, save us. The group of Xuanwu roared in horror. Miao Qin charged in and continuously attacked, sending the dragons flying with one palm strike after another. Roar! The dragons roared and charged at Miao Qin. The largest black dragon was 800 meters long. As it roared, it swung its tail. The tail swung from the bottom to the top, and as it swung, the entire sea seemed to be split in half by a monstrous force. Rumble! Water burst out in all directions. The force was from the Tongtian. Miao Qin's expression changed. His figure suddenly flashed and he turned into a 1 kilometer-long tortoise. Roar! Miao Qin roared as the tortoise shell and the dragon tail clashed. Boom! The surrounding seawater immediately surged into the air. The dragon tail could not do anything to the huge tortoise shell. However, this collision caused the black tortoise and dragon tribe members to suddenly split up. The dragons swam to the back of the largest black dragon and looked coldly at the huge tortoise across them. The group of Xuanwu fled behind Miao Qin in a panic, glaring at the dragons across them. Above the dark clouds, young Master N, that flying ship seems to be Elite Hall's white cloud. Is it Long Wanqing? Fang Mingho frowned. Young Master N narrowed his eyes. Long Wanqing? Why is she with the Xuanwu race's Miao Qin? On the white cloud flying ship under the dark clouds, Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, Gu Hai, and Shangguan Hen stared at the battle between the two races. Are these dragons here to hunt the Xuanwu race? A cold light flashed in Shangguan Hen's eyes. The dragon race likes to eat Xuanwu? Gu Hai asked with a slight frown. Your Majesty, the Xuanwu race and the dragon race are aquatic beasts. Xuanwu are great nourishment. That is why the dragon race came to eat them. Unfortunately, this is not 800 years ago. 800 years ago, the Xuanwu race ate dragons as well. The Xuanwu race declined and now the dragon race ate them? Shangguan Hen said, his eyelids twitching. The Xuanwu race eats dragons? Gu Hai revealed some doubt. The Xuanwu race is not picky about food. They eat dragons and phoenixes. Unfortunately, they are now the ones being eaten. Shangguan Hen said calmly. However, Gu Hai could hear the overwhelming anger in Shangguan Hen's tone. That's not right. Hall Master, this group of dragons is a sinful dragon. Venerable Lun Yen said with narrowed eyes. Sinful dragon? Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. What sinful dragon? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Sinful dragons are dragons that committed great crimes. They are ostracized by the other dragons and branded with a sinful mark on their heads. Originally they should be executed. However, on account of the fact that they are of the dragon race, they can be spared the death penalty but not the punishment. Hence, they are sent to the Deqian celestial dynasty as slaves. Only after 1,000 years can they regain their freedom. The dragon race is the national beast of the Deqian celestial dynasty. Even if they are sinful dragons, the Deqian celestial dynasty will not go overboard. Normally, they are sent to the borders to guard the borders with the soldiers there to defend against external enemies, Long Wanqing explained. Gu Hai looked in the direction that Long Wanqing pointed. Indeed, every dragon had a rice-shaped scar on its head, looking exceptionally ferocious. In the past few years, Ying Province's borders have been the most chaotic. Hence, most of the sinful dragons were sent to Ying Province to serve the Luyang of Gojoseon. The sinful dragons can only atone for their crimes in the Deqian celestial dynasty. After being sent to one place they are not allowed to leave. Why are they in the Northern Sea? Long Wanqing said in shock. Boom. Miao Qin started fighting with the largest black dragon. The strong battle immediately kicked up an overwhelming storm. However, at this moment, Gu Hai turned his head to look around. Your Majesty, there is a flying ship above. Shangguan Hen immediately shouted. Dark clouds covered the sky. While Gu Hai could not see the sky clearly, Shangguanhen could see through the dark clouds with one glance. Fly up! Long Wanqing shouted. Whoosh! The flying ship quickly soared into the sky, crossing the dark clouds in the blink of an eye. The grandson of the Liang of Gojosian? Luan? Luan's flying ship? Venerable Lun Yen frowned slightly. Is this Luan very problematic? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Very problematic. He is the grandson that the Liang of Gojosian dotes on the most. Furthermore, he is very capable, Venerable Lun Yen said with a frown. Oh. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The white cloud flying ship soon arrived before the other flying ship. Young Master An held the railing as he looked at Long Wanqing. So, it is little sister Wanqing. Why are you here in the northern sea? Young Master An, please call me Long Wanqing. Little sister Wanqing is not for you to call me that. Also, did you bring out these sin dragons? Long Wanqing shouted while glaring. What's wrong? Little sister Wanqing does not like to be called that? In that case, how about Wanqing? Young Master An smiled faintly. Young Master An, this group of Xuanwu dragons is my friend. Please take this group of sin dragons away, Long Wanqing said seriously. Oh, your friend? In that case there is nothing I can do. These sin dragons do not listen to me, Young Master An said with a smile. Venerable Lun Yen, who was at the side, said, Young Master An, sin dragons cannot leave the battlefield unless His Holiness decrees it. This is the rule of my Deqian dynasty. Young Master An brought this group of sin dragons out of the battlefield in Yingzhou to the northern sea. You are defying the imperial edict, right? I wonder if you personally brought them out or if the Liang of Gojosian arranged for them to come out. Are you defying the imperial edict, or does the Liang of Gojosian no longer care about His Holiness's edict? Young Master An's smiling expression immediately turned cold. Ah, what a huge crime. Mr. Lun Yen, you are already a monk. Are you still so sharp-tongued? Young Master An said coldly. Young Master An, if you still do not withdraw this group of sin dragons, I will immediately write a letter to my maternal grandfather and let him know that the Liang of Gojosian did not respect the imperial edict and allowed the sin dragons to wreak havoc in the northern sea. Long Wanqing shouted while glaring. Young Master An stared at Long Wanqing and revealed a cold smile. Little sister Wanqing, I discovered that you were cuter when you were young. Now you are becoming more and more unlikable. Long Wanqing stared at Young Master An with a cold gaze, not giving in at all. Young Master An coldly scanned everyone on the white cloud flying ship. When Young Master An saw Gu Hai, he felt somewhat confused. However, he did not think much of it. Ghost face, it's time to go back. Young Master An said coldly. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out below, and the battle suddenly stopped. The Sin Dragons fighting Miao Chen looked up at the flying ship in the sky. What? Young Master An, you are leaving now? After I deal with Miao Chen, these Xuanwu dragons will all be ours. That black dragon exclaimed in shock. Let's go. If we still do not leave, someone will accuse my grandfather of rebelling. Young Master An said coldly as he stared at Long Wanqing. Yes, the black dragon answered. Let's go. The dragons immediately soared into the air. Rumble. All of a sudden, the dragons transformed into their human forms. They landed on Young Master An's flying ship. Young Master An turned his head to look at Long Wanqing. Little sister Wanqing, come to my Ying province when you are free. I will definitely treat you well. Ah. Young Master An laughed with a sinister expression. After speaking, the flying ship shot into the distance, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 178. Young Master An left with the group of dragons. However, he left behind a scene of anguished howls. The sea calmed down and the group of Xuanwu wept. Elder Miao, my father died a miserable death. When the group of dragons arrived, the ocean fiends that fawned over us all ran away. Elder Miao, this time they ate 200 Xuanwu and 300 of us, injuring them in varying degrees. The cries rang out endlessly and many corpses littered the surroundings. Miao Chen showed an unsightly expression, but he still consoled them. Gu Hai's group waited in the air. Miao Chen only flew back in the evening. Your Majesty, that was really close. Otherwise our tribes would have been wiped out, Miao Qin said with an unsightly expression. Gu Hai nodded and said, console them properly. After that, pack up and head to 9-5 Island. I already gave Gu Qin instructions. The nearby sea region will be used as a resting place for you. That's right. Miao Qin nodded and said, yes. Many thanks, Your Majesty. However, you have to be careful of them when you go to Ying Province. That ghost face seems to be about to open the Celestial Palace. Don't worry. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Shangguan, are you coming with us? Miao Qin looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen needed to hide his identity, so he addressed him as Mr. Shangguan. No need. I will be heading to Ying Province with Your Majesty. Take care. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. All right. Miao Qin nodded. After giving some instructions, Miao Qin returned to the sea. Venerable Lun Yan, who was at the side, showed shock in his eyes. Did Gu Hai really subdue Miao Qin? Is this a joke? Hall Master, many thanks for this. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. You don't have to thank me. Actually, even if we didn't make a move earlier, Miao Qin could have dealt with Ghost Face. That Ghost Face was about to open the Heavenly Palace. However, in the end he did not. He was only at the peak of the Yuanying state. Long Wanqing said with a smile. No, even if Miao Qin can deal with him, there is not much difference. During this period, it is very likely that the dragons will attack Xuanwu. Xuanwu will also suffer heavy losses. Right now, every Xuanwu is extremely important. Gu Hai shook his head. On the other side, Venerable Lun Yan waved his hand, and the group of servants quickly steered the flying ship. If you want to thank me, teach me how to play chess. This time, you can't say that you haven't played chess with anyone for decades. Long Wanqing said with a smile. If Hall Master wants to learn, Gu Hai will naturally tell you everything he knows. Gu Hai said with a smile. There was still some time before the Divine Continent. During this time, Gu Hai asked Long Wanqing about the situation of the Divine Continent. Long Wanqing also told Gu Hai everything she knew. The two chatted happily. Several days later, in a large hall on the White Cloud flying ship, Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation alone. The Golden True Dragon Core cultivation technique laid before him. Gu Hai carefully studied this cultivation technique. The cultivation of the Golden Core realm is to use veritable essence energy to break through the heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney to open the 5 orifices. Heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney orifices. Using the dantian as the main and the 5 orifices as support to gather veritable essence energy? Aren't these 5 orifices similar to the dantian? In other words, in the Golden Core realm, one can open up 5 similar dantians? Doubt flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Xiao Qin sank his consciousness into his dantian. The spherical veritable essence energy in his dantian spun slowly. There seemed to be a whirlpool above it, absorbing spiritual energy and condensing it into veritable essence energy. A small purple dragon-like existence swam in the veritable essence energy sphere. This small purple dragon seemed illusory at the same time. It was a true dragon formed by the innate true dragon art. However, Gu Hai infused a portion of his consciousness into the veritable essence energy sphere, so this small dragon could move as he pleased. Under the control of his consciousness, the small dragon started to swim out of the veritable essence energy sphere and out of the dantian. It led the veritable essence energy to swim in the meridians. After swimming one round, it slowly swam to the heart. There seemed to be a dusky energy at a meridian junction in the heart. The small dragon let a large amount of veritable essence energy to rush over. Boom. Gu Hai's heart suddenly shook. Feeling pain, Gu Hai immediately stopped. The grayish energy trembled slightly, but it remained steady in place. The heart orifice. Is this the entrance to the heart orifice? I need to break through the heart orifice? However, my veritable essence energy seems to be somewhat lacking. No, it should be lacking some kind of opportunity? Confusion flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. The small dragon swam along the meridians and reached the lungs. As expected, there was also a dusky entrance to the lungs. The lung orifice could not be opened. The spleen orifice, the liver orifice, and the kidney orifice. Gu Hai went through them one by one. However, opening them was not something that could be done in one go. Veritable essence energy needed to be accumulated, and at the same time an opportunity was needed. After cultivating for 2 days, Gu Hai walked out of the palace again. On the flying boat, Long Wanqing stood alone at the bow, looking into the distance. The sun was setting in the west. The golden sunlight sprinkled on Long Wanqing's white neck, making her look like the most beautiful gem in the world. Gu Hai stood not far away looking at her in a daze. Suddenly Long Wanqing seemed to have sensed something. She turned her head and happened to meet Gu Hai's eyes. Long Wanqing smiled faintly. That smile was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming. In that instant, Gu Hai felt as if his heart, which had been sealed in ice for a long time, suddenly emitted the sound of breaking ice. Gu Hai's expression changed. He immediately suppressed the trace of warmth in his heart. "You're out of seclusion?" Long Wanqing smiled gently. "Yes. I just studied the true Dragon Golden Core technique. The order of the circulation of veritable essence energy is indeed much more powerful than the Golden Core technique I found in the past. It's majestic and goes straight to the 5 orifices," Gu Hai said with a smile. "Opening the 5 orifices is very important. The heart, liver, spleen, lung and kidney are equivalent to the 5 metal, wood, water, fire and earth orifices. Opening the 5 orifices will be of great help to the Yuanying state," Long Wanqing explained. "Oh. The Dantian condenses a nascent soul. The 5 orifices will also condense a nascent soul in the future," Long Wanqing explained. Condense a nascent soul in the 5 orifices? Doesn't that mean I'll have to condense 6 nascent souls? Gu Hai asked blankly. Long Wanqing nodded. That's right. These are all your souls. The condensation of souls is the nascent soul. It's the source of your power. Oh, humans have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Why do they only have 6 nascent souls? Gu Hai asked puzzled. Long Wanqing frowned and shook her head. I'm not sure either. However, this is the case for all cultivators in the world. After condensing the nascent soul with 6 day 1 souls, one can open the celestial palace and cultivate 3 spiritual souls. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with confusion as he nodded. Right, we're about to reach Silver Moon City. There's a big city by the sea in Ying Province. The other members of Class 1 Hall are already waiting there. My mother set up a temporary residence there in the past. It can be considered the base of our Class 1 Hall. Long Wanqing said as she looked into the distance. Oh, your mother set up a temporary residence? Did your mother set up a lot of temporary residences? Gu Hai asked curiously. No, not many. There are only 2 in Ying Province. Long Wanqing shook her head. Oh, in that case, why did she choose Silver Moon City? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. My mother is a zither lover. The zither in Silver Moon City are very good. You can find nearly all kinds of zither in the world in Silver Moon City. There are many zither craftsmen there, Long Wanqing explained. Is that so? Gu Hai nodded with some doubt. The flying ship flew very quickly. When Long Wanqing pointed to the distance, Gu Hai could already see a huge city. There was a huge city by the sea. This city was actually half the size of 95 Island. After all, 95 Island was about the same size as Earth in Xiao Chen's previous life. It was like 95 Island was a small planet. A city here was actually the size of half of Earth's land? There was no need to ask how Gu Hai figured it out. It was because this city had city walls. Those towering city walls were 1,500 meters tall. 1,500 meters was the height of a 500-story building. The sky above the city was shrouded in clouds and mist. It was as if no one could see what was inside. There were also countless ritual arrays flashing with light on the city walls. This is Silver Moon City. The entire city is a huge ritual array that can withstand the attacks of those who open the sky palaces. It is very sturdy. Long Wanqing explained. It is also very grand. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. That's right. Fortunately, I came out for a while. No wonder the people of the Divine Continent thought that the Thousand Islands Sea was a barren land. Xiao Chen's Dahan Imperial Palace paled in comparison. This is just an ordinary city. Can it contain my Han Royal Dynasty? Gu Hai took a deep breath as he continued to stare. As for the officials that Gu Hai brought with him, they all sucked in cold breaths. Is this an immortal city? It is so grand? This is just a city? Is it just a city? No wonder the emperor wants to use the entire Hulao Pass as his imperial palace. Indeed, our horizons are too narrow. The Dahan officials felt like their eyes were not enough. Outside Silver Moon City, there were all sorts of rare and exotic beasts flying around. It was a wonderful sight. The flying ship slowly landed outside Silver Moon City at a spot specially set aside for flying ships. After putting away the flying ship, a group of people came forward to greet them. This is an immortal crane carriage. Flying ships are not allowed in the city, and flying in the public area is even more forbidden. This immortal crane can carry us quickly through the city. It is similar to your horse carriages in the past. However, we have to pay for it. Long Wanqing explained. Guhai nodded. It was fine to pay. He still had some spirit stones. The group of close to 100 people chartered an immortal crane carriage and flew to the city gates. The city gates were 300 meters tall, and the word Silver Moon appeared above them. The guards at the city gates wanted to check. Long Wanqing took out the elite hall token and let them in easily. As soon as they entered the city, they saw a large number of floating islands in the sky from afar. There were countless beautiful pavilions on the floating islands. Of course, there were also many that were shrouded in fog. Obviously, they were unwilling to open to the public. Immortal birds flew around the floating islands. It was very dreamy. The Dahan officials felt that their eyes were not enough. They did not even blink. There were also many streets in the distance. Countless cultivators were running on the streets. Long Wanqing had been paying attention to Guhai. After seeing that Guhai was only a little surprised, he immediately regained his composure and revealed a curious expression. Wouldn't ordinary people be shocked for a long time when they saw it for the first time? Are all the people in this city cultivators? Guhai asked curiously. Only a small number of them are ordinary people. Most of them are cultivators. The weakest ones are only in the acquired realm. However, they can only live in the lowest level. After them are the innate realm and the golden core realm. The rest are from the Yuanying state. Long Wanqing nodded. How many people are there in this city? Guhai asked curiously. About 100 million. Long Wanqing said as she looked into the distance. Guhai was speechless. The Dahan officials' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 100 million? There are 100 million in one city? In the past, 95 Island was considered a super city with a population of 1 million. Silver Moon City is a little remote. There are not many people, Long Wanqing said as she shook her head. The Dahan officials? Guhai was not too shocked. After all, this was only 4 times the population of Shanghai City. Furthermore, this city was even larger than China on Earth. 100 million people was not a lot. Chapter 179. In Silver Moon City. The red-crowned crane chariot flew at a low altitude on the streets of the city. Huge shops dazzled the officials of the Dahan dynasty. After all, unlike the secular world, the shops here emitted a grand atmosphere. Every shop was a magnificent building. On the huge streets there was a considerable area. There were many practitioners walking on the streets, and there were also red-crowned cranes carrying people flying. The red-crowned cranes were of different sizes. Some had only one red-crowned crane carrying people flying at low altitudes, while some had dozens of red-crowned cranes pulling large carriages, just like the one Guhai and his group were sitting in. The Dahan officials were amazed, but Guhai was not surprised. After all, it was just a different shape. It was like the small cars in his previous life, and he was sitting in a large bus with nearly 100 people. Along the way there are elixir shops, magical treasure shops and herb shops. Most of them sell zither? Guhai asked curiously. Of course. The zither in Silver Moon City are famous all over the world. Silver Moon City, don't you think this name sounds like something? Long Wanqing smiled. Silver Moon? Silver Moon? Music? Guhai was slightly stunned. Something like that. This is the understanding of the later generations. Many zither in the world come here to find their zither. The zither here are not the best, but they are famous all over the world. The way of the zither is the best of the arts, so it naturally has its own unique charm. The threshold is not high, but it mainly depends on whether someone can understand it. Long Wanqing smiled. Guhai nodded. Silver Moon City has gathered countless zither craftsmen, so it has the best zither. Although the terrain is remote, it has avoided countless disputes in the world. Silver Moon City existed before the Deqian Celestial Empire was established. This is the place where countless zither craftsmen made their pilgrimage. At the same time, there is a famous family of zither craftsmen here called the Silver Moon Villa. Long Wanqing explained. Oh, Silver Moon Villa? Guhai was slightly surprised. That's right. Silver Moon Villa only focuses on making the guqin and never participates in political affairs. They don't have any political or military power, but their prestige in Silver Moon City is something that even the mayor of this place can't compare to, Long Wanqing explained. Oh? Even more prestigious than the city lord? This is not a good sign. Does Daqianxing not care about it? Gu Hai was puzzled. My grandfather? My grandfather even acquiesced to this. My grandfather even personally paid a visit to the old manor lord of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. The old manor lord even gave my grandfather a heaven-grade zither. Do you know what heaven-grade is? Except for the legendary celestial level zither, the celestial level zither is the best in the world. There are not many celestial level zither in the world. Maida Qian Celestial Empire has 2 celestial level zither, both of which are from the Silver Moon Villa. Long Wanqing explained. 2 bites. They were both given by the old manor lord of the Silver Moon Villa. One of them is called Ding Ding, and he gave it to my grandfather. The other one is called Pajuan, and he gave it to Luyang of Gojoseon. Long Wanqing explained. Ding Ding? Pajuan? So, don't think that the Silver Moon Villa is just a family of guqin makers. My grandfather has paid a visit, and so has the vassal king of Yingzhou Luyang of Gojoseon. They were very polite to the old manor lord. Do you think that the city lord would dare to find trouble with the Silver Moon Villa for no reason? Long Wanqing explained. Gu Hai nodded. Also, I heard that the old manor lord is looking for a fated person for the last celestial level zither. That harmonica is called Gaochen. Long Wanqing recalled. Gaochen? A celestial level zither? Gu Hai felt slightly surprised. Right. When the news spread, countless great zither masters came over. That is a celestial level zither. The Silver Moon Villa has a total of 4 celestial level zither. My grandfather and Luyang of Gojoseon each have 1. There is also one called 6 Fingers. I think he gave it away long ago. This is the last Gaochen, Long Wanqing explained. Ding Ding, Pajuan, 6 Fingers and Gaochen? Gu Hai thought for a while. Unfortunately, I am not good at the celestial level. The Venerate knows a little, but the Venerate is not willing to go, Long Wanqing said bitterly. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly at the side. I know a little about the zither, go, calligraphy and painting. However, I am better at painting. I only know a little about the zither, go and calligraphy. It is like playing Go. I do know how to play Go, but I am far from comparable to a truly skilled person like Division Master Gu. Venerable Lun Yen is skilled at painting? Gu Hai asked in slight surprise. I know a little. Venerable Lun Yen did not refuse. By the way, Gu Hai, how is your understanding of the celestial zither? Long Wanqing asked out of curiosity. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Music? I have heard a lot of music scores. Celestial zither? In the past, I was a merchant and sold many celestial zither. I know how to play some clumsily. However, it is a skill, not a Dao. I am still far from reaching the threshold of the zither Dao. You know that I specialize in Go. That is unfortunate. This time, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor is only choosing a great zither player. It looks like we will not have a chance to participate, Long Wanqing said bitterly. Hall Master, my elite hall might have a chance to participate. Division Master Mu Chenfeng is good at the zither. Perhaps he is qualified to participate in the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's zither imparting conference, Venerable Lun Yen said after some thought. Mu Chenfeng? Back then he only learned the zither to curry favor with my mother. Long Wanqing said with a stern expression. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly. However, it is undeniable that he is talented, right? Although his zither Dao is somewhat weaker than your mother's, he is the strongest in my elite hall's zither Dao. Long Wanqing nodded with a frown. The group continued moving through the city. Suddenly they saw a large group of people in the distance surrounding a shop. That is the world's #1 zither pavilion. They claim to have all kinds of zither in the world. You can find any zither you want in their pavilion, Long Wanqing said with a smile. World's #1 zither pavilion? What arrogance! Do they have heaven-ranked zither? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Yes, but they are not for sale. This world's #1 zither pavilion is Luyang of Gojoseon's property. Luyang of Gojoseon's Pajuan is a heaven-ranked zither. However, you want to buy it? That is impossible, Long Wanqing said with a smile. Stop the immortal crane chariot outside the world's #1 zither pavilion. Which zither grandmaster helped advertise the world's #1 zither pavilion today? Long Wanqing called out. The driver of the immortal crane chariot came to a stop. This is the zither music of Fairy One. Fairy One? Guhai revealed some doubt. At this moment, the sound of a zither rang out. Ding, 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 ding. The zither music was not loud, but everyone in the surroundings fell silent. Countless cultivators closed their eyes, intoxicated by the music. Guhai looked up and saw a white-clad woman on the second floor of the world's #1 zither pavilion. She wore a veil and had a rose bun in her thick hair. Her hands were slender and white, and a refreshing aura spread out. However, many people no longer paid attention to the appearance of the Fairy One, because the sound of the zither was too moving. Guhai gradually immersed himself in the music and slowly closed his eyes. It was as if he was in a boundless sea of flowers, and his mind suddenly developed an ethereal feeling. It was very comfortable, as if all the pores on his body had opened up. At this moment, Guhai did not want to talk, and only wanted to enjoy the ethereal feeling brought by the zither music. It was as if the absorption speed of the world's spiritual energy had increased by several times in an instant. His mind and body were empty, without any distracting thoughts, as if his mind was wandering with the zither music. After a while, Guhai slowly woke up. The moment he woke up, Guhai's expression changed. What a powerful zither music! Guhai's expression turned cold as he looked at the world's #1 zither pavilion. The pavilion was empty and the Fairy One from before had already left. What a powerful zither music! If I listened to this music in a life-and-death battle, wouldn't I be cut to pieces? Guhai's expression sank. Around him, other people also slowly woke up. Fairy One's zither music is really powerful. I unconsciously forgot myself. Long Wanqing sighed. Don't you think it's very dangerous? Guhai frowned. Dangerous? But the baptism of your spirit is even greater, isn't it? Many people encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation, but if they meet a zither master who plays a song for them, many times they will break through. Zither masters are very popular. Long Wanqing smiled. Boom. Not far away, a cultivator sitting on the ground and listening to the music suddenly swelled with a current of air. I broke through, thank you Fairy One, thank you Fairy One, I have been stuck in this cultivation for 30 years, thank you, where is Fairy One? The cultivator shouted. The surrounding cultivators gradually woke up, but Fairy One had already left. Everyone felt lost. The world's #1 zither tower, it really lives up to its name. Let's go in and see if there are any zither suitable for us. The group of cultivators entered the zither tower one after another. Guhai, did you see it? Long Wanqing smiled. Guhai shook his head and said, anyway, I don't like this feeling. Alright, maybe you will like it in the future. However, this is the world's #1 zither tower, and they often find zither masters to play. In Silver Moon City, this is the largest zither tower. Look around, other zither towers don't dare to open next to it. They can't compete with it at all, Long Wanqing said with a smile. Guhai nodded and said, the world's #1 zither tower, it is indeed rich and imposing. The advertising effect is also very good. But it's a little too wasteful. Long Wanqing didn't understand. Guhai shook his head and did not say much. This was a business marketing. If he said too much, Long Wanqing might not understand. The immortal crane chariot continued traveling through the streets. After more than 2 hours, it finally came to a stop. Before them was a large area shrouded in fog and fences. It was private property with many palaces around it. And in the sky above this region, there was a huge floating island floating in the air. A large amount of fog covered the floating island, which seemed to cover the privacy inside. A huge stele stood at the edge of this area. The words Dawn Moon Moving Palace were written on it. When the immortal crane chariot stopped, a group of men and women rushed over from afar. Greetings, Hall Master, the group greeted respectfully when they saw Long Wanqing. We are here. This is the temporary palace my mother set up back then. This is where my elite hall is stationed. Long Wanqing introduced with a smile. Chapter 180. Silver Moon City, Waning Moon Mountain Manor. Guhai's group got off the crane chariot and followed Long Wanqing inside. The people who came to receive them were Long Wanqing's servants. One of them was Guhai's rescuer, who had been imprisoned in the First Song sect on 9-5 Island. Naturally, he recognized Guhai. The Dahan officials followed Gu Hai. At this moment they looked at everything curiously. Is everyone here? Long Wanqing asked that servant. The Gold Division and the Wood Division are here. However, Division Master Jin waited for a few days. When he saw that Hall Master did not return, he led the Gold Division disciples to the front lines in Yingzhou. He said that he was going there to search for clues to the old Hall Master's death and asked me to leave a letter for Hall Master. That servant took out a letter. Long Wanqing opened it and took a few glances before putting it away. Although Helm Leader Jin's temper is a bit fiery, he is loyal to my mother. It's just that it's a mess now and there are no clues. I don't know if he will gain anything from this trip. Long Wanqing sighed slightly. Division Master Mu, is Mu Qinfeng here? Venerable Lun Yan asked. Yes. Division Master Mu has been waiting here with 3,000 Wood Division disciples. However, Division Master Mu seems to be interested in the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's Zither imparting conference. He has already gone to the Silver Moon Mountain Manor for the 8th time to obtain a qualification invitation. However, that servant smiled bitterly. A qualification invitation for the Zither imparting conference? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes, the Silver Moon Mountain Villa's Guqin competition has attracted many Guqin masters from all over the world. After all, the North Star country is too attractive. However, not all Guqin masters are qualified. They have to be screened. Outside the Silver Moon Mountain Villa, there's a screening area. Only those who pass the test are qualified to participate in the Guqin competition. However, Deputy Leader Mu has been there 8 times and he hasn't succeeded. Mu Qinfeng? I remember that his Zither Dao is pretty incredible. However, he does not even qualify to participate in the Zither imparting conference? Long Wanqing said, feeling confused. There are too many Zither Dao Grandmasters, so it's rather strict. Division Leader Mu has been practicing the Zither for the past few days. The servant smiled bitterly. Ding ding ding. Talk talk talk. At this moment, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out from the cloud-shrouded floating island. The sound of the zither was crisp and extremely pleasant to listen to. As the sound of the zither rang out, the surrounding clouds actually started to move slowly, as if they were being moved by the sound of the zither, slowly dancing. Oh! Gu Hai was slightly stunned. The clouds moved because of the sound of the zither? The sound of the zither was already quite good. However, he had just heard the zither music of the world's #1 pavilion's fairy Wanner. When he compared it to that zither music, he immediately knew who was superior. That zither sound could make Gu Hai intoxicated, but this zither sound could only make Gu Hai feel good. Go and settle down the officials of the Dahan. Settle them down properly. Long Wanqing ordered the servant. All of you go rest first and prepare. Tomorrow I will send you to investigate the situation of the shops in the city. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, the 70 officials replied respectfully. Shengguanhen, why don't you go and rest with them first? Gu Hai looked at Shengguanhen. Yes, Your Majesty. However, Your Majesty, this official would like to walk around the city by himself. Is that possible? Shengguanhen asked with some excitement. That's fine. Stay here first and then go by yourself. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty, Shengguanhen answered. After sending off the officials, shall we go up? Long Wanqing asked with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. Then he looked up and stomped on the ground. Boom. He leaped into the air like a cannonball. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan quickly followed. The two waved their hands and the surrounding clouds parted slightly. The three landed on a large platform on the floating island. Bang. Gu Hai landed on the platform and looked outside. This cloudy ritual array was very mysterious. From the outside, the clouds looked incredibly dense. However, from the inside one could see the outside clearly. Ding. Suddenly, the zither music on the floating island gave off a breaking sound. It sounded like the zither string broke. Who is it? Who dares to interrupt my zither practice? A loud roar came from a nearby pavilion. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. The largest palace on the floating island was called Waning Moon Palace. There were many pavilions, terraces, and other halls around it. However, a furious roar came from one of the pavilions. Division Master Mu, I heard that zither cultivators need to be calm in order to play great music. Earlier we merely spread out a ritual array and interrupted you. It seems that your zither heart is not strong enough, Venerable Lun Yan said with a smile. Gu Hai looked over. Then he saw a green-clad man walking over. This green-clad man looked to be in his 40s and appeared thin. At this moment, resentment still covered his face. However, when he saw Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen, he could not vent his resentment. He could only take a deep breath and suppress it. So, it is Hall Master and Venerable Lun Yen. Qin Feng lost his composure. Mu Qin Feng said with a dry smile. It's fine. Division Master Mu, you are now the hope of our elite hall. Work hard and obtain Gaochen, Long Wanqing said with a smile. Mu Qin Feng smiled bitterly and said, the Zither imparting conference is easier said than done. However, I will work hard. I will not embarrass the old hall master. After saying that, Mu Qin Feng looked at Gu Hai. Then her pupils constricted slightly. This is. Gu Hai greets Division Master Mu. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai? The new water division master that the hall master conferred? You are the one who killed Ding Rui and Montes? Mu Qin Feng asked with a frown. Division Master Mu, don't speak nonsense. Montes is still alive. Right now he is at 9-5 Island. Li Haoran killed Ding Rui to silence her, Gu Hai said with a smile and a shake of his head. Mu Qin Feng stared at Gu Hai for a while before nodding. Since the hall master chose you as the water division master, you have to perform well. Don't disappoint the hall master. Gu Hai looked at Mu Qin Feng in shock. I seem to have just gotten to know you, right? Are you giving me pointers as an elder? The hall master trusted me, so she let me be the water division master. Division Master Mu, you don't have to worry about my performance, Gu Hai said with a smile. However, Mu Qin Feng did not seem to care about Gu Hai at all. It seemed like she did not care about Gu Hai at all. Mu Qin Feng, Gu Hai, you are both elite halls people. Cooperate well. Don't let others see you as a joke, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Hall Master, rest assured. Gu Hai nodded. Hall Master, don't worry. Since he is the water division master, I will naturally take care of him. Gu Hai, if you need help with anything just say it, Mu Qin Feng said directly. Speaking of which, I do have something that I need Division Master Mu's help with, Gu Hai said after thinking for a while. Mu Qin Feng's expression froze. Earlier I was just saying it casually. You really know how to play along? Oh, tell me about it. Mu Qin Feng said with a look of reluctance. It's like this. I have brought a few dozen people with me and I plan to open a shop in Silver Moon City so that they can be self-sufficient. However, I don't know much about Silver Moon City's business, so I want them to do a market research first. However, their cultivation is too low. They are all in the acquired realm. It might not be very convenient in the city, so I want to ask Division Master Mu to send a few more subordinates to accompany them around Silver Moon City and protect their journey, Gu Hai said. Open a shop? Mu Qin Feng looked at Gu Hai speechlessly, as if she could not keep up with Gu Hai's pace. Yes. Gu Hai nodded with a smile. Alright, I will send 200 people to accompany them. However, they will have to spend their own money to buy things along the way. My people will not care about them. Mu Qin Feng shook her head. Don't worry, I will give them pocket money, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mu Qin Feng nodded. Hall Master, why don't you show Helm Leader around? I still want to practice my zither for a while. Tomorrow, Silver Moon Villa will have another opportunity to issue qualification cards. I'm going to participate in the selection tomorrow. Mu Qin Feng looked at Long Wanqing. Division Master Mu, you go ahead with your work. Long Wanqing nodded. Mu Qin Feng nodded and flew down the floating island, looking for a secluded place to practice her zither. Standing on the floating island, Long Wanqing explained the situation to Gu Hai. Master Lun Yen walked away at the right time. Silver Moon City's night scenery was very beautiful. Standing on the floating island, one could see a large number of floating islands floating around. Some places were incomparably bright, while some places were illuminated by moonlight. Some streets were filled with moving sounds of zither. Silver Moon City was an out-and-out city of music. The next day, the Dahan officials entered the streets of Silver Moon City under the escort of a group of Wood Division disciples to do market research. Gu Hai did not stay idle. He got Long Wanqing to find a lot of information about his mother's deeds in Silver Moon City and told it to Gu Hai. Gu Hai helped him analyze the information, looking for possible clues in the chaos of information. Another day passed. Mu Qin Feng returned from participating in Silver Moon Mountain Villa's selection process. Mu Qin Feng was fuming with anger, his face rigid. From afar, Gu Hai had already guessed the result. Turning his head, Gu Hai avoided Mu Qin Feng's gaze. He did not want to expose his scars. 9th time. He had been eliminated 9 times. How terrible was Mu Qin Feng's mood at this moment. Long Wanqing could not bear to watch. She sighed softly and said, Division Master Mu, forget it. There will be more chances in the future. Mu Chenfeng looked at Long Wanqing and felt even more depressed. Hall Master, you don't have to worry. Mu Chenfeng will definitely qualify. Mu Chenfeng did not appreciate Long Wanqing's consolation. Instead, he spoke in an extremely sarcastic tone. Long Wanqing opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Mu Chenfeng, you are an elite Hall Division Master. How can you speak to the Hall Master in such a manner? Venerable Lun Yen said coldly. Mu Chenfeng suppressed the anger in her heart and nodded. She said, Venerable Lun Yen is right. Hall Master, this subordinate was indeed too angry earlier. This subordinate apologizes to Hall Master. However, there is no need for Hall Master to worry about going to Silver Moon Mountain Villa. This is my own matter and has nothing to do with Elite Hall. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen looked at Mu Chenfeng and smiled bitterly. Hall Master, Silver Moon Mountain Villa sent an envoy over. A servant called out from the distance. Everyone revealed puzzled expressions. Soon, a man dressed in green approached and took out an invitation in the shape of a guqin. This is the zither recital invitation? Mu Chenfeng exclaimed in shock. However, the azure-clad man looked at Long Wanqing and said, Yesterday the old manor lord heard that Elite Hall's Hall Master arrived in Silver Moon City. May I ask if you are Long Wanqing? That's right. Long Wanqing nodded in confusion. The old manor lord said that the previous Hall Master of Elite Hall, Long Xiaoye, had great vitality in the zither. He asked me to send a zither recital invitation. The old manor lord felt very regretful about Waning Moon Hall Master's death. However, Elite Hall now represents Waning Moon Hall Master. The old manor lord is willing to give Elite Hall Master a qualification card to remember Waning Moon Hall Master. This qualification card will be given to the new Hall Master, Long Wanqing. She can make arrangements as she pleases. As long as you are a member of Elite Hall, you can participate in the zither recital with this qualification card. The azure-clad man handed the qualification card to Long Wanqing. Many thanks, old manor lord. Long Wanqing nodded in confusion. The azure-clad man bowed slightly and quickly left. Long Wanqing held the qualification card in confusion. Mu Chenfeng, who was beside her, stared blankly. Why did he give the qualification card to Long Wanqing so easily when she had gone to take the exam 9 times and did not get it? Why did she throw a tantrum just now and say that the matter of Silver Moon Villa was her own matter and that the Hall Master did not need to worry about it and that it had nothing to do with Elite Hall? Wasn't that a slap to her face? Gu Hai, who was beside her, also noticed Mu Chenfeng's awkwardness. He turned his head and looked at her curiously. Mu Chenfeng looked at Long Wanqing and opened her mouth. She did not know what to say. Gu Hai, why don't you participate in the zither recital? I'm not good at it either. Long Wanqing held the qualification card and said with a wry smile. No. Mu Chenfeng, who was beside her, immediately cried out. Everyone looked over. Mu Chenfeng's face was already red. Why did she pretend to be a fatty just now? Division Leader Gu Yu, how good are you at playing the zither? Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai and held back for a long time before she asked. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Hall Master, forget it. Just give it to Division Leader Mu. After all, Division Leader Mu helped me a lot before. He sent 200 subordinates to escort my people out. Mu Chenfeng was slightly stunned when she heard that. Then, her face immediately lit up with joy. Long Wanqing looked at Mu Chenfeng and said with a slightly amused expression, Well, since Gu Hai said so, then this qualification card will be given to Division Leader Mu. I hope you will perform well in the zither recital. Thank you, Hall Master. Thank you. Mu Chenfeng immediately took the qualification card with a face full of excitement. We should thank Division Leader Gu. Long Wanqing corrected her. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai and finally nodded. Thank you, Division Leader Gu. Gu Hai smiled and said, We are all colleagues, so we should help each other. I have just arrived in Silver Moon City, so there are many things I am not familiar with. If there is anything I don't understand, I hope Division Leader Mu can enlighten me. Of course. Tomorrow I will send another 500 subordinates to help you with that market research. Mu Chenfeng immediately smiled. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Division Leader, bad news. Division Leader. Suddenly an anxious voice came from afar. It was a disciple of Wood Division running over. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Mu Qinfeng frowned. Oui. The disciple looked at Gu Hai with an unpleasant expression. But Mu Qinfeng glared at him. Previously, I accompanied division leader Gu's subordinates to do market research in the city. Every time they entered a shop they had to buy something and make a record. Later, we arrived at the world's #1 zither tower. However, we were detained by the world's #1 zither tower. The disciple said bitterly. Detained by the world's #1 zither tower? What did you do? Mu Qinfeng asked blankly. We didn't do anything. They said that division leader Gu's subordinates are thieves and robbers. They will be detained for interrogation and handed over to the authorities. Oh, thieves and robbers? Why do they think so? Mu Qinfeng was puzzled. Because division leader Gu's subordinates are only in the acquired realm, but they have too many spirit stones. They think that it is impossible for an acquired realm cultivator to have so many spirit stones. They said that they stole them. How could a group of acquired realm cultivators have so many spirit stones? Did the world's #1 zither tower make a mistake? No mistake, they have a lot of spirit stones. A lot. The disciple said strangely. How is that possible? Division leader Gu, didn't you say that you would only give them some pocket money the other day? Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Not much, just 1,000 spirit stones per person. Let them do the preliminary investigation. If they don't have enough, they can ask for more from me. Gu Hai said with a frown. 1,000? High-grade spirit stones? That's not much? It's enough for a year's salary. You gave a group of acquired realm cultivators 1,000 spirit stones per person? Mu Qinfeng stared at Gu Hai in disbelief. Since when did the people of the barbaric Thousand Islands Sea become so rich? They actually gave acquired realm cultivators 1,000 spirit stones as pocket money? Solemnly, Gu Hai nodded. Mu Qinfeng's face twitched. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.